Okay, welcome back to Blender, guys. So, what we're doing today is we're making a potion bottle. So, this is part of the gaming kind of series that I was doing. I'm just kind of doing a little bit of an interweaving of gaming items every so often. So, within this tutorial, we're going to be basically just making a glass bottle. So, we're going to go ahead and delete the default cube. And I'm going to go ahead and add a circle. So starting with a circle for me is just a lot better than, say, starting with the UV sphere, really. So for this particular tutorial, I'm just going to go ahead and just turn on these screen keys because I've not put it on. So I'm going to split this so you guys can see what's going on that side, and then I'll work on this side as per usual. So one is just a side view. And what I'm going to do, select all of these, press F just for fill. And then I'm going to go E for extrude. What I want to do is just make a bulb to begin with, just a bulb base. So we're going to go outwards just on the side, E for extrude, scale outwards. Just make sure you don't go too far up at the sides, but just enough so that we've got this nice little bulb going on. So what I would suggest, instead of doing like little bits like this, maybe we could go with G, just bring it up, and just scale this outwards so that it's nice and big. I'll leave the small parts to the bevels. So let's take that up, E for extrude, and then we can kind of just S for scale, bring it round. We can add more vertices in here if you want to. Control R, just in the middle right here, and just press S. Just scale it outwards a little bit. Control R right here. Just scale that one outwards a little bit, and then we can Control R right here. And I think I'm going to do one more cut just at the bottom. Just about here. So now we've kind of got this very nice spherical looking shape. We're going to take the top again. I'm just going to bring this down. We've got E for extrude, S to scale inwards, E for extrude, S to scale inwards, and once you get to this part right here, just start scaling a little bit less inwards. So you're making this nice little curve that's going across the top. And we're just going to go E for extrude. I think we'll take this in just one little piece more, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the X-ray mode on just for the moment. I'm going to take these and just press G, bring it down just slightly so we've got that nice spherical bowl continuing its pattern right there. We're going to go E for extrude, bring it right up. Just scale inwards just a little bit, and then this will be the funnel for the top. So what I'm going to do again, just take this down, maybe scale it just inwards just slightly, bring this in. And then I'm going to take this and just press G, bring it down once more. Take this face right at the top here. So this is going to be the funnel for the top. And what I'm going to do is we're going to go E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, and then scale outwards again. You can actually scale pretty far with this if you wanted to. Then E for extrude. So we're just making the lip of the bottle right here. E for extrude again. We can scale this inwards just slightly. E for extrude, scale it inwards. E for extrude, scale inwards. And then we can go E for extrude. And what we're going to do, just slightly scale it inwards. If you put the X-ray on, you can see on the inside right here as well. So now we're just going to go E for extrude, bring it all the way down if you have enough space. So just scale it inwards just slightly, just there. E for extrude, bring it all the way down. And then we're just going to trace the inside of the bottle right here. So just leave a tiny little gap around the edge as much as you can. What you want to do, when you reach the bottom of the little bottle right here, you want to make it a little bit thicker. So quite thin glass on the top. And as you're going down, just make it thicker and thicker. Just going to go ahead and move that across. Oops. E for extrude, S for scale. And then we just do the bowl right here. Just bring this outwards. Might take you some time, just follow it across. Just take it in just here, and then once we get to this point, we're just going to make this a little bit thicker at the bottom and just round it off inside the actual piece itself. So, S for scale, oops, I think I messed up there. E for extrude, S for scale, E for extrude, and then we're going to go S for scale and bring that right back in at the bottom there. So now we have this nice little bulb kind of portion thing. So we're going to go right click, shade smooth. So now we want to make this look like glass. So I always work with cycles. So if your render engine's anything different, just change it to cycles for the moment. Unless you've got an idea of what you want to do in another render engine. So we've got Principled BSDF right here under the Materials tab. We're going to change this to glass BSDF. I'm also going to go ahead and add a plane into the bottom of here so that you guys can see the glass a little bit better. Click your objects back right here, change the roughness all the way down, and we'll just go to the render tab that's located right up here at the top. So now we can see that we have a nice little jar, nice little portion jar, for whatever you'd like to put in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a cork to this. So if we go to cylinder, press G, bring it up, scale it so that it fits just into the neck of the bottle right there. You might want to extrude this just a little bit, but what we're going to do, take this top face right here. I'm just going to scale this outwards and then E for extrude, and you can just kind of make this a small little rim just around the outside and just pull it in so we've got that nice little bevel going on. You can also do the same to the bottom. Right click, shade smooth. For this one in particular, you can do some texture on this if you want to. So we're going to call this cork. And we'll just go ahead, just make this like a dark brown or something. So that when we render this, you've now got this nice little cork sat in the top, and you've got the bowl right here. So what we can do as well, we can go into X-ray mode. We can go add. Let's go with a cylinder. What you want to do, just press 1 so it goes sideways. Scale this down. Just zoom in a little bit. We press G. And what you want to do is go to edit mode, take the top face right here, just press 1 to go sideways again, just press G to bring it down, and S for scale, and just very gently go around the outside of this. So we're going to go E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, and then we go scale outwards. Just try and get it so that you're following the edges of the glass, just as such. And then we're going to go E for extrude. And now, if we take this, go to this materials tab right here, right click shade smooth, go to the materials tab, this will be the liquid. We can have this maybe as like a kind of green, like a swamp green. Turn your roughness down, your metallic up, and then turn your alpha down just by slight. And what you should have when you hit the render is a little bottle with some green liquid in it, for potions or whatever you want to use it for. So what you have here as well, all these white lines, if you didn't know, these are the reflections of the plane that we have right here. This little white dots right here, they're the lights that we have just up here, just right there. And also you can see like the edges of the plane right there. You've got the liquid in the middle. Now if you wanted to change the glass, you can mess around with the IOR, which will change the way that the glass looks. So you can have it like this with no reflection. You turn up your IOR. You've got more of a reflection coming through, however you're not seeing the object as much, and you've got a lot of dark patches right here. It's something that you don't really want. You want to have a nice crisp, kind of clean, you don't want this, you want something in the middle. So you want that shade underneath, but you want that kind of bevel around the outside of the light coming in as well. You want a mixture of the two. You can also rough this up. So if you pull the roughness right here, it becomes cloudy. If you take it back down, obviously you can see the liquid. If you go full roughness, then you can kind of see what's inside of there, but it's kind of a mystery. So I guess if that's the look that you're looking for, or you're looking to go for, then that might be what you'd want. I'm just going to take mine down to there, and I think I messed around my IOR too much, so I'm just going to pull this up. I think I'm just going to go with maybe 110, 1.1. I think that would be the best one. So, as regards to your lighting as well, to make this look a little bit more shinier and a little bit more round, we can actually do a really neat lighting trick that I use. We could take a cylinder, rotate this round by 90, scale this across, scale it down, and what you're going to do, you're going to make tube lighting just to go across the top. Now if you make this correctly, and you have multiple of these, you can change the lighting as needed, and you can also change the colour of the lighting as well. So before I duplicate this, I'm going to go ahead and go new, and this one will be the tube lighting. So with this one, you want to change it from principal BSDF to emission. Just change up the strength a little bit. Now if you go press 7 to heaven, let's go with Shift D. We'll just move across to that one. It doesn't really matter where they go unless you want them uniform. It's cool anyway, really. So once we've got this little bit of lighting up here, if we take this light right here, I'm just going to turn it off for now. Just press 0. And if we relight the scene, we now have this kind of nice lighting coming across. And also this lighting is now interacting with the glass itself, so we can see what's going on with the glass. Now if we take the glass and we mess around with the IOR, we can also see these lines starting to appear on the glass as well, starting to curve around the glass, so it's going to give you more depth. So you can also change the glass colour as well, if you wanted it purple, pink, blue. I'm going to maybe go for a little bit more of a dark grey, or a light grey, see what happens. Because your liquid right here is actually more reflective than everything on the outside, which is kind of throwing it off a little bit. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and select the liquid, and I'm just going to turn down the metallic ever so slightly. And maybe just pull that alpha just a little bit. Or maybe keep the alpha, but just pull that metallic ever so slightly. Because you've got the shine of glass, you've got the shine of the liquid. And you don't want the liquid to outshine the glass, because it's going to kind of throw off the 3D effects that you're trying to get with these little tube lights. You can also take these tube lights and duplicate them even more if you wanted to. So if we go 7 to heaven, let's take this one, this one, this one, this one, and we could Shift D it, duplicate that over to that side, Shift D, and duplicate over to this side. So now, in theory, we should have a glass that's got a little bit more bend to it, as you can see. So what you can do as well is, if you put the camera, so I don't think we got rid of the camera out of the scene. If we say align view, align active camera to view. So if we just press G, bring it back. So now, if I just get rid of this one, so you guys can see what's going on. We have, on the camera options, as long as you've got the camera selected, we have on the camera options, just in the drop down right here, if you check this box, you take the little pipette, just at the side, and you want to select object, which for this one is circle, because I didn't name it. We can then select the jar itself, and then we can actually adjust the f-stop so that it blurs the background. So the lower the f-stop, the more blurred the background will be, the higher the f-stop, everything will just be in focus. So we now have this nice little jar going on. You notice that everything's a little bit blurry. If you can't do this on the render tab, do this on this tab, which is one next door to it. We can turn this up a little bit. So now we've got this nice little shine. We have a blurred background right here. I could actually scale this upwards, and maybe we could put this on as, I'm just going to put base for this one, just to experiment, and maybe make this slightly metallic. So now we have this kind of effect going on where we've got this little bit of shadow, a little bit of shade. We turn down the roughness. We can now see, if we go all the way, we can now see the jar on the reflection. We can also see the lighting, but the jar will be the main focus. So now we've got this nice little kind of white to grey blend right here. It's not too sharp, so now it makes the jar look a little bit better as well. And if I just let's see, if I just take this lighting right here and I just elongate it just slightly, it actually might make this look better. So if we just press and we go across, and then maybe I could take this Shift D and just duplicate again, just on this side, just to fill a bit of that background in. We now have a little bit of depth starting to appear. Let's see, let's select all of these. Come on, it won't let me shift the camera. There we go. Okay, so we can elongate this as well to give some more depth to the actual piece itself. If this is too much light for you, we can go to the emission. So you want to select one of these. You notice that the colour's white right here, the emission's right here. So you can go ahead and just turn that down. You can turn it off if you want to. You can have it super bright if you wanted to. For me personally, I kind of like the way that we had it. If you want to change the colour of any of these emissions, we just go to the colour tab right here, and you can change the colour to practically anything that you want. You want a nice deep purple, you got the nice deep purple right there. If you want the green, we got the nice deep green, the red, the orange, you know how it goes. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm just going to give it a slight blue tint. Actually no, to offset that green I might do it a little bit red. Just a pinch red. Just like a cool kind of pink. So now you'll see that it's kind of all loading in. There's a lot of noise going on and stuff like that. If you want to get rid of the noise, we can go to this tab right here, which is render. You can click the denoise. That generally works. Also, I think it's a little bit too bright on this base right here. So maybe we could just tone that down a little bit. Just contrast that up a little bit more. I think that would look cool. Because right now, it's not rendered fully. So you won't see all the colours popping out of this. But, yeah. So I do like this green, but I feel like it could be a little bit more. I feel like you could have like a little bit of a glow from this as well. If you wanted a glow from the liquid that's inside of the tub, or the bottle, change it to emission. Works wonders. But I think we'll go for this right now. Also, if you want to change this cork right here, you could try out a noise texture on the shading tab. We could try that actually. Yeah, I think shading tab for this one. So you got Principal BSDF. Just link up a. You know what? I could show you. Let's show and tell. Alright, so this is a shading tab. So we've come from layouts, which is at the top right here, to shading on this side. So when we're doing this cork right here, all we need to do is go to add right here. You want noise texture right here. Add color to base color. See if you can see that properly. And then what we want to do is go to, let's go color ramp, spelled the American way. COLOR. You want to place this in between, and then you want to add a bump node. So bump node should go right there. So now you can see whilst the setup's the way that it is, you've got all these little spots on there that you can make bigger, you can make smaller. So when you've got this right here, to make these pop out a little bit, you want to go ahead and add the colour to the height of the bump node. So now you've got all these little bumps going on. You want to take the roughness and pull it up, and maybe have just a slight bit of metallic. From here you want to go plus, and then we're going to add kind of like a kind of grainy, kind of orange, yellowy, red kind of colour right here. You can add more if you want to, so you can take this one and you can make this a bit deeper, make this a bit lighter. If you wanted to, you could add algae. You can take this one, you can make it green. Just pull that up, a little bit of algae farming on the side of the cork right there. Maybe it's been left in the sun for too long and things have started to grow on it. Yeah? See the algae? Right, so we've got the layout as well. So when we go back to this, we should now have a little bit of light refraction coming off this. If it's too much of a light refraction, just go ahead and just turn down your metallic on that particular object. Just make it a little bit rougher. Also, neat trick. Imagine there has been a wizard and he's been making potions and he's been putting all these things inside of it, and maybe he didn't mix it properly. And so, telling stories about your objects is a great thing, but you could put into this potion maybe some leaves and stuff like that. So to do that, we could go to curve, and then we could go sample tree gen, and it will always appear there. Don't click off it, because you're going to need this little box right down here to change everything. And we don't need the main tree, we just need the leaves. So bear with me. We're going to go to geometry, click leaves, show leaves, and now we've got all these leaves coming up, right? So that's all we need. Just take the main tree, press delete, take these leaves, just shrink them down to roughly that. We're just going to take it and we're just going to put it inside. And then we'll go to the materials tab, we'll click new. And then maybe we'll put this as a dark green. Maybe these leaves absorbed a lot of water, and the wizard who left them in there was careless and they started to rot. I don't know. Tell a story with your stuff. So now we've kind of got this algae growing on the top right here, and we can just see these leaves. So you can't really see the leaves that well. So what you can do to combat this is take the liquid that you have, and your alpha's all the way up right here, or at least my alpha's all the way up. Just turn down your alpha, and hopefully we should be able to see these leaves starting to appear right here, just at the back. So maybe just tone down that alpha just a little bit more. Make it a little bit more see-through. Obviously the lighting needs to come in and stuff like that, and if this is too reflective then maybe you won't see it, but to be honest with you, I can just about see it just in there. So maybe these lights, we could turn them down just a little bit. it is a bit too funky. Let's select the lights and see if turning this down affects our results. It's like the noise is coming in and everything like that. I mean, you can go to the render tab. I think I've got denoise on here. If I didn't have this on here, it would be a little bit more noisy, I think. You've also got denoise on this side as well, which kind of reminds me of the way the AI paints things. So yeah, it gives you a little bit more clarification really, but not much. You're kind of waiting a little bit longer for this one to kind of process. But yeah, go have fun with it. See what you can make. And I will see you guys in the next tutorial. Please subscribe and yeah, follow whatever's going on your side. I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So we're going to be making a notebook today. So I'm just going to take the default cube right here, stretch it out a little bit. So this is just a basic design that you guys can make. Just going to scale that in. Right there, I do this all the time. Screencast keys. I'm ahead in the game. Right, so we're just making this, we're just going to shade this smooth. Just like a little kind of nook. This is going to be the cover of the book. And what we can do is Shift D. Put another one on top. That's going to be the second cover of the book. And then Shift D. Goes into the middle. So scale this down. Then we're just going to scale it upwards. It's kind of got like a book kind of thing. I'm just going to move this up a little bit. Anything going on? Okay, so I'm just going to scale this just upwards slightly and then just bring it across a little bit. Okay, so that is the premise of our basic notebook. And you can also put binders in the side of this as well. So just go to add mesh. You can go with cylinder. I'm going to go with cylinder. It's just easier to do. Rotate it 90 degrees. And then rotate it 90 degrees again. So that we can just take the sides off this. So what we're going to do is going to go to edit mode. We're going to select one side right here. And then just press delete faces. The other side right here, delete faces. Select everything, just by pressing A. Scale it inwards. And then press E for extrude. Keep it where it is. And then just scale inwards. So now we kind of got like these little binder rings right here. I'm just going to go ahead and shade that smooth. Rotate to 90 degrees. Go with G. Scale down a little bit. G, scale up. You can make these as big or as small as you want. Just as long as they fit the binding of the actual book. Should be fine. Yep. Okay, so now what we want to do is we just want to duplicate this a good number of times. So just Shift D, go across one axis, press 1. Shift D, go across this axis, press 1. Shift D, go across this axis, press 1. And then for this one, what we're going to do is Shift D, go across this axis, and we're going to go -1. And then we're going to go Shift D, go across this axis again, -1. And then Shift D, go across this axis again, and -1. You can also add text to the front of here as well, by going to the add. And then we're going to go to text. So you see that it pops up right here. So if you press G and just bring it up a little bit, you want to go rotate and then just press 90. Press G just to move it across. And to edit the text, we're going to go to edit mode. Just delete what's there and then just put notebook. So you notice at the moment you can't see it. So you're going to go to the text right here. And then we want to go to, you can go to different fonts right here. Let me see. Space geometry. You can extrude this just a little bit so it comes onto the top of the book. Just press G, just move it upwards. And there you have it. There is your basic notebook. I hope you guys enjoyed. Please like, subscribe. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the camera on today because for some reason it's not working. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the next tutorial. Today we are making a shot glass. So far we've made a wine glass, we've made a beer glass, and now we will make the shot glass. So, pretty simple. We're just going to be starting off with a circle again. Let's add to mesh, circle, scale. It's going to be a pretty large demonstration of a shot glass, but there you go. Right, here we go, number pad 1, just to show you what it looks like at the side. Go to edit mode, press F for fill, E to extrude, just scale it out just slightly, E to extrude. This is like a really easy build. Scale it out, E to extrude, and I think that will be our shot glass. You want to make the edges smooth, so just pull them in just slightly, E for extrude, scale, E for extrude, scale inwards, then take that down, G. I'll just turn on the X-ray for you so you can see what's going on. You want to press E for extrude, bring it down, E for extrude again, bring it down, and then scale so there's a little bit of a lip along the sides. And then you can do like a little extrude and just round it off if you'd like. This is your shot glass, your world. Okay, right click, shade smooth, and then we're going to the materials tab, new, and then we will add glass. So hold on, before I do that, I'm just going to go into the render and change this to cycles. We'll do rendered view. You can see the shot glass right here. It's a little bit rough. If you want a rough shot glass, or you can have a rough shot glass, I'm just going to turn the roughness down. And there is your shot glass. There is the glass in all its glory. Just add a, sorry, not a cube, a plane, just on the bottom so you can see it a little better. I don't know where the light's gone, but it's gone somewhere. Is that it? Are you the light? Right. There we go. Let's see. So you can see the basic shape of the shot glass coming through there. If I put the sun or a spotlight, maybe. You can also change the colour of your shot glass if you'd like as well. So you got a kind of blue shot glass there. Now you notice that that's quite dark. It's because I've only got one light on it at the minute. Let's see. Come on. My computer's been a bit slow tonight. Right. Let's get some more lighting on this. just going to alter the IOR just slightly so you got more light coming in. And there you have it. There's your shot class. Hope to see you in the next one, guys. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell so you can get the next tutorial. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing a metal cup with a few blemishes. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to shrink myself down there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the default cube and I'm going to delete the camera because we don't need that. Unless you want to make an actual render, then you don't need the camera. If you're just practicing making stuff, then this is going to be a little bit different. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to turn on the screencast keys. You guys can see what's going on. And then I'm going to go to add. And we will go with circle. So, just scroll in. What I'm going to do, just scale this outwards just a little bit. Then I'm going to go to edit mode. Press F for fill. E for extrude. And what I'm going to do as well, I'm just going to split the atom, so to speak, here just a little bit. I'm just going to go sideways on here, so this number pad 1 go sideways. So on this edge right here that we've just made, what we want to do is we want to scale it out ever just so slightly. And then we're going to go E for extrude and just bring it up, and then we're just going to scale out again, and then E for extrude and we'll bring that up again. So go to sit that there. So we're going to have a cup that kind of blends outwards a little bit. So we're going to go E for extrude, scale this outwards, E for extrude. I'm just going to go all the way up with this actually, depending on how tall you want your cup. Just scale it out. We're going to go for Control R. We'll do a couple of little ridges right here. Now what you can do with this is you can pull them in a little bit. Let's give them some surface. You know, I'm going to actually reduce how many I had. So I'm just going to go Control R and then scroll. Just shape this in just a little bit and then Control R. And then I'm just going to scale this bit out just a little bit there. And then Control R again. We'll scale this out just a little bit at the bottom. So to make the inside of the cup, we should have something like this. We're going to go to this tab right here, which is toggle X-ray. So if you go for this tab as well, which is face selection, what we're going to do, and I'll show you the edge right here, we're going to go for E for extrude, scale it inwards a little bit, E for extrude, scale it in, E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards, and then E for extrude, and we're going to go down, and then scale inwards just ever so slightly. So you see that we have this nice little lip at the bottom. Now we're going to go all the way down the cup, and what you want to do is leave a little gap between the outside and the inside. So if we go E for extrude and just bring this down, then E for extrude again, you can see that we've got on the outside of the cup. So what we want to do is just press S, scale, and we bring this back in. So we're going to go E for extrude again, come to the middle. We're going to go S for scale, bring it back in. E for extrude, come to the bottom. And then we will go S for scale, bring that back in. And then E for extrude again. Scale this outwards. And then E for extrude. And what we're going to do is we're going to just curve this ever so slightly at the bottom. So, just like that. And we're also going to leave a little bit of a gap just between this and that. So then we're going to select this face at the bottom as well. And we're going to go E for extrude, bring it up, scale it in. And then E for extrude, bring it up, scale it in. So then we've got this nice smooth bottom as well. So to smooth this out completely so that we've not got these lines, what we're going to do, right click, and then we'll shade smooth. So to put the texture on this, we'll go to the shading tab, just at the top. And you'll see that we've got our cup right here. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the render tab and I'm going to go to cycles, change the EV out for cycles. So we're going to click new right here, and this material can be cup. And we're going to make kind of a metal cup and then add some stains to it. So if we go add, we can go noise texture, colour to colour on the noise texture. Now we've got these little bumps and stuff. We can do scratches as well if you'd like. So what we can do is turn up the metallic all the way, turn down the roughness, depending on how rough you would like your cup to be. And then we're going to go to colour ramp and place this in the middle just here. So the more that you bring across the black, the more little black spots you have on there, and the more that you bring the white across, the lighter it gets in the other patches. So we have this one. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with the noise texture just for one moment. I'm going to add, let's see, let's go with roughness. Actually, we'll change this colour one to roughness. So now we kind of have this nice little thing going on. We can put this to the opposite way. So we've got this nice little shiny cup, but it's got some imperfections on the shine. So what we can do as well, we can actually add, and we can go, I'm going to take these two actually and just pull them down just for 1 second. So that's the roughness part. We're going to go ahead and we're going to add another noise texture. Oops, just in here. I'll just scroll out. Let's go colour to base colour. And now you can see that we've got this kind of staining going on. Going to go ahead and we're going to go with colour ramp again. So now we have this cup that's a little bit dirty. So with these stains that we have on the outside, we can actually take the white right here on the second colour ramp. So this is how it's supposed to look. I'll just open that up so you guys can see. So this white right here, we can actually change it. Have a little bit of a deeper colour, a little bit of a lighter colour. Maybe it's been dropped, stuff like that. Okay, so another thing that we can do as well, we can add some bumps. So with this particular one, if we add and we go bump, just place that there. Hopefully this works. Yep, okay. So now you can see that these stains kind of have a little bit of a ledge to them. So it's almost like fingerprints. We can go ahead and we can scale these. Just at the bottom here from our first option. We can go ahead and add distortion. So maybe you want kind of a funky patterned cup. And if we do that on the render, we can now see that we've got these little stains right here. So what I'm going to do is we'll go back to layout and I'm going to add a plane in here. Press S for scale. To make sure that's lined up with your cup. And I'm just going to move this light as well, just so that we've got a little bit of a broader spectrum of light coming in there. If you can hear that, that's my neighbour's dog. For some reason it's going off on one again. So what you can do as well with these lights is you can turn it up just slightly. Let's see. We can see the light just coming through just there. I'm just going to go back to shading and just edit some of this. So I don't think it's light enough for what I'd need. I mean, you could go with any colour for your cup, really. You could also play around with it. Change this to metallic. Let's see, strength. We could turn the strength down on that. So you see that you've got the nice kind of stains going on Just turn that up a little bit and that will give us a little bit more of a shine. With this base colour as well, you could also add maybe a nice light blue or something like that. If your cup's a different shade, you could just edit that just slightly. Go to the layout, and now we have this nice little cup going on. I'm just going to go ahead and just add some more light in this with Shift D. So I don't think these are bright enough. Let's just edit the exposure on these ones. And maybe just take these two as well, and we will go Shift D and rotate at 90. So this is just a basic tutorial on how to get stains on cups and stuff. Yours could take a lot more time to do, you know, if you just fiddle with all the settings and stuff like that. So you could have a cup that's like this, some nice little embossing kind of thing, if you want to call it that. And you could pull it to look like this as well, which is the distance on the bump. That'd be good for a Viking cup, I think, if you wanted kind of that kind of texture on the outside of it. So yeah, that's how you do texturing and also staining on cups and glasses. I hope you enjoyed the tutorial. I will see you guys in the next one. Cheers. Alright, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing a little bit of a lighting trick that I've kind of seen in a store that I really like. It's the way that the lights look, so I thought I'd teach you guys how to make it. So we're going to go ahead and just delete the delete everything really apart from the camera, the default cube and the lighting. So we're going to go with let's go with a UV sphere to begin with. Just keep it where it is, just make it a little bit bigger. Shade smooth. We'll go to material, we'll go with new, and this will be glass. So with this you can either go with you can go ahead and change it to glass. Where's glass BSDF? You can either go ahead and change it to glass BSDF, or you can amend it in principal BSDF. For me, I'm going to go with glass BSDF for this tutorial. I'm going to take down the roughness right there. So you'll notice that you don't really see the glass that much. So we're going to go for the render tab right here. Change it to cycles. Go back to your original render. We can see right here that we have this nice little glass sphere going on. Then we're going to go to add, and we'll go for another UV sphere that's going to go in the middle. So this one, if we go into the wireframe, we're going to just stretch down a little bit. This is going to be our bulb. So you can just pull this through just slightly because we'll build over the top of this. So we're going to go to the materials tab, you press new, and then we're going to go for principal BSDF, go to emission, and then we can just turn this up for an emission. Then we're going to go to, let's go with mesh cylinder. Now what you want to do is make sure that your cylinder sits just over the top of this dome right here, so that it's got and encompasses the light itself. So if we just go into this right here, we can go edit mode. Take this face right at the top. We're going to press G, bring it down. Just scale it inwards, so it's almost like it's gripping the light at the top. We're going to go E for extrude, scale it downwards again. It's a nice little point, and then E for extrude and bring out this all the way up. And for this, we're just going to go shade smooth, and then we're going to make this black. So once all is said and done, this is how the light should, in theory, look. Obviously, we've not got anything in the background. We've got nothing to really put it up against right now, but I will put something there. So let's go with a plane. I'm going to go ahead, put this right here, and then I'm going to go ahead and do another plane, rotate this by 90, press G, bring it back a little bit, and then we can go ahead and take that and we can go edit mode, just select this face right on the side right here, and then go E-fret extrude and just bring it across. So once we've got all this, just select everything within this. Just gonna press G and just set these up a little bit so you guys can see what's going on. Maybe just go ahead and put the camera angle just here, so view and then align view, camera to view. So I'm just going to set this up real quick. So we can have one here, one here at the back, maybe, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, there we go again. Shift D. Let's pull this one to the back just there. And then we could go Shift D, just have one in the foreground, I guess. Just move this camera back just a little bit so you can see what's going on. Depth of field, just amend this a little bit. Let's go for about there. Right, okay, so this is what you should have relatively in the end. So if we change the material of the glass right here, we can actually change the IOR inside of it. Also change the colour a little bit so we can have it kind of like a nice little orange. Also change the emission as well. So if we go down to, let's see if we can select this one. So we can actually tint the glass right there. We can also tint the lighting just slightly, so we can kind of make it like a rose kind of tinted glass. You can turn these down just a little bit if you wanted to. Like a blue, teal. If we actually get the glass itself, we can change this back to kind of a white tone if you wanted to. So now we've got this nice little blue coming through. And the best thing is, as well, with all of this, let me just try and change this colour real quick. We can actually take these separate lamps and we can just put them in different positions. So if we take this one, we could, in theory, just press G. It's like, bring this one up. Have this nice little arrangement of the lamps. Going up. And then what I'm going to do, just to define these a little bit better, what we can do is we can add cylinder, rotate this round by 90, scale it outwards, scale it back in, scale it outwards again, and we can have some runner lights just up at the back here. So this one, we can go with, let's go with an emission, turn this up a little bit. Let's go back to the camera view. So, see viewpoint camera. Okay, so when we get this one into the scene, you can see that it kind of goes quite light. Just turn this down a little bit. Oh, excuse me. So, the idea of these lights is just to create some shine on the back here. So if we take this background right here and we just make this kind of a grey kind of colour, we can see a lot more definition on the outside of the lights. So if I just move this inwards just slightly, we can kind of see a little bit of reflection going on. Just in the background. Nothing too fancy, just some nice little lights. Just there at the top and the bottom, just to kind of define the lampshade, I guess you would call it, just a little bit. So that you're able to see more detail as well. So now you can see like we've got all these little lines going across, and maybe if I zoom in you guys can see that a lot better. Just pull this background down a little bit. So now you can see all these little lines coming across. You can now get the depth of the actual lampshade itself. So I can take these ones as well, the ones that are just hanging down, and I can actually bring up the metallic. So these can be seen a little bit better. I can also make them a little bit lighter in tone and contrast. Just take that roughness right down to a point. And now we have these little kind of gothic lamps going on. So yeah, I guess that's the end of the tutorial. I'll see you guys in the next one. I am super tired. I'm just gonna go to bed. Okay, bye. Please subscribe. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing a little bit of lighting. So what I'm going to begin with, let's just mosey on that down. What I'm going to begin with right here is I've got a cube. I'm going to press delete on this. I'm going to get rid of the lights just for the time being, and I'm also going to get rid of the camera as well. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and you can use a cylinder for this, you can use a circle for this as well. I'm just going to go S and just scale this down and then scale it up. So this will be the base of the lights. We're going to go ahead and go to edit mode. Select your face is just on the side here. E for extrude. Scale in. E for extrude. Scale in. And just leave it where it is. And on the back we don't really need anything. So what we're going to do is let's go for E for extrude, leave it where it is. Scale it in. And then I'm just going to go E for extrude and just drop it. So we'll go to object mode. We'll go to add. And I'm going to go with another cylinder. Now what you want to do is make sure that this cylinder is just about the right size to fit into the little drop down that we've just made. So we're going to press G, bring it up. And what I'm going to do is we're going to go to edit mode. I'm going to take the top face right here, press G, bring it down just ever so slightly. E for extrude, scale it inwards, just ever so slightly. E for extrude, scale it inwards, and then E for extrude, scale it inwards, and just keep going until eventually you reach a point just at the front right here. And then I'm going to go Control R and just roll your center scroll just to make these little lines right here. So this, we're going to go right click, shade smooth, the bottom one as well, right click, shade smooth. So this one right here, what you want to do is we want to go Shift D, and we're just going to duplicate this. So what you can do is just bring it up just at the top there. This one underneath will be our emission piece, so we'll go with material, we'll go add, change this to light, And we're going to set this to an emission. Now, before I set this to an emission, what I'm going to do, let's just undo that one. You don't need to undo that. So I'm just going to place a plane so you guys can see the emission. And I'm also going to go to the render engine and change out EV to cycles. So let's go back to our emission piece right here. And I'm just going to place this on render so you guys can see the emission that comes through. So we'll go to Principal BSDF just here. We'll go to emission. And now we can see that we've got this nice little glow going on. Because this is an outdoors light, I'm going to change this to a kind of yellowy orange. And I'm just going to increase the strength just ever so slightly. So this would generally be a wall light. Next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to take the base and we're going to go new and we're going to go, this will be black. So let's change this to black. This will be part of the plastic. We'll change this roughness upwards just a little bit. So once we've got that done, we'll take the top part that we've made right here. We're going to go into modifiers and we're going to type in wireframe if it's not down here in your Dropbox. So now we have this nice little wire. So I'm just going to press G and I'm just going to bring it back over the top. Just as such. And we can now mess around with the thickness of the lines that we have. Just going to press G and just bring this down just ever so slightly. So now we have this nice little light going on. So what we could actually do, if you wanted this as a floor lamp, we could take this. Let's see, so if I just go back onto this mode, I'm just going to go ahead and select everything and just bring it up. We could take this one, we could duplicate this, scale outwards, and we could kind of have a double bubble kind of setting for this. Also with this little frame that we've got on here, what we can do, we can go down to materials, click new, and we can make this black. Or, if you want to make it the same colour as the stand, just click the black there. That way it's all uniform. And that's just basically how you make a wall light. If you want it against an actual wall, we can take this. I'm just going to go ahead, just rotate this by 90. Right, so if you wanted this as a wall light, wall mount, we could press G. I'm just going to go ahead and rotate it by 90, and then we'll go ahead and rotate it again by 180. Let's press G. Place it up against the wall like that. And then you could do this, just upwards a little bit. And then Shift D, duplicate, maybe have it as, let's go with, maybe -50 apart. Shift D, -50, Shift D, -50, Shift D, and then -50. I don't know how much you guys have got the distance wise, but you could do this and we could go 50. So everything's going to be minus on this side and plus on this side. So just type 50 on this side, minus on this side. So Shift D and then we press 50. So now we've got all of these. We can do a little render. You can see that we've got these wall lights going all the way across. So, what you could also do as well, if you wanted to do a wall right here, let's turn this around. This is a shading tab, by the way. We can go brick texture. Just click that there, colour to base colour. You got your nice little brick texture going on. Let's scale that down a little bit. And then what we can do, just Just move this to the side. We can actually add a bump texture, just right in here. Colour to height. You also want a colour ramp on this as well. Just to go in the middle, just right there. It should pop up. If it doesn't, just delete the bump node. Let's go bump again. Right there. Get that to height. Might just be taking a while to load in. Or maybe not. Maybe I've glitched it up a little bit. But anyway, if you can't get the bump node to work, you always have this as a brick texture. And then we can go ahead and add some noise. I might try the bump texture again in a second. So, you get some noise on here. Bit of diffusion. You see how that's noise right there? And then we'll try the bump texture once more. Just to see whether this works or not. Yeah, I don't think this one's going to work, but what I can do, let's go ahead and stick it here, height. We can change this to the roughness, just in the background as well. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of that bump node and maybe just have the wall tiles just for show for the moment. So, let's go with layout. I got rid of the camera, didn't I? So, let's go with, where have you gone? Let's add camera. We'll go to view, align camera to view. We'll go G, bring this back. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on this one right here. So if we go to depth of field, take this little dropper right here, select this, and then just lower the f-stop ever so slightly. And we should have this nice little blur that happens around the outside. See, ratio. Just going to pull that ratio down a little bit. And you get these nice little bits at the side as well, quite artistic. This nice little blur of light. So, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and just move this slightly. And I'm just going to tone this down just ever so slightly as well. I think that should be okay. So when we go to this render tab right here, we can now get this kind of look. Where we've got nice little blurs on this side. And we have the blur on this side, and then we have the light that's in focus. And usually I would say to give the brick a little bit of texture, but today it's not working for some reason. So that's the tutorial for today. I hope you liked. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Please subscribe. Okay, welcome guys to the next tutorial. So today we are making a mustard ketchup bottle, kind of stereotypical thing that you would find in a chippy. So we're going to go ahead and just delete off the default cube, and we're going to add a circle. We'll scale this out, and we're going to go to the edit mode, press F for fill, E for extrude, just slightly, and then scale it outwards. And what we're going to do is I'm going to put a side view on here so you guys can see what's going on. So just one for the side view if you need that. Right, so we'll take this from here. So we're going to go E for extrude again. We might want to just scale this outwards slightly, and then E for extrude again, scale outwards, oops. Scale outwards just slightly. We kind of want a soft plastic with this. And then we're going to go straight up. Press G to bring that back up. to roughly there. Then we're going to go E fret extrude, scale it inwards just slightly, E fret extrude, scale it inwards just slightly, E fret extrude, scale it inwards just slightly. I'm going to go back and just scale that one just outwards just a bit. E fret extrude and then scale inwards just slightly. And then what we want to do is just bring this one down. So we've now we've got this nice little base going on. We're going to go E fret extrude again, scale it in. And then we're going to go E fret extrude. And this is where the lid's going to sit. So we're just going to do a little extrude right there. A little extrude again. Don't move it. Scale it outwards just slightly. And then we're going to go extrude upwards just for the lid. And then E fret extrude, scale in a little bit. E fret extrude, and then scale in a little bit again. Just press G, bring it down a little bit. And then we're going to go E fret extrude, put it up just slightly, and then scale it all the way in. And then we're going to go E fret extrude, and this will be the nozzle. So it's going to be almost like a triangle, so all we need to do is just extrude it just at the edge, as so. So, when we get to this part, and we're, right at this bit, we're going to go E fret extrude, and you don't have to do the inside of it, but I just like to do the little kind of hole at the top. So I'm just going to go E fret extrude and just bring it down to where it needs to be. So once we've done this, go to object mode, we're going to go click right to shade smooth, and this will be our condiment bottle. So usually these are red in colour. I'm just going to go ahead and change my render engine to cycles. And this is what we should have. Obviously the lighting's a little bit poor on this. Just grab this light right here, just bring it up. And just bring it back a little bit. And then we can improve this light right here by clicking here. And just scroll it up. Alternatively, you can type in here, just add a couple of extra zeros, and you should have a pretty bright light. Now that's maybe a little bit too bright for our scene, but it'll do for the moment, just so that we can see what's going on with everything. Dipping pot sauce wise. So with this as well, we can go to edit mode. Come off the render mode. Let's go to, click on this, go to edit mode. So sometimes we have ridges going around the outside, so we can just Control R, make a little loop cut here, Control R, make a little loop cut here. And what we can do is we can take, say, every one or so. Just as such. Then we can go E fret extrude, leave them where they are, and then just scale them inwards just slightly. So now we've got this little bit of a grip on the outside. You don't have to do that, but sometimes they do have these little bevels going on just on the outside. So I'm just going to scale this down just slightly, and then scale it outwards. So now we have this kind of grip on the outside of the bottle. So what we can do now is we can go Shift D, move these across, and now we have two red bottles. So to change the colour of this bottle, we're just going to go to edit mode, press A to select everything, go down to your materials tab at the bottom of your screen right here, and we will go plus, we're going to go assign, and we're going to go new. When it catches up, and then we're going to change this one to yellow. So roughly about that. So now what we have is two sauce bottles all ready to go. Yeah, mustard and ketchup. So that's the end of the tutorial. Nice little props to put in the background on any scenes that you've got or in any games that you're making currently. Yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing an egg. It's a pretty basic one, but sometimes people struggle with this one. So I'm going to start with just a circle. Just going to scale this up. Press G, bring it up. Edit mode. Press F for fill. I'm going to go E for extrude. And we're just going to make the base round. So what I'm going to do, make a double plane for you guys so you can see. Press 1. Going to shift that down. It's pretty basic build, really. So go to E for extrude. Scale it in. E for extrude. Scale it in. E for extrude. So we're just going to scale in all the way to the bottom. Until we reach just there. So select this top face right here. Go to the faces if you can't select it. So that's the base of the egg. We're going to go E for extrude. Scale it in just slightly. You just want to make this side a little bit longer. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to select everything. I'm just going to scale this up just slightly. So we can just pull these vertices out. Select your top face. E for extrude. Scale it inwards slightly. E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. And then we're just going to continue doing this kind of all the way up. I'm just going to backtrack a little bit, just scale it out. E for extrude. Scale inwards, E for extrude. And then we'll scale. And then eventually just round it off at the top. Kind of thing. So we have this kind of shape. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to press 1 to go sideways. We want the X-ray version. I'm just going to bring out some of this just slightly. Bring it up. Let's go with the center right here. Scale that outwards. Bring this down. Not all legs are perfectly round, so I mean. And then I'm going to select it all and just like scale it up just a little bit. Okay, so that's like a basic kind of egg, if you will. So I'm just going to shade it smooth. It's a little bit wonky on one side, but we can do add modifier, you can do smooth as well. Just smooth it out a little bit. Because not all legs are one singular shape, they're kind of odd shaped. So that's something that you can totally do. For your texture for your egg, we can do shading. Just turn the texture on. Okay, so right here we can do bump, normal to base color, and we'll notice that it goes this kind of weird hue. So now we want a noise texture, color to height, and this will give us the bumpiness that we need for the egg. And then we want to add a color ramp. and we'll add like a kind of very pale orange kind of colour to the egg. I'm just going to bevel, maybe use a bevel. Just bevel this off just a little bit. Okay, so that's kind of like our basic kind of egg. Just gonna select those vertices right there. I'm just gonna scale this outwards just slightly, and then take these, just bring it down. I think it's a bit too sharp on top. Oh, okay. Bring that in slightly. So there's our basic kind of egg. And yeah, that would be it for the tutorial, I guess. Thanks guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So, I realised that Blender had actually changed over and I had a few videos extra, so I had those on the last days, but this is the first 4.4. So, we're going to be delving into the newest software. It's available to download from Blender. So all of the tutorials from now on, apart from a few of them, will all be in 4.4. So what I did was actually I made some tutorials over the next year for 4.3 as well. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing kind of a sunny scene, kind of like a walkway kind of pool thing, because it's summer, it's beautifully sunny outside, and we're going to see what we can make. So I'm going to start off with the cube. Let me see, I'm going to make sure I got these. Oh, hold on. If you want these screencasting keys, it's preferences, and then we're going to go to, where did I put it? Add-ons, and then it should be screen. Oops, what did I do? Screen? Why is there no screencasting keys? Oh, that's interesting. Let's try extensions. Yeah, allow access. Oh, here we go. Right, okay. Let's install these. So now we should have screencasting keys. So just gonna go ahead and turn those on. Make them a little bit bigger for you guys. Font size big. Possibly pull that in a little bit. Line thickness upwards, and of course we want mouse size as well, so you guys can see that. And then I will place the shadow and the background onto there as well, although the background is a little bit too big. Maybe we'll just do with the shadow. Interesting. It's a really big background for such a little mouse. Let's try line thickness, see if that helps. No. Okay, I think I got it. Right. So now I've got all this. Big font size. Yeah. Okay, so after this setup, I should have everything. So we will start with the cube right here. I'm gonna go into edit mode now. This cube we're gonna use it on two planes actually. So just press G, bring it up. This is gonna be the roof that we'll make first. Scale it down. And then we will go and scale it across just a little bit. And then we're going to just go with Control R. Just make this loop cut right here. Press G, bring it across. And we're just going to go ahead and press G, just bring it forward just slightly. And we're going to start making a curve on this. So 7 on your number pad. Control R, make another cut. And then we could go with, bring this back a little bit. Just around this corner. We could go Control R again. Just press G, bring it up. Control R again, just smooth this off a little bit. So we've got this kind of bay thing going on. Take this one. We'll just smooth this one off a little bit. Just on this side. And then for this one right here, we can just box select this and just press G. Bring it over, but you notice that we've not got the points at the bottom. So what we're going to do, to solve that, press X-ray just up here. Reselect with box selects, just click. And then drag. Press G, bring it up. And then we can do another loop cut just here, Control R, bring that in. And then at the base here, we can bring this up again. And Control R, just kind of bring that little curve inwards a little bit. So with some of these, we could also bring them across. Just make that curve a little bit sharper. Make this curve a little bit pointed. Just there. Just. I'm going off a reference image here. That I drew. Trying to get the angles correct on this. So this would be the roof. Go to object mode, just click to smooth it out a little bit, and then we're going to go Shift D, bring it down, scale it upwards just a little bit, just bring it back down again if that happens to you. And then what we're going to do on this part, go to edit mode, we'll come off the X-ray, go to faces and select all the faces on top. Press E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it inwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude and just bring it down. So at this point we have the walkway that we're going to put in just here. So we have the roof, the walkway, and we want a little bit of green foliage on this side. So what we're going to do, place your camera just about here. So we can go with add, or if you've already got a camera to your scene, we can go align view, camera to view. Just bring this down just slightly. I'm going to make a secondary little thing here. So what you'll notice now is we've got this kind of clipped side right here. So if we click on this, go to the edit mode. Come on. There we go. Right, click on this face here. Press shift. Click on this face here and just press S. And just scale them out just a little bit. It's just an intercepting vertice. Alright, so at this point we want to put some water in here, and also we want to put some plants around the outside, and we want another little surface right there. So what we're going to do, I'm thinking, should we do the plants or the water first? I think we should do the plants first and then fill it with water. So you've got your camera right here. I kind of want to move this part because it just doesn't kind of, I'm just a bit like, does this make sense? Okay, let's go with the plants to begin with. So if we go to add, let's see, curve. We should have trees. If trees aren't enabled, go to edit, preferences. I think I'm going to have to set everything back up for this one because it's a new program, technically. So if we go to tree, we should have trees. There we go. Sampling tree gen. install. We're going to go off this one, and then we will go to add, curve, sampling tree gen. Now, what you want to do with this, I'm presuming that it's like the prior version of this software. The tree sampling generation, don't click anywhere else on the screen, because this little box right here that pops up will not reappear if you click anywhere else. So, for this one, we're going to go to low present, and we could go with some beeches, some willows, but this is more of a kind of tropical scene, so we could go with like a small pine or something. We could go with something like this, but we kind of want a bush, so we're going to go with maple, Japanese maple. So, with this one, you're going to want to go down to leaves, show leaves. So the plants that I'm currently looking at are just one leaf. So with the Japanese maple, it automatically loads in 5 tiered leaves. So what you want to do, take this down to 1 tiered leaf right here, just up on the side here, and also you want to increase the leaves on the branches. So we could do leaf scale as well, make them a little bit more bushier. So with this as well, we could also go into the shading tab and we could make them look a little bit more detailed, a little bit more grade in them. But at the moment we're going to leave them the way that they are. I think that would be good for a bush for the side actually. So when you click these, click the leaves, click the tree itself. Scale it down. Just go G, put this at the side. G to bring it up. Bring it across if you'd like. Or you could offset this just slightly so that it's only just coming into the water. So with this, we can take the tree in the middle. We can go to the materials tab, which is just here at the side. We could go new. I think I need to replace a fan in my computer. I can hear something going and it's kind of bothering me. Like it's literally right next to me and I can hear everything. So we're going to go with the material for the tree. So just name this material tree. And then we'll darken this one off. The leaves themselves, what you want to do is go to new. You want to look at sheen and emission on this one actually. You can do spectacular as well in subsurface. So with this, what you want to do, instead of just making the leaves green, you kind of want them to have this kind of see-through look to them as well, so they've got a little bit more detail. So make them kind of like a bright green. But we could turn this roughness up just a little bit. So we're actually going to go back into this. On the shadings tab, so it doesn't have to be perfect right now, so we'll just call this leaf green. So when you go to the render, you should see this. So you've kind of got this dark bark, you've got this green. Now at this point we're supposed to be in cycles. We're not, we're in Eevee. So come to your render tab right here, change the cycles, and you should have this. Now, we don't have any light in this scene apart from this one at the top, which isn't doing very much for us. So we're just going to press delete. And we're going to add, let's see, go down to light and we'll add sun. Press G, bring it across. Press G, move it upwards. Now, usually I move it to the corner of the screen because the older versions of Blender, for some reason, you put the light where it's sat and then the light would put the rays in respect to where the light was, if that makes any sense. Nowadays, you can put the light wherever you want and just like point it where it's supposed to be, and it's just a very kind of weird thing that they did. So so it's R, so that you can rotate it. Central scroll wheel, so that you can get onto the correct axes. yeah, I don't know why Blender changed it, but they did. And for some reason it was quite an older version actually. So they've been doing this for quite some time. It's not a new thing, but it just always surprises me. I think I'm just used to doing things other ways. Right, so we're gonna put some more bushes, some more trees down. Just put some little bushes around the outside and then some big bushes so that we've got this kind of difference in shape. And also rotate them a little bit so that they're not copying the same pattern. So you've got that difference between each bush. We got some into clipping stuff there. Yeah, let's go Shift D. Just bring a couple of these across. Different heights. Might take you a while to do this one, but once we've got all of this in the way, we could also change some of the materials to make them look even better. And if you wanted to, you could select all three, bring them across. I just kind of position them along the sides. And as well, what you could do, you can make other trees, other branches, other things to do this with. I'm just going to rotate this. Then take this one and just bring this down a little bit. Doesn't have to be perfect to begin with. You could just edit this willy-nilly as you please. Just rotate these so that they fit a little bit more. Whoa. Okay. I think we're nearly done with this one. Okay, so we'll just get rid of this. So when we've done that, we've kind of got this basic kind of bushy tree look. So we can mess around with the leaves here a little bit on the materials tab. Subsurface, you can turn that up a little bit if you wanted to. My computer's being a bit slow at the minute. Oh, we're not responding. Brilliant. Great. This is a problem that I have sometimes. It's like people will come into the comments section and they'll say like, oh, have you tried this? Have you tried doing this way? And some of the comments are helpful, and then some of the comments are just a bit like, yeah, I did try that with my computer, but as you can see, my computer just decides to freeze. So yeah, we're well into the freeze zone right now. Yeah, this is why sometimes I do things a little bit differently. Let's mess around with the IOR level. Transmission, coat. Let's try coat. Make those a little bit greener. I'm also going to take this light right here that we have in my photo that I have right here. It's kind of a yellowy orange. Just going to take the yellow, orange, just kind of make it a little bit more natural looking, and also the leaves aren't this green, so I'm just going to pull that as well. Maybe make that a little bit brighter. Just about there. Okay, so this roof as well, just bring this down. Oops. Make sure that they're on top of one another, that they sit relatively close. You want them both in the image. So we're just going to go G, just bring this forward just a little bit so that we can see a little bit more of the walkway. Just going to rotate this round. Just about there. Okay, so with this other side, we're going to put some glass. So this is going to be a building on one side. So I think same size of glass all the way around. So let's make this uniform, and then we'll build the building around the glass. So we'll go with, we can either go plane or cube. I'm generally going to go plane, just to kind of experiment with the plane a little bit. Rotate 90. Press G, bring it up. Now what you want to do with this is slim it down and then scale up. So press G, bring it over here. So now you notice that the window is actually the wrong angle for where we need it to be. So what we're going to have to do is change the window around a little bit. So we just press R and just rotate. And then just bring it back slightly so that it's uniform. And then we can do this all the way across the sides here. So we go Shift D to duplicate that out. Press G, bring it back, and we'll put some filler in the middle. So that will be the building. The building's pillars. Just bring this back. That's about right there. Shift D. So go G, bring it over. Just rotate this so all your pieces sit roughly where you need them to be. You can change them afterwards if they don't look correct. So what I'm going to do with these three pieces right here is going to add materials to them. So this first one, we're going to go ahead, add the material, new, and we'll change this one to glass. This project's kind of a trusted process, really. So we're going to go ahead and select, instead of principal BSDF, we're going to go with glass BSDF. Just render that out, see how this looks. Now that's an interesting thing, because I didn't expect it to do that. So the last version of Blender, if you just had an object and you duplicated it, the material from the first object would not go to the second object unless you told the computer to do so. But it seems on this program that the computer has done the exact opposite. So we'll work with it, we'll see what's going on with it. We're just going to turn down the roughness. It seems that way because we've kind of got this reflective stuff there, and I didn't ask it to be glass. So unless that's a shadow, and it might actually be shadow. Maybe I'm just seeing something else. But we'll change all these to glass regardless. I'm pretty sure I saw shadow because I was seeing the reflection here, and then the shadow was coming this way. So yeah, kind of an optical thing going on right there. So you'll notice that these ones are probably not going to be seen by the camera, but if you wanted to pan the camera down and make an animation, you'll be able to see them in the back. So let's go to the next part. So we can take all these three panels if you wanted to and place them at the front. They should roughly fit. So if they sit together here, they should roughly fit on this side, given the angles that we've been putting in. It's okay if they don't, because you can adjust this. So just get that one on the boundary, just there, and then you can rotate these ones, but I kind of want to move this down a little bit. G, bring that back. Yeah, so then you've only got this one panel that's not sitting correctly. So you're just going to rotate this one just slightly so that it sits and fits just there. Okay, so the next bit I would say just bring this one over. It's a bit of an odd angle, this one. Okay, so now we have this kind of stained glass kind of look right here. Now what we can do with this section right here, we can actually do an inside of the building kind of section. So we've got outside and then we've got the inside bit. So we can do add, cube, bring it across. And I know that we've got the ceiling right here that we could use in theory, but I want to do this as a separate entity on here. So we'll do a little pillar, scale it up, press G, bring it down, make sure that it fits on both top and bottom. Bring that over just slightly. So this, you can actually use this as a pillar between all of these little pieces right here. I'd shrink it down a little bit as needed. So we could do this one. We could do new material. We could go with, let's go pillar. Go black. Yep. Oh, sugar. But an L instead of a K. There we go. Right, so pillar black. Change this to black, as stated. Then we'll go Shift D, bring it across, scale down. Just get that between the two pieces of glass right there. Scale it outwards. And then we're going to go Shift D, bring it over. And then do the same to the opposite side. So this one you might have to just scale it out just slightly. Shift D, bring it over. Press G, bring it forward. Just make sure it doesn't clip into the basin. Scale this outwards. Okay, so now we've kind of got this stained glass thing going on in the background. We can do some of the room right here. So all we need to do is add. We'll go with plane. Scale it out. Just bring it over to the side just here. Now it doesn't have to go all the way in because we don't want it to intersect with the basin right here. So we're just going to scale it down. Bring it forward. We can loop it around where the basin is, if you'd like to. So with that, if we go 7, go X-ray mode. So you see now that we have this gap. We don't want that gap. So just press G, bring it across as much as you can. And what we'll do is we'll go to edit mode. Just go Control R, scroll your wheel, central wheel a couple of times. And then we'll go point. And then we're just going to press G and just bring these points up towards the edge of the building right here. So that it follows the flow of the actual water itself. Now if you get to the point where it's intersecting right here, we can come back to that. We can put another loop cut right there. So it's uniform. Just make sure that this line doesn't go past. Because most of the scenery is not going to be seen. If it's just a picture at the side, no one's going to see the scenery. However, if it's an animation or whatever like that, people will be able to see where the floor is going to be. So you might want to move that out of the way. Let's see. I think that should be right. I think that's cool. I think that's alright. If there's anything that I need to edit later on, I can change that. So just come back to your object mode. We'll go to the basin. And what we will do, we'll go for a white with this one. So I'm just going to call it basin. Also, we're going to change the colour of the background here as well to a nice blue. I think I want some texturing on the basin actually. So if you go to the shading tab right up here, we can go to add a noise texture. We can go to color, base color. So what it's going to do is make this kind of wavy kind of tone. So it's going to be just for the bottom, but for the top one we will change the actual texture. So let's go with color ramp. So now we've kind of got this grey kind of white tone to it. I'm just going to scale this up a little bit so it looks like stones. I'm going to go with a nice little shade of kind of a lighter orange. And then we're going to go with kind of a more of a red shade, just to build that up a little bit. So at this point we want to add bump texture in. So I'll just go for bump, put this in the middle. I believe when it loads in, there we go. Right, so now we've got all this shine to it, so we want to take the shine off. So we're going to pull up the roughness. So we've now got this nice little basin going on. The IOR, we could just pull that down just a little bit so it's a little bit more rougher. I'm just going to pull this black up a little bit, and maybe that red. So now we've got this nice little pattern to our basin. So the next thing that we want to do, this one shouldn't be the basin texture. We're going to go to the materials, we're going to change this out, and we're going to go for let's make a new one actually. Let's go plus this new one, and we'll go for wood. So right here we want to assign this to wood. We're going to go to edit mode, press A, click assign, and then we'll go to regular mode. Now this one we're going to have wood coming across it, so we want to add, and we're going to go with brick texture because it's got the same texture as wooden paneling, and should have something like this. So now we can scale this upwards a little bit, we can scale this downwards a little bit, depending on how you'd like it. If you want the boards going the other way, mapping texture is great for that. Let's go brick width. So we've kind of got these boards coming across. Let's try mapping actually. Last time mapping didn't work very well for me, but let's go vector to vector. Yeah. Vector to color 1. Scale. Okay. So let's go scale that downwards a little bit. We want some rotation. X isn't going to work. Yeah, this was a problem that I had last time. It just didn't want to do anything for me. Let's see with that one. No. Okay, maybe remove the mapping. If you guys can get this to work and basically put them at a 90-degree angle, like, go for it. For some reason my one just it doesn't do it. I'm gonna have to figure out why mine's not doing that. Okay, so I'm probably doing something wrong. There's probably someone going like, this is how you do it, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Okay, so we'll work with this. Let's go with color ramp. We'll go in the middle. Let's go with a brown for this one, kind of like a beechwood brown. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things, like there's a lot of holes in my knowledge with Blender, because when Blender started out, I started with a certain kind of lessons, you know what I mean? And then things changed within Blender, and then I did different things and I forgot things. So yeah, there's a few holes in my knowledge, so to speak. We're going to go with bump. Let's go with height. So we've got those little boards coming in. I'm just going to go ahead and reduce the black there. Maybe we can invert this if you wanted to. Also, you can make this less rough. So we'll go with this right here. Okay, so then we have the bump texture. So let's go add. Oh, sorry, not the bump texture, the noise texture. Where's my head at today? We'll go with colour 1. Just give it a couple of seconds. So we can get this kind of texture coming out. Take down the roughness a little bit, I think. Actually, no, increase the roughness. Increasing the roughness looks a lot better. Just add some of that grain by adjusting just slightly. And then we'll leave the other one as is. I'm just going to increase the roughness just a little bit. And just increase the IOR. So let's make this a little bit lighter as well. We should have something like this. So eventually when we get the water in there, because of the reflections of the water, we should get a little bit more lighting. So the next bit I'd work on is the lighting. So we'll just go back to regular mode at the moment. We'll go to add, plane, and then we'll go to modifiers, and then we'll go ocean. So we shrink this down just a little bit. All we need is a little bit of a strip for the water anyway. So we just need maybe 1 or 3 across. Just scale that down. Press G so that it goes in. So we will clean this up once we finish doing this part, because this floor is going to need to be just a little bit higher than the water. Just about there. Press G, bring it across, and then we will increase these numbers just a little bit so that we've got the entire pool kind of full. Sorry, just adjusting. Okay. So now we should have something like this. And you'll notice that the water doesn't look like water. So to remedy this, we'll go to materials. Now you can go with glass if you want to on this. That's totally up to you. Just letting it go through so you can see what's going on. But there's not a lot of depth to it. So what I would suggest is maybe go to the principal BSDF that you had originally. Put the metallic up. Put the roughness down. And then the alpha, just slightly adjust it. Just bring it down. So now we have this nice little basin running through the bottom. So this basin right here, I think it's too thick, so I'm just going to scale this down just slightly and just bring it back up. So it's a little bit thinner. I think the depth was just a little bit too much. Okay, so this part right here on top, we're just going to go Shift D, duplicate it downwards. And then scale it down, but you want to scale it at the sides, so scale it so that it's kind of a thin kind of piece of metal. I'm just going to go scale it down, upwards a little bit, press G, bring it up. Not exactly the way that I wanted it to be, but okay, let's try this again. scale D, blooming out, Shift D, bring it across. So it's just there. Edit mode. Go for these faces right here. Press G, bring it back. We just want this little barrier, this little border even, just to grace the outside of this building. So just press G, bring it back, just slightly. Now, if we go to X-ray mode, and we see the underside of this, we'll select all of the faces on the underside. So just, let's see, what can we do here? So if I just press A, select everything. Scale it upwards so that it goes all the way down. Press G, bring it down just slightly. I can scale it right there. So now we've got this little barrier going on just in front of the building. So with this particular one, I want a different texture. So we're going to go to the textures tab right here and just click basin. So now it kind of blends in a little bit. Let's go with align view. Align view to, oh. Right. Camera's aligned. So with the background right here, as I said, I want to change this to a nice bright blue. So we're just going to take this up a little bit. Change it to a slight blue. So this is the world settings. So now we've got this kind of overhang, we've got this nice little basin going on, we've got some glass. We're going to want some trees in the background, and we're going to want some more buildings in the background just to give it a little bit of depth. So with these glass panels right here, we can edit these again and just make them go all the way around. If there's a gap where the glass panels won't go, Shift D to duplicate, by the way, just place a pillar there. It's pretty, it's kind of like a Disney go away green. Just put another object there. I find that's quite interesting actually, the way that Disney parks work sometimes, because they've got everything smaller at the top. If you've ever noticed, you ever been? Yeah, the buildings are regular sized at the bottom, and they get smaller. So yeah, use Disney's trick here and put a kind of go away green in there, so to speak, quote unquote. I hope I can mention that. This is kind of thing that you find out when you do a lot of architecture, and you find out ways of making things look different from other things. You know, this kind of forced perspective that goes on. It's kind of very interesting the way that companies do it. So just bring this across, scale it outwards if you need to. Just scale it in a little bit thinner. It's kind of an awkward angle. Press G, just move that in. Now it might take you a little while to do the sides here, because obviously it is curved. But it will give your photo in the end a real good sense of perspective. Move that across. Move that across. Press G, bring it over. And then for these ones, they seem all to be at the same angle anyway, so you can just put these up there. Shift D, bring it across. G, bring it forward. Okay, so once you've done this, just start adding the pillars back in. So I'll just go with this one. It's a little bit fiddly to get them around, but once you've got them in there, that's less work for you to do for the rest of the project. Just try and get them at the same angle as the edge of the pool, or at least as close to. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and put another one at the edge just here, just to kind of finalise that building structure just a little bit. Okay, so I think that should be okay for the outside of the building just for the moment. So obviously we've got a lot of blue going on, we're going to have to put some shaders in here, and this roof, I kind of want to put some edging on it. I want to put a little bit of edging on it. So if we go to edit mode, go to regular mode as well, oops, select the roof first, then go to edit mode, excuse me. What we're going to do, I think, we'll take off the X-ray mode here, we'll select all of these faces up on the inside, because if I want to do an edge, border on the edge, there's no point in me putting stuff to the edge. I might as well take the bottom in and then change the rest of it to the border. I'll show you what I mean. So we're going to go E for extrude, don't move it, and then scale inwards by the sideways, so like this. And then we're going to go E for extrude, bring it up, and then scale it inwards just slightly again. So then you've kind of got this little border going on. Now this, so the initial one, we should have its basin, the wood, so this will be wood, okay. So let's go for plus new, try to figure out how to do this right, new, and then we'll go for black for this one. Press A to select everything, assign, then we're going to go for the middle again, just select everything here. And then we'll go for wood, and then click assign. And then come back to your object mode, and this is how it should render. So now you've got this nice little border going around the outside. Now you can bring this down a little bit if you wanted to. But now you have this kind of little catch around the outside, so to speak. So if I just put it into the camera's perspective right here, we've kind of got this little bit coming down. So now what we could do, we could put tube lighting in here as well, so it kind of illuminates it a little bit better. So I don't like this angle. I don't know what that's doing. What is that doing? It seems to have curled over on itself. Right. Let's take all this, scale it inwards. I think that should look better. That's an interesting one. Okay, let's press G, bring it down just a little bit. So you've got that border, but it's not quite as, I think it's the angle. I think that's what's knocking me off. It's the angle a little bit. It's the angle of the board. Okay, you know what, I'm going to work with it. I'm just going to see what happens. Alright, yeah. It's great. I'll work with it. I can always change things afterwards. So I'm just going to go Shift D. Now the angle on this should technically be the same as the other side. So if we just rotate this round to 180, we should, in theory, okay, maybe just rotate it around to the other side. So 180. It should, in theory, match up with this. If we can get it to work. Or at least close enough to work that it's not noticeable. Just going to rotate that one again. If you can hear that, that's my dog downstairs. Yeah, last time he came in the office, he was kind of jumping all over me and putting his ball on me and stuff like that. So I've kind of got this rule now, whilst I'm filming, the dog, unfortunately, is outside. Not that I want to do that, but because he was just distracting me quite a lot last time. And I think on the footage, I'm sure, like, people watching it, like, you guys could see, I was playing with the dog more than I was doing this. And I was recording, and I just thought, like, it's not really fair on you guys, like, you know. I'm just going to press 7 and just adjust this to where it needs to be on the X-ray mode. I just didn't feel that it was right for me to just be sat, you know, you wanted to be taught something, and I get it. He lives here as well, but sometimes just need to get stuff done. Unfortunately, it's just the way that it is. So now he's crying outside my door, like he just wants to be let in. I just want to finish this off before I do. Okay, so that should roughly be correct. I'm sure there's no intersecting vertices on there, but I'm going to bring it up as well, just to see what this looks like. Yeah, I think that needs to be a bit higher. Okay, put that one there, and then I think we'll just make some little adjustments. So press 7. Oops. Yeah, press 7. So you notice that you've got these little gaps right here. So take this, go to edit mode, and then we're just going to make some amendments just here and just here. Let's press G, bring it forward. You just want it to hug the kind of model. Oops, press G, bring that forward. 7. Okay, I think that should be okay. So what I'm going to do with this one is go into the shading mode, and we'll do some rocks and some stones on there just to kind of make it look a little bit more gravelly, a little bit more like dirt. So we're going to go new. We'll go to noise texture, color to base color, scale it upwards, and then we'll do color ramp. Pull that down a little bit. So you've kind of got this deserty kind of look to it. So on this side, we're just going to put a little bit of black in. Oops, no, we don't want to add that. We're going to put a little bit of black just inside of there. We'll go to bump. Place this one here. Height And now we've kind of got this kind of gravelly dirt look to everything. Just going to make this a little bit brighter. But you do want that shade just a little bit, because you want to be able to... so you want the darkness for the shade for the plants, but then you also want that kind of little shine, like it's wet a little bit around the water. So what you can do with this actually, take this noise, take this bump, Shift D, bring it down, connect your normal to your roughness, and this will give the roughness a little bit of a bump to it as well when it loads in. There you go. So now you can scale this one up, and you've got this kind of rough texture. I don't know if you can see that, but there's a little bit of rough texture on the roughness. Let's have right there. You can also invert it as well if you'd like. So I think like the harder part of this is going to be putting these little boards just kind of along here. I mean, like, it's angling. That's all it is, really. But we'll get to that point in due course. So if we just select some of these trees right here, and we just go Shift D, bring them over. Just fill this gap in just a little bit, just bring them down. So there's like little trees and branches and stuff. You can shrink these if you want to. Just put them across the edge. Just make sure they don't clip the side of the actual basin itself, like these ones. That's okay because it kind of looks like it's fallen into the water, but this one, because the tree is literally in the concrete right there, I would strongly advise moving all this back. Press Shift D. You could also do some leaves on the water if you wanted to, such as the you know, the trees kind of come to part. So if you just take the leaves right there, scale it down. Oops. I don't know why it's going upwards. That's a really weird thing. Yeah, you could kind of clip some leaves into the side, almost like there's something growing on the water, just on one side. Just as so it kind of just floats. So if we go to layout, we'll look at what we've done currently. So we have a lot of trees around here, we've got water, we've got, we should have some reflections on there. I should have, in theory, gone to the object tab, go to shading. You've got cast caustics and receive caustics, just click those on. And then you've also got for the roof here, cast caustics, receive caustics. So as long as the light is hitting at the correct angle, you should be getting some caustics up here. At the moment, I'm not. For this one, I think that's a bit too blue. I know where it's blue. It's too reflective. So if we do ray depth, no, let's backtrack there a little bit. Let's go into shading. Let's put the roughness up. You just want to reduce your metallic. Your IOR, you can bring this down just slightly. So you kind of got this roughness going on. Maybe just introduce a little bit of shine. I'm just going to scale this up a little bit so you got some more dirt. This barrier right here that you have, you can actually put this on the other side if you'd like. So you can press Shift D, just move it across, make the barrier a little bit bigger. So, as regards to the steps, what we're going to do, let's go back to layout mode. We're just going to make platforms, really. So, Let's go to add. We'll go with a cube. Scale it across. Scale it down just a little bit. G, bring it up. Now you can do some texture on this, but I'm gonna do just kind of like plain, kind of board kind of look to them. So maybe just like that. And then from the base here, instead of having 3 objects, so instead of having 2 platforms underneath and then the platform on top, we could just make platforms from the objects. So we could do Control R for the middle, Control R for that side, Control R for the middle, Control R for this side, and then Control R for this side, and then these 2 squares right here can become part of the platform. So we just go E for extrude and just bring them down. So when we make this, we can then shrink it down. Press G, bring it in. So this is a point where we're going to have to pay attention to the height of where this is. So I'm just going to bring it to the front right here. And I think it's best if you shrink it down and then you work from 7 and then you work from the main view so you can see what you're seeing as well. What the audience would see in theory. So you want to make this just a little bit taller. Press G, bring it up. Down the water itself. Shrink this down. Actually, okay. I'm just trying to think how this is going to look. That looks okay, I think. Okay, so go 7 on this side. What you're going to want to do is put a boardwalk of boards going across here, and you just want to angle them into where they need to be. So this one right here, we could have an additional one at the side. So we'll just put this one right here. Shift D. Oh, come on. Why not Shift D? Shift D. That's really weird. Come on. Please tell me I'm not imagining this. I'm Shift D and it's not doing anything. What is it? Well, what did I do? Did I do something or is this a program error? Shift D. Or is it actually... So what? Oh, that's just... Yeah, this program's... There have been some changes made. Because that's not supposed to do that. Or at least on 4.3 it didn't do that. Okay. Okay, I'm going to work with this. See how this goes. Learning curve, I guess. Shift D. Move that across. Right, okay. That is so bizarre. Because it's like I can't see this object right here. It is there, but it's... Oh, that's going to mess me up a little bit. Let's do one thing. If you guys have got the same problem I do and you can't see it, press G, move that to the side. Let's press 7 and let's go and start again. There we go. We can see everything. Right. So it's not me. It's just the X-ray is a little bit different on this program compared to the prior version. Press G. Shift D, move it across, rotate, G, move that down, Shift D, move that across, rotate, don't have to be perfect I don't think, I think it's just kind of an outdoorsy thing, rotate that, Shift D, move it across, G to move it up. This might take you a while to do, but once you've got it all, it'll be worth it. Right, okay. Yeah. I think there's been some minor changes done to this program because like, I'm doing things that I'd usually do on 4.3 and it's just not working on this one. So yeah, for sure they've made some changes. I didn't actually think that I'd be saying that because like every other version of Blender doesn't really change that much. It's just like little tweaks here and there, but the handling on this has just completely changed. Let's see. I'm just trying to get these three boards together so you've kind of got some pattern going on with the boards. I don't want them all at odd angles. Yeah, those two, press G. Yeah, G to move, R for rotate. Yeah, almost at the end, like, I'm kind of going quiet with the amount of concentration that I have for this project right now. So I'm just going to move these two down just slightly. And just rearrange these ones, because I think that maybe I went too far down with that one. Maybe rotate this one in just a little bit. Wow, there's a lot to do on this. I did not anticipate how much work this would be. Okay, so Shift D, let's move these ones across. Rotate. G, move down. Shift D this across. Gonna go again. Having that little bend in all of these is kind of real good because I can just move things. Let's move it across just to there. And then I think we just need maybe 3 boards from this point on. Ah, we need another one. Just put into that position just there. Just to finish that up. Okay, so once you've got those all the way across, your scene should look something like this. Obviously we've not got the top on. And I kind of want to take all those boards and just squish them in and put them down a little bit because I think it's taking up too much space. I'll be honest with you. Let's take every single one and shrink these down just a little bit. Oops. Looks like you see outside. You might have to do some adjusting if you've got to the point where I've got to, where they're just a little bit too big. So just scale them across this axis so they're like more in the middle, and then we'll press G and we'll just bring them down just slightly. Not so that the water's on top of them, but they just glide just above the water level. So now, instead of having all that around the edges, we now have this, which looks a lot better, I think. And then we've got these floating leaves here. I kind of like that some leaves got in there. So the next part we could do is put this roof back on. So we just shrink this down a little bit, take this, just bring it across G, bring that across so that it's just sat where it needs to be. I think I'm just going to pull it just a little bit further in, or maybe just a little bit further out actually. There we go. So that looks a lot better. So now we have this nice little setting with everything else. So now I'm going to put in some more trees and maybe make a fence in the background, some other little things, and then in here we could have kind of an enclosed room. So we could go with new, change this to black, maybe a blue or something, just kind of a nice carpeted area. And then we can go to add. I think a plane would be best for this. Just rotate this by 90. Press G, bring it in. So what you want to do is just generally just make a room. That's it. So we're just going to go scale outwards. Doesn't have to be that big, but alas, mine is that big. Just make sure that it's tall enough to cover the building. Just here. And then we're going to go for, if we go to edit mode, for extrude, of course it's a box, but just work with me on this one. We're going to get this face and this face kind of sit together, so this one. Press G, bring it in, put it here, across this pillar, and then we're going to go with this one. We're going to press G, bring it in, put it across to this pillar right here. Take this, press delete, delete faces. Take this corner right here where the camera can see, just press G, just elongate it so the camera's on the inside. And then this will be the inside of our little room. And then we press this one, we'll press G, just bring it down to roof level. So it's kind of cheating, but it works. So now with this box we could actually go, let's go with black. Change this to black so it looks like all the lights are out. We kind of got this nice little holiday home going on. We could put some little lights going on in here so it just looks like a little corridor. So to do that we can do add. We can do then with cylinder, rotate sideways at 90. Scale it outwards, scale in. Materials tab. We can go with emission. So when we put this inside, you should be able to see that something's glowing, which we can. So then we can press S, shrink that down just a little bit. Make this maybe a little bit yellow. And we could bring this up. So now what we can do, I mean you could do anything on the inside of there if you wanted to. We could do Shift D, make that corridor look a little bit longer. Shift D, make the corridor a little bit more lighter on that side. So I'm just doing the outside at the moment, but the inside, I mean you could spend a couple of hours just making some stuff for this. Make some doorways, make whatever you need. I'm just going to turn these lights down a little bit so it doesn't distract from the outside. These windows also should have some light coming in them, so I would mess around with the IOR just to pull that a little bit right there. Or you could put these windows as principle BSDF, metallic up, roughness down, and then you can go alpha and pull these back just a little bit. And what you'll notice is there's little bits of light on the inside right here. The second thing that you could do, take your main light. You can increase the strength a little bit to make it look like a real sunny day. And you see that the caustics that we've put on for the water and we've put on for the ceiling right here actually change the kind of light immersion, if you want, for that. So the background, personally, I would say you could put some houses on there if you wanted to. You could put some trees, you could do a lot of different things with that. You could also edit the depth of field to make this look more realistic. So we could go to camera right here, depth of field, and just use this little dropper tool and just select, say, a board in the middle there. F-stop, if you bring it all the way down, it blurs the outside, blurs the background, except from this board right here. So if you just tune this up just a little bit, you'll get a little bit of foreground blur, and you get a little bit of background blur, depending on what you want. So we're going to go ahead and put some trees in the back here. We could put some of these bushes just in the back too. So let's take a couple of these. Shift D. Rotate to where you need to rotate them to, and then you can scale them up. And now you have this kind of little background of trees going on. You could put some buildings in the background and stuff. Have another plane, make some grass. For this part, I think, so this could be like a little nature garden, I guess. My computer's getting pretty slow. I'm just going to put this one right here, so it kind of fills in the background at the back. You could edit some of these plants to have a different colour leaf as well. You can make them a little bit darker if you wanted to, a little bit lighter, a bit more orange, if that's what you're going for. Maybe a drier climate, that looks so cool. Let's see, I might put up actually some cubes. Let's make some boards in the background. G, bring those over. So what you want to do, you can make cities if you wanted to in the background. Just little blocks. Make some depth right there, so G, bring that up. Change this to brown material for the wood. Let's go Shift D, bring this across. Select them both. Shift D, bring this across. And select all four. So you can have this like nice little edging fence around the land. Maybe this person's got 6-foot fences and they like their privacy. Take all these. Just gonna press G, bring it across just slightly, and then I'm gonna press Shift D, bring it this way. So now I've kind of got this nice little picket fence right at the back, so it's giving it a little bit more depth. So the inside of the building, as I said, you guys can edit that one. To be honest with you, I would put a little bit of grass here. So if you wanted to do that, add plane. You just want it to sit. You can add plane, or you could change the textures that you've already done. Let me just try and experiment here a little bit. Just bring this back, scale this out just a little bit. So grass is essentially the same as hair. Ironically, in CG, it's the way that it is. Like, I spoke to one of my friends about this, and I said, you know, grass is hair in CG, and he's like, what do you mean by that? And I said, well, it's literally what it says on the tin. It's the exact same same concept, so to speak. The particles are the exact same. Right, let's go with new particles. Instead of emitter, you want hair. I kid you not, this is how we're doing this. This is the grass. Looks kind of artistic, that, doesn't it? It's like a stay away grass. We're gonna lower the meters on the grass, or the hair length even, so that it's relatively grass sized. And then we'll go up here and we'll add a couple more zeros to this. And that's kind of like some basic grass going on. You can also see that we've got mud underneath it, so it's going to look pretty cool. Go into your materials tab, go new, and then make this a nice lush green grass, or however you'd like to make it. I think I actually might move the camera angle, to be honest with you, because I think like I'm working more on the garden at the minute. I think that's what I should have as my thumbnail. So we go to there. I have to improve that picket fence at the back a little bit. So take some of those and just put those at the back. As so. And I think, oh, also, if you're doing grass with hair, you do this thing where you go object mode, particle edit. This is a cool part. And you can just kind of adjust the hair to where you want it to be. You can make bald patches if you wanted to. I think I came in a little bit too strong there. But yeah, you can, instead of everything standing straight up, because if you notice that the floor itself is just above where all the hair is. So you can come here, you can make this a little bit wavy. And then when you render it in and you go back to object mode, which I've neglected to do, you should have some nice little particles of wavy grass. If you don't like the brown in between, you can actually change that. Put some more grass on there, or you could shrink it in just slightly. Go G, move this across. See how you've got a lot more detail with the grass right there? So, because this is just sat just below where the mud part is, you could also press G and just grow the grass a little bit. Pull it up. Oops. So now you've got some longer grass, if that's what you wanted. I'm just going to go ahead and move this to the side because it's kind of interacting with the water. So I'm just going to press G and go that way. So now we have this lovely lawn, some nice bushes. And we've got a nice little water feature going on. I think, again, I might just move this. Just slightly. So yeah, that's kind of the little garden tutorial in a way. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. Oh yeah, if you guys are interested and you want to make the sky kind of like with clouds and stuff, I just thought I'd add this one in just at the end. I forgot to do something. So go to your shading tab, go to world settings, and then we're going to go to noise. Noise texture, color to color. Oh, excuse me. If you're on rendered version, you'll see this. Oh, excuse me. So what you want to do is add a color ramp. Right at the back here. Go plus and go with blue. You got blue sky. Make some little clouds going on. Just go to the viewpoint of your camera. Just bring that white up just a little bit and then scale it up or down depending on your preference. If you scale up, it's kind of little bits. If you scale down, it's just like iridescent clouds, I guess, such as that. You could also take some more trees at the back if you wanted to. Just kind of border the border, so to speak. So you take this one, Shift D, duplicate that, scale it up. Let me just take this version off. I'll show you guys what I mean. So we could do, it's like a giant tree. So you don't even need to put them on like the correct plane or whatever, just kind of little trees dotted about in the background. Okay, yeah, I hope you guys like this tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to Blender. So we're going to be making a cookie jar today. So I'm just going to go ahead, let's see, screencasting keys. And then I'm going to go ahead and delete the default cube. So to make a cookie jar, we want to go ahead and add a circle. Just scale it out so you guys can see it. Let's go F for fill. Sorry, go to edit mode. Go F for fill. E for extrude. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to shape this outwards just slightly. E for extrude again. Shape it outwards. E for extrude. Go a little bit further out with that one. And then E for extrude. And then just start shaping this inwards as you're going up. So E for extrude and then just start going inwards at this point. We're going to go E for extrude and then we're going to do an extreme inwards. Let's press G, bring it down a little bit. E for extrude, scale it in. Press G. And then we're going to go E for extrude. So this is going to be like the neck of the jar. You know what, actually I might just pull this out just a little bit. E for extrude, neck of the jar. Then we're going to go for E for extrude again. Scale inwards slightly. E for extrude, don't move it. Scale inwards slightly. And then we're going to go E for extrude, bring it down. Scale inwards slightly. And then we'll go E for extrude, bring it in. If you go on the X-ray mode, you can see what's going on the inside. So maybe I'm just going to scale that one in just a little bit. E-fret extrude again. If we press 1 on your number pad, you can see the side view. So I'm just going to go E-fret extrude and then just scale outwards. E-fret extrude and then scale outwards. And then just continue doing this all the way around. Just make sure that the glass is pretty thick around the outside. Sorry, 1 second. Scale, oops. Sorry, 1 second. There we go. So S to scale outwards. That was me hitting the wrong button. E-fret extrude. Bring it down. Scale outwards. And then we're just going to go all the way down with this one. And then once we get to the bottom, we want to make it a little bit thicker. So we can go E-fret extrude, scale it inwards. E-fret extrude, and then we're just going to scale inwards just towards the bottom. Leave this all kind of thick right there. We'll go shade smooth. So now this is the base of the cookie jar. Now we want to make the lid. So we're going to go circle again. It'll appear right here. So just press G, bring it up. So now what you're going to want to do is press G into the neck of the bottle. And we're just going to want to expand it to the side just slightly. So for this one, we're going to go into edit mode. Press F for fill. Scale outwards. E-fret extrude. We're just going to scale this outwards again just to fit the bottle itself. E-fret extrude. Leave a little gap. E-fret extrude and then scale outwards for the lid. Press G just to bring it down a little bit if you want to. E-fret extrude. Scale outwards. E-fret extrude. And then we're going to go E-fret extrude, bring it in just a little bit. E-fret extrude. Then E-fret extrude, scale outwards. E-fret extrude, E-fret extrude. And scale outwards again. And then we're going to go E-fret extrude, leave it where it is. Scale inwards. So you should have something like this. I'm just going to take it off X-ray mode. And then we're going to go E-fret extrude. Scale it inwards just slightly. And then we're going to make kind of a little bit of a topper that we can grab hold of around this part. E-fret extrude. Then we're just going to scale it in just slightly. G, bring it down. And then right click, shade smooth. So this is our cookie jar right here. So we're going to make this into glass. If you go to the render engine, switch out from EV cycles. And we will go for new material. This will be the glass material. So you can change the principal BSDF to glass. If we go into the render right here, we can see this has changed to glass. We can take down the roughness just on here. And then this part right here, the jar part. Just go down to this drop down menu here, go to material 001, which will be the glass. And now we can see that we have glass within our scene. I'm just going to put in a plane just at the bottom so you guys can see the glass a little bit better. So yeah. That's the kind of cookie jar aesthetic we're going for. If you want to make little cookies to go into the cookie jar, we could go ahead and go to, let's see, I think we could do this with a circle and then maybe some icosphere traps on there. So if you press G, just bring it out. Use a circle, edit mode, F for fill, E-fret extrude, and then E-fret extrude again, and we're just going to scale inwards. Press G, bring it down. E-fret extrude, and then just bring it just kind of inwards. This is just a basic cookie to use. We'll shade that smooth, and then we'll add some icospheres for the chocolate chips. Kind of cheating a bit here. Let's shade that smooth. We'll put the Ico chip, the Ico chocolate chip, as nice dark brown colour. Pull up the metallic just a little bit, and then just put this all over the cookie in different parts and in different sizes. kind of a cheat chocolate cookie, but I think this tutorial was more for the jar than anything. So I'll just get your chocolate chips all over that. Don't read too much into that, that sounded wrong. Yeah. Just rotate those. Bring them up. Let's see, we could like select a load of these different ones. Let's go Shift D, and then we could like rotate it just around just to duplicate everything a little bit. So we should have something like this. And then for the middle right there, we could go with a new material. Let's go with kind of an orange. It's just a basic cookie to put on the inside of it. If you want to make it more detailed, you can do. But yeah, it's kind of a beginner's tutorial, so there you go. Basic cookie kind of thing. So to put the cookie inside of the jar, just select everything. Just here, just hold your left button down, and then go across. We could shade this smooth as well. We could go Control J and join them. So now we've got a full cookie. So now we can start putting cookies into the actual jar itself. So if you go into X-ray, press 1. Then just press G, move, like say, put one cookie here. Shift D, duplicate. Rotate this just slightly. We could put another cookie there. We could Shift D again. G upwards. Put another cookie here. We could take that same reference and kind of put these sideways actually. Just gonna double click off that. Rotate this round. Put the cookies right there. Take these two cookies right here. 1 second. I'm just trying to get these, and then we can kind of stack them a little bit. I think that'll look okay. I think you could do a little bit more kind of moving around, but yeah, generally that's the cookies in a jar kind of thing. I mean, you could put more in there if you wanted to. You can mess around with the IOR a little bit, make it a little bit more shiny, a bit more depth to it. So yeah, that's a tutorial of cookies in a jar. I hope you guys enjoyed. If I could ask you a favour, if you've not hit the subscribe button already, could you please do so? Like I've noticed on my algorithm that a lot of people who watch my tutorials aren't subscribed, and I would just really love to be able to get to 100,000 subscribers if I can by the end of the year. It doesn't cost you anything. Like, you know, it gets my artwork out there, and you know, yeah. I hope you guys have a good day. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hi, welcome guys. So we've got the next Blender tutorial today. We're going to be doing kind of a public bathroom. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start off with the default cube. I'm just going to go ahead and press G, just bring it up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a plane in first, scale this up, and then I'm just going to scale it across, because what we're going to do is we're going to make the bathroom floors first. And then we'll move on to the main project. So we might need to edit that a little later on, but when we get there, we'll get there. So we're going to take the default cube, And we're just going to scale this out. This is going to be the counter for the sink. Press G, bring it across, and then G, just bring it down just ever so slightly just here. I'm just going to scale this in actually, just to get some size proportion going on right here. And then I'm going to go to the edit mode. I'm just going to Control R, loop cut this. So we've got a little bit of a quarter right here. Just quarter this out. And then we're going to go to faces. I'm just going to go E-fret extrude. Make a little bit of a lip at the bottom. And then from here, what we're going to do, we will go ahead and add a cylinder in. Want to rotate this by 90. Scale it out. So this is actually going to be an emission piece, so a little bit of lighting that's going on underneath. So I'm just going to go ahead and place this just underneath the cabinet, just as so. Scale it down as much as you need, scale it across as much as you need. I'm just going to sit it right here. So scale it down just slightly. And I'm going to place it to the back. Okay, so once we've got this, we're going to go to material, click new, and this will be the underlighting. Let's put this as kind of like orange white. I'm just going to put OW at the end. We'll change the principal BSDF to the emission, and we're just going to turn this up a little bit. Now, what we want to do, so the sinks that I'm kind of looking at making are kind of these oval sinks, so we'll make those just to begin with. So we're going to start off with a cylinder. Actually, no, we'll scratch that, go to mesh, we'll go to circle, press G just to bring it up. Just place it on top of the cabinet just here, and we'll do kind of a size comparison. So with these little bowls that we're having for the sinks, we're just going to scale these down just slightly, so they've got a little bit of a base. We're going to go with edit mode, press F for fill, we're going to go E-fret extrude, scale this outwards, E-fret extrude, scale this outwards, E-fret extrude, scale outwards, E-fret extrude, scale outwards, and you just want to make like a little bowl kind of thing. And then we'll go E-fret extrude, E-fret extrude. Now come in just slightly on this one. And then we go get E-fret extrude, don't move it, and then we'll scale this one just inwards, just slightly. So we have this kind of appearance. E-fret extrude again, scale it inwards, and then we're going to press G and just start bringing it into the bowl a little bit. Now, what you can do, you can use X-ray on this so you can see what's going on, oops, on the inside. So we're just going to go, I'm going to press 1 on the number pad. And we can just come to here. We're going to go E-fret extrude. Bring it down to here. E-fret extrude. Scale it inwards. E-fret extrude. Scale it inwards. E-fret extrude. Scale it inwards, E-fret extrude, and then we're just going to go ahead and scale this one inwards just to the bottom right there. So this will be the principle of our kind of hand bowl that we've got. Right click, shade smooth, just take off the X-ray just for one moment. So what I want to do with this actually is scale it outwards just slightly. So it's a little bit too small for our cabinet. So I'm just going to go ahead and scale this up just again. We're going to put the taps from the wall there. So we're going to go one sink here, and then we'll have one sink here and one sink here. So Shift D. Oops. Maybe we could go 5. No, let's go 3. I'll go 4. 3.5. Yeah, okay. Let's go 3.5. 3.5. So we've got to do all the taps 3.5 as well. So now we have these lovely little bowls going on. We can actually scale this downwards just a little bit. Make sure that your lighting's still underneath. Just place that just there. Okay, so take this plane right here. What's a Shift D? Duplicate it out. Rotate this by 90. Scale it down. And then press G, bring it back, and then bring it up. So this is the back wall of our creation. So at this point we want to make some taps, some mirrors. So it's 3.5 the distance between all of them. So what we can do is we can actually, let's see, I'm just trying to look at the notes that I've got in here. Let's go with a cylinder. Press G, bring it up. Scale it down. I'm just going to scale this across because these are quite unique taps that we're using. Shade smooth. And what you want to do is just elongate it just slightly. So this part right here is actually going to be cut off by the wall. We're going to bury it halfway through the wall. So the next part that we want to do is go ahead and add a cylinder to your creation. Rotate it sideways, so we want to go 90. And from here I'm just going to bring it up so you can see what's going on. Edit mode. Take this part right here. So we want to make a little bit of a tap on the end of it. So we're just going to go E for extrude. We can go scale this inwards a little bit. E for extrude, scale inwards. So you've got this nice little bevel coming off the edge. And then we can go E for extrude again. Just to here. And then we can go with let me see. What can we go with? Maybe we could go with circle. Just come down here to the bottom. I'm just going to go ahead and turn off my screencasting keys so you guys can see. So you got vertices 32. If we put this as vertices 6, just on the side there, and then we can work with this. So I'm just going to turn back on the screencasting keys. Press G, bring it up. We're going to rotate this by 90 degrees. Press G. And then bring it to the front of your creation right here. Go to edit mode. Press F. You go E for extrude. And then E for extrude again. We'll scale this inwards just slightly. E for extrude. Scale inwards. And then from this point on we're going to go E for extrude. So it's all the way in. E for extrude again. Scale inwards. E for extrude again, scale inwards, and then we're going to go with the outside right here. So basically what it is, we're going to do a different colour for each tap. So this one, if we shade this smooth, we can edit this in a moment, or maybe we could just scale this down just slightly. G, just place it to the end right there. So this tap right here, we want a blue one and we want a red one. Because I come from the United Kingdom and that's how our taps are. We do have dual taps, but for this particular piece we're going to make the traditional red and blue. So just select around the outside right here. And you want to go to the materials tab, go to new, go to red, assign. So now if we go onto here, oops, that's not what I wanted. So the original material should be there. We press plus, then assign, then new, and then we can change this down to red. So the original material we could actually have as maybe kind of a almost dark, kind of metallic colour. Just take down the roughness a little bit, and then you could take this dark metallic colour right here. You could put this as tap. You have these little rustic taps. This one right here, we can do go onto the materials tab, select tab, tap even. So if you take these two, just shift and click them both and then duplicate. Take this one, and where you've got the red right here, we go into edit mode. So this one is selected now. We can press plus, new, assign, and then this one will be the blue one. So now we have two taps with different tones to them. So this part right in the middle, that's a little bit too small for my liking. Just going to bring this over. So this will be the main tap itself. So if you press 7, you can see how straight these are. I'm just going to elongate that just slightly, bring it to the back. And then we can change this to the tap as well. So if we now take all 5 objects without clicking the background, we can shrink these down and we can press G, bring these to the back and place them over the top of each tap. Now this might be a little bit fiddly for your first time of doing this, so scale them down. You just want to sit them just over the top right there. If you press 1 on the number pad, you can see straight ahead. You just want them there. Now you notice that these bowls are actually floating as well, so I'm just going to go ahead and press G and bring this up so that everything is flush. No pun intended. Right, so once we've got these taps in order, select everything that you've just made, and then we're going to go Shift D, and it should be 3.5, and it should sit right over the tap of the other one. If it doesn't, make the adjustments where you need it. So we go Shift D and then type in 3.5 on the number pad, and the tap should be in the exact same place. So what we need now is we need a mirror. So I'm going to go with cylinder again. Now you can do mirrors in two ways. You can make an entire mirror on its own, but it won't be perfectly straight, or you can make a cylinder backdrop and then put a mirror into the cylinder. So what we'll do, we'll make the backdrop first and then we'll put the mirror into the cylinder. So what you want to do, just let's go with G, just making objects like this, elongated on one side, a little bit thinner in the middle. We will go with edit mode. Take this face, we'll go E, scale inwards, and then we're going to go E and then drop it down, and then maybe scale inwards just slightly. And then what we want to do is we want to take a circle. Now you might need to readjust the circle a little bit, because you remember last time that we had we changed the vertices on this circle, so you're going to have to improve the circle a little bit. So 60 to 61 is pretty good. Press G, bring it up, and then you just want to make this roughly the same size as your frame. And we want to go into edit mode, and we're just going to press F for fill. Object mode again. Scale it downwards. We're going to go to new material, and this will be mirror. So on this one we can make this metallic, take down the roughness, so we should have something like this. And now we can see that we do have this mirror appearing just here, because we can see the wall. The outer frame, if you take this one, shade smooth, and you could put the same texture as tap for the moment if you wanted to, or you can make a new texture. You can press new. We can make this kind of a gold if you wanted to. Make it metallic. Take down the roughness. Once we've done that, let's go back to regular mode. Select them both. Rotate 90, and then you want to rotate by 90, and then if you turn it around, you want to rotate by 180. Press G, bring it over. So with these, you can put these straight up over the top. So if we press G, put this over the first sink, and we press 1, should be able to just get this in the right position, just right there. And if we Shift D, duplicate it 3.5, and then we can go ahead and Shift D, duplicate again, and we can go 3.5. Now I can't see this this edit under here for some reason. Ah, they're all behind, that's what's up. Right, okay, so if we select all these ones again, that was my bad. Take off the X-ray mode, and then we just bring these forward, press G. So now, in theory, we should have 3 mirrors, 3 sinks. And for some reason we don't have any mirror in that one. Why don't we have? Oh, okay. It didn't pick it up properly. Right, so just take these 2. Sorry, I'm having a moment. And just place them where they need to be. So now we should have 3 mirrors, 3 sinks. Just right there. And a little bit of underlighting. So, as regards to the floor, we are going to do some little carpets, I think, and we'll do some woodwork on the floor as well. For the walls, we'll do some bricks. So if we go to the shading tab, just place that right there, and we click new. We take these 2 and we go to add, and we go to brick. So brick texture, colour to base colour. We now get the brick coming through. The bricks are a little bit wide, so I'm just going to put that down just a little bit. You can just bring those up, bring them down, whatever you need. So, from this point on, just going to go ahead and edit the mortar size actually. So, maybe 0.1. Sorry, yeah. Mortar size at 0.01. I think that would look best. Let's go to the bump node. Place a bump in. Add to the height. So now this will pop out of the wall. Let's add a colour ramp. I think I did something wrong here. Okay, so we've got the colour ramp, we've got the wall, we've got this one. I think I might add some noise texture. I think that's what I'm missing. So colour to colour 1. Just improve the noise texture a little bit. There we go. So now we've got some texture upon these tiles. So with the tiles as well, we can actually turn up the metallic. And then we can improve the white as well. So this bias that we have right here, you can turn this up, you can turn this down if you want to, so that they're all uniform. Scale this up, take the roughness down if you want to. I'll take it up. So now we have this kind of nice textured wall in the back. So if we render it, this is what it will look like. So we're going to put some lighting up here as well. Let's see. So with this one, the floor, we can go new, and we can go add, or we can go brick texture. Colour to base colour. See what this looks like rendered. I'm just going to improve the brick width just a little bit, so these look like floor, less like floor tiles and more like floorboards. Just put that up right there. And then we're going to go to add colour ramp. Right in the middle right here. We'll add a brown to these, and we'll kill that bias actually. We'll take that bias out. Just move this across. And then again we'll go with add a white noise. I think it's noise. Yeah, I'm gonna go with noise. Onto the first ones. And now we have this kind of beautiful kind of knotting going on. So we're also going to add a bump just in here. So colour to height. So now we can have this just at the bottom, but I don't quite like the way that this is planned out. I think what I might do actually is remove the brick texture, put the noise to the height, and then we'll build individual floorboards on top of this. I think that would look so much better. So with the individual floorboards, we could put like a little bit of gravel underneath. So yeah, let's add a cube, scale this across, scale this down, and then we're just going to scale it down again. Press G, bring it over, just make a little border just before here, and we're going to have some of that gravel underneath. So just place this one here, go to 7, Shift D, and we can move this across. So now we're going to make a little floorboard. So I'm just going to remove that and just place a new texture onto this one. Maybe go with something like that. Shift D, bring it over. And then we're going to go Shift D, and then we'll bring it over on this side. So we take these three, Shift D, duplicate them down, and then G, just bring them across as so. And then we can just take this, and we can repeat the pattern just underneath. This gives us a little bit more to work with. And then in these gaps we can go ahead and just start filling these in. Just at the sides. And you can select multiple if you want to do this with. Shift D. And then just come across. It doesn't matter if it comes off the outside, we can fix that afterwards. So with these ones, where we're going inwards, so we want to go Shift D, just bring it up. We want to actually scale this one down. Just bring that across. So we can be roughly just there. And then take this one, Shift D. Move this one just about here, so it should just match up with the pattern of tiling that we've got. This one, move it up. And then we can take these ones and just place them at the back. Oops, we got a break in the pattern there. We want this one, 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 this one. and just place that one roughly at the back there. So it's got this nice little pattern going on. So I'm just going to place the camera right here. So we're going to go view and then view, align view, active camera to view. Press G, bring it back. So now we should have this lovely scene right here. So now you've got a little bit of light pollution going on right here. This is because this light right here shouldn't exist. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete that. So this is the light that we're currently working with. We want to add the ceiling, and on the ceiling we're going to add a little bit more light and a little bit more ambience to the actual room. What I'm going to do, so if we just remove that, I'll just pull this to the side. Get rid of these screencasts. Oops. Get rid of this screencast kind of thing. Right. So at this point we want to go to edit mode. Control R. Just going to press G, bring it across. And then I'm going to go Control R again. Just to here. And then I'm going to select this face. I'm just going to go G, bring it forward, so we've got a little bit of a wall just at the side here. So it should look something like this. Now from this point on, we can do some lighting in the top. So let's get a. I'm just going to do a regular cube actually. Put a regular cube. Bring it across, scale it across, then G, bring it down. Just make sure that it sits over the sinks. And then I'm going to go to edit mode. Just take the end face right here, press G, and then just move this across. So now we've got this nice little cabinet going on. So for the lighting itself, I'm going to go with cylinders. Scale this down. Press G, bring it up. G, bring it across. And then G, just place it where you need it to be. Scale down. Preferably, if you press 1, try and get this light just above all of these stations right here. So just above this one. We'll change this in a moment. So this is the outside of the light emission that we're going to have. So just right click, click shade, go to edit mode, take this bottom edge right here, E for extrude, don't move it, scale it inwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude at the bottom, and we'll go to new material. So this will be the original material, so we want this as silver, metallic, and then we're going to press plus, assign, new, and then this one will be the emission. So principal BSDF, take it to emission, and then we're going to turn this up. So don't forget to click assign, go to object mode, press 1, so we've got that side view going on. We're going to go shift D, and as usual 3.5 to bring this over, shift D, and then we'll go 3.5 to bring this over again. And now we should have this little lit kind of bit. So that's the side on view. Just 1 second, so that you guys can see that, and then I will make this view a little bit bigger. So now we've got this kind of underlighting, overlighting kind of thing going on. To make the strength on these overlights a little bit bigger, we're just going to go ahead and just turn up the strength right here. Now with these ones, we could actually have these as kind of a yellowy orange, kind of offset the room a little bit. So now we've got some nice lighting, some nice bowls. So these bowls, actually, I want them porcelain. So I'm just going to make this, let's go porcelain. Make them slightly metallic. And then take the roughness down. so that they kind of glow a little bit. And then take this bowl at the side, go down to porcelain in the drop down menu. Make that the same material, and this third one will make this the same material as well. So let's see, porcelain. So now we have this, the render's not gone all the way through, but now we have this nice little bathroom kind of scene going on. So, what we could do from here is we could put some little shelving units just here. We could also put a little shower block kind of thing right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the shower block part just at the back. Just turn off these from render at the moment. So take this right here, edit mode, and you want to take this wall right here. We're going to go we're going to go E for extrude, bring it to the back, and then I'm going to take this and just press G and just bring it forward just slightly. So for the shower itself, we could do, let me see, let's put in a cube, scale it outwards, scale it down, press G, bring it over, scale it down again. Just get it so that it's in the corner. We're going to go edit mode, take the top here, E for extrude, scale it inwards, and then E for extrude, and then just pull it down, and then scale it inwards just slightly. For the sides of this, we're going to go with add cube, scale this up, scale it down, and then press G, bring it over, just bring it up, and then we can duplicate this in multiple ways. So if we just do elongate this, we've not got a ceiling yet, so it doesn't really matter where it's going to sit. I'm just going to go new material, just change this to black, and maybe make it slightly metallic. Shift D, and then Shift D into the opposite corners as well. So we want to do frosted glass from the bottom and then clear glass at the top kind of thing. Or maybe frosted in the middle and clear. So what we're going to do, go to mesh, plane, rotate this 90, scale it upwards, press G, and then we're going to place this just inside of the panes where the shower is. So you know, I'm going to actually rotate this by 90 on this side as well. Press G, bring it over, scale it out just slightly, and then sit it where you need it to be. Make sure that it's touching the frame on either side. So with this, we need to go to edit mode. We're going to go to Control R. Oops. Realise you can't see that. Control R. Roll it just once or twice with your scroll wheel. Take this part right here. We're going to go new, and we'll go with glass. So if we put this onto render right here, we can now see the original is just plain glass. If we press plus, assign, and new, the material now changes. So now we have a different material right here. So I'm going to change it from Principled BSDF to glass. And then I'm just going to put the roughness up, go to the original material, the first one that you made, and take the roughness down. So now you should end up with this kind of shower thing, but I don't like this original material because this should be clear glass. But there's no reflection. I like working with Principled BSDF. So if we change this one to Principled BSDF, turn up the metallic all the way, and then we're going to go ahead and just pull the alpha down. as such. So now we've got this little reflection going on, we've got this glass. What we want to do is take this pole right here, place it at the bottom and place it at the top. So we come off the render mode, Shift D, rotate this by 90, scale inwards, press G, bring it down, and then we're going to go press Shift D, and then we're just going to bring it up. So it kind of blocks off the shower bit just a little bit. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually add a plane for the ceiling just above. So it just sits just there. So now what we should have is this kind of outlook on a bathroom, which they are pretty big tiles, I will admit. I don't know, I guess it could be kind of a sauna kind of thing as well. We could put a sauna in the back there if you wanted to. Since it's a public kind of bathroom, we could kind of add another shower on this side, maybe a couple of more cubicles, like a little washroom kind of thing. Maybe a bit of a doorway just here leading off to somewhere else. That could look pretty cool. Maybe some benches. Maybe that's what we're missing. We're missing benches. Put another wall here. Some benches. A couple of other showers just coming out at the back. We also need a shower head just coming in here. So if we go back to the regular render kind of thing, we can go with go with a cylinder actually. Let's go with this cylinder. Let's press G, bring it over, scale it in. You can kind of make a little pipe going up. Just make sure that that's at the back of your creation. Doesn't come out of the back, should I say. And then we could go ahead and make this black. And then we could go ahead and add, say, a cube. For the shower itself. Just elongate this, scale it down. Maybe it's one of those showers where you could only press it for a couple of seconds before it finally goes off. Press the face at the bottom here, E for extrude, scale it, and then E for extrude again. We could scale that in, and then E for extrude for the button. And we could take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 faces, I think. We could go new, plus, assign, new, and then change this to black. And then right click, shade smooth. Actually, we could change this to red. Change this to red. Kind of a red maroon type colour. Okay, so now that we've got that, we need to make the kind of shower head, or maybe we could do something from the ceiling. So we could do the pipe going up and all the electrics, and then we could have this kind of shower head coming down. So if we take this pipe, just shade it there, scale it down, G, make sure that it's in the middle, roughly. And we could do edit. Take the end part here, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, and then scale outwards. Maybe that's a bit too big for a shower head, but we could pull that in a bit. And then E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, and then scale inwards again. And then we can press G, just bring it up just slightly, and then scale inwards. And we can take all of this that we've just made. Let's see, select all of that, press plus, new, assign, and we're going to go with a shiny silver. So turn up your metallic, turn down your roughness a little bit. So now we have the shower head shade smooth. So now we've got a full shower right there. I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate this wall just onto the side right here, because I'm going to take this wall. Let's go to edit mode, press G, and we're just going to bring this back to this point. I'm going to take every single object that I've just made, I'm going to duplicate it across apart from these. So when we go to object mode, we'll take this one, we'll take this one, we'll take this one, we'll take the base, we'll take this, and this. Let me think. So you know what I actually think? Let's miss out these ones. So we'll take this one, we'll take this one, we'll take this one, we'll take the base, we'll take the shower, we'll take all of these attachments, we'll go Shift D and bring it across. So now that's a separate cubicle, and we can go Shift D again and we can bring this one across. So now this one's cut halfway through a wall, so what we want to do, click this wall, go to edit mode, press G, bring it back. So we now have a hole in the floor. We go to object mode, take this one, this one, this one, and this one. Shift D, bring it across, and we're just going to place it right here. And then make the bathroom ceiling a little bit longer. A little bit out right there. And we said something about benches, and we also said something about having a little doorway right here. So if we select this wall right at the back, we can go to edit mode. We can Shift R, go here, place a loop cut just right here at the floor, and then we can place another one right here and another one right here. And so at this part we can take this little face right here and we can go E for extrude and just extrude this outwards. So we can actually do showers on the opposite side as well. We can go from object mode, let's select everything that we have right here. So all of the little attachments, all of the little barrier pieces just at the back. You can go box select if you want to, and then deselect things. So let's deselect that, let's deselect that. By deselecting, it's just double click on whatever it is that you didn't want. So let's Shift D, rotate this by 180. So now we've got some nice little shower cubicles at the side right here. We can take this wall and we can start wrapping it around this side. So if we go to edit mode, take this face right here, just all the faces on this side. We can go G, bring it over. Go E for extrude across the side. Just mind out where your camera is. So this flooring that we've got right here, we can actually look at this from underneath, as well as on top. We can go to object mode again. And all you want to do is just continue the flooring from where you started off. So just take these three, Shift D, move it across, and then place it just there. So this background right here, the original flooring, just scale it up just slightly, and then just bring it across. So now we kind of have this nice little bathroom going on. little shower room. If it ever loads in. You'll notice that the lighting's a little bit bad at the back. We can fix that afterwards. And give this little bit of a corridor some light as well. Oh goodness. So the lighting. We can take these little lights that we had right here, and we can go Shift D, duplicate them over, and we can actually place them in the ceiling. So let's see what that one looks like. So I'm actually going to take these ceiling lights. I'm going to do a little bit of an edit. So let's change the emission. So let's press plus. We'll go assign again because it's already selected. We'll go new, and then we'll change this to emission. I'm going to change it to a different emission because I'd like to mess around with the lighting outside of the sink so it's not all uniform. So we can actually take this and we can make this a little bit brighter. We can go Shift D, just move it across, and maybe we can put this at 5, and then we can go Shift D, put this one at 5, and then we can go Shift D again. Oops. So Shift D, move it down, we can go 20. Sorry, let's go -20. Shift D, let's go 5 again, just to even that out. I think we've got one just at the back here somewhere. But I just go into regular mode. Yeah, we do. Okay, so with this one we go -5, and then we can go -5. And then maybe we could do some underlighting for the showers and stuff like that, so we could actually improve that. So we could go Shift D, and then we're going to go -5. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring this in just to the end, so that when we've got the lighting in here, we should now, in theory, have enough lighting to be able to light all these cubicles as well. So, you can just pull the light a little bit. You could also take all of these and we could put them to this side as well, so you've got 2 runs of lights. Let's see. So let's go on regular mode for one moment. Just select all of these lights. Just double click anything that's that you don't want. Oh, come on. It's not playing ball. Right, I just double click that roof off. Let's go Shift D, and we can just move them across onto this side. And then we could go Shift D again, move them across onto this side. But for the ones that are in front of the sink, we could get rid of these. So I'm just going to go ahead, just remove those actually to just about there, I think. Maybe just about there. So let's get rid of these ones that are in front of the sink. Delete. That one's halfway through a shower block. We don't want that. These 2 are kind of halfway through shower blocks as well. So I'm going to press Control Z, undo what I did. Take these 3 lights and just press G, bring them into the middle. And then I'm going to get rid of this light at the end. So what we should have now is something like this when it loads in. I'm just going to move that back wall back a little bit as well, I think. And then maybe we could do some benches as well. Maybe somewhere to store some stuff. Little sports benches, I guess you would call them. And then we need the lights. We need some lighting for in here as well. So I'm just going to take one of these lights. Just Shift D, move it across. And then just place it into this false corridor that you made right here. G, bring it down. And I'm going to actually put 2 of these in here. So to give it a bit more light. So when we're done with that, we should have something like this. There's somewhere else that people can walk, people can go. Quite a clean place. So I'm going to go ahead and take this wall right here. We're going to go to edit. And I'm just going to go ahead and move this wall back just slightly. I just don't like the positioning of this one. So I'm just going to go roughly there. Object mode. And then what we should have is this. So now the flooring's a little bit incomplete around the sides. So this needs to be expanded a little bit. Just outwards. So now we've got a bit more of a floor. I would say some more benches in here as well. Let's make the benches. So to make your benches, I'm actually going to take a floorboard. Press Shift D. What we can do, scale this down. Oops, don't do that. Shift D, duplicate. Shift D, duplicate. Just to put it into perspective there. I'm going to add these with a new material. So I'm just going to go edit. Now we're going to go edit mode, new material. This will be bench. And we'll just make this colour a little bit darker. Add the metallic up just a little bit. And then go to object mode, take this one, go down to the drop down, change it to bench. Go to this one, go down to the drop down, change it to bench. And then this third one, go down to the drop down, change it to bench. Oops, this one, that one. Yeah, okay, so now that we have the little bench going on, I'm just going to Shift D, duplicate this one. Scale it down. Oops, scale it down on this side. Scale it across on this side, and we're just going to scale it up so it's kind of a block. Press G, bring it across, and then we're going to bring it to here. And then we'll scale it up a little bit. And then we'll press, we'll just leave a little bit of overhang. Shift D, bring it across, and then select all of these items that we've just created. Bring this into the scene. We can make this a little bit bigger actually for a bench, and then just go ahead, just move this over to where it needs to be, just there. Okay, so let's go to edit right here, just take these faces up on the side. Oops, not that one. So just all these faces right here. We'll press G, we'll bring it in. I don't know where my camera is. Can that even see? Just about. It can just about see. Bring this one in as well. And we can go E for extrude and then just kind of close it in a little bit just before the camera. So the camera can see in. But the room's sealed off from any external lighting that could appear. So I'm just going to go ahead and just alter the camera a little bit. Just press G, bring it forward. Let's go with G right here, and I'm just going to go rotate around just slightly, and then I'll adjust the walls as needed. Maybe we could just go there, and then let's see, just move that back a little bit. And then this wall right here, just move it out of the way of the camera. So, select the wall. The faces that you need on the outside. And just bring this back so that it just curves around the camera. Just as so. So now what we should have, if we go back to object mode, is a nice little posh bathroom for a swimming pool. Yeah, I think that's really it for the editing today. Oh, I missed a sink. Look at this, look. And then we have this one sink that's not porcelain. Oh, glad I noticed that. Let's change this to porcelain. Yes. Tisk. Right, so yeah, that's our kind of swimming pool bathroom tutorial. I hope you guys enjoyed. Please like, subscribe, or follow me, depending on where you're viewing this. Yeah, and give us a share. Thank you for watching. I'll see you later. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing a desk lamp. So this is going to be one of your fancy kind of ones. So I've got a picture that I want to work with. We're going to look into making this one. So what it's going to be, we're going to put things at an angle, but we're going to make them straight to begin with, and then we'll move everything to where it needs to be. So go ahead and delete your default cube. We're just going to go add a cylinder, scale it down, and then just scale it outwards just slightly. Scale it down just to a little bit of a fraction just there. And what we're going to do, go to edit mode, take your first face. I'm going to split this in half actually, so you guys can see what's going on. I think, yes, press 1 on your number pad for one side if you're doing this the same way that I am. Okay, so this face right here, we're just going to go, just going to scale it out just slightly. Oops, not too much. Just scale it out just slightly from the base, so we've got that little bit of a bevel. E for extrude. And then we're going to go E for extrude again. Just scale it in just slightly, S to scale. E for extrude. And then we're just going to bring it up just slightly. S to scale, bring it in. E for extrude, keep it where it is. Scale inwards. And then we can go E for extrude, just slightly. Scale it inwards just slightly. E for extrude, up again. Bring G. Bring that up. E for extrude. We're just going to bevel this again, so S to scale, E for extrude, S to scale. And then we go E for extrude again. Keep it where it is, scale it inwards. And then we're just going to slowly make this up a little bit. So S, just pull it up just slightly. E for extrude, scale inwards. E for extrude, scale inwards. E for extrude, scale inwards. And then just E for extrude. And then at the top here, we're just going to bevel it just slightly. So it should have something like this. So E for extrude just slightly up. Scale it inwards. And then E for extrude, don't move it. Scale it inwards to the middle. And then we're just going to go E for extrude and just drop it. So this will be the base of our lamp. We're just going to go shade smooth, right click shade smooth. So the next part that we need a cylinder to come straight up. So we're going to go with add, go cylinder, G, just bring it up, scale it, And then we're just going to scale inwards, ignore the F, I pressed the wrong button. Just press G, bring it up. Now, at this part we just want to go right click shade smooth. Go to edit mode. Click your top face right here. Just press G to bring it up just slightly. Should have something like this. And then we're just going to do a little bit of a bevel. Just on the middle. So just scale this out just slightly. And it's almost like a ball. E for extrude, S to scale. Just make that nice and smooth. And then what we want to do is just go E for extrude, bring it up. Let's go G, just bring that up a little bit higher. And then E for extrude again, just slightly up. I'll just zoom into this part so you can see it. We're just going to scale outwards just slightly. E for extrude, scale outwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. And then we're going to come back in again. A little bit of an angle. And then just E for extrude just to bring it up from where you were. And then I'm just going to bevel the edge just a little bit there as well. So this is what you should have for the starting point of your lamp. Now we're going to add a little bit of a fitting on the top of that one. So what we want to do the arm of the lamp first, and then we'll start putting things together. So if you go to add cylinder, G, scale it up, scale it down. Now you want this this arm roughly the size of the stand. So you can see this just at the side there. So you don't want this too big, you don't want it too small, just fit it so that it's nice. Right click, shade smooth. Just pull this outwards just a little bit. Okay, so on this part right here, we're going to go duplicate, Shift D, scale this down, press G, scale it upwards just slightly. This will be the end of the lamp, the little counterweight, so to speak. And then we're going to take this part, edit mode, just press G, bring it up a little bit. So what you want in theory is a little arm that's going to sit just on the side here. Now we might need to shrink this down a little bit because I think it's a bit too big. So we just box select it by dragging, just click and drag. Scale it down a little bit. Maybe just elongate it just slightly. Now, at the end here we want another one of these pieces. So we're going to go Shift D, bring it up. Scale it down, and this is just going to be the end of the counterweight on the other side. So from this point we want a little joint going on the end of it, so let's go with we'll go with a circle. Press G, bring it out to the side. So this circle is going to be used in other parts as well. So we're just going to press S, bring it up a little bit so you can see it. Go to edit mode, press F for fill, and then we're going to go E for extrude. And then what you're going to do, get rid of these two faces. So you're just left with a ring, essentially. Press A, E for extrude, leave it where it is, and then press S for scale. And just press S, bring it up a little bit. And then just scale it inwards. Right click, shade smooth. What I'm going to do, I'm going to duplicate this to where it needs to be. And then I will keep the original just in case I have any problems. So we're going to press Shift D, G to bring it over, rotate by 90, scale it down, may need to just scale it outwards just a little bit. And then what we're going to do, we will take the arm that's going across, press G, move it, bring it up, and then we're just going to rotate it. Just over the top. You can rotate it as much as you'd like. Press G, bring it up. It is a little bit too long, but actually no, you know what, that looks roughly right. So this circle right here, we're just going to expand it outwards just slightly so that it covers the arm. From this point, we'll place another circle just on the end here. Make sure the circle is big enough to cover everything. So these are the joints of the lamp, the kind of counterweight joint if you want to. Let's make that slightly bigger if you'd like. And so now we're going to do the actual lampshade itself. So what we want to start with is a circle. Press G, bring it to the side. I'm trying not to make it the same way that I'm seeing it on Pinterest because I don't want to copy somebody else's work, but at the same time I quite like the way that it looks. So what we want to do is go to edit mode, press F for fill, E for extrude, E for extrude again. Just scale that inwards just slightly. E for extrude. And then we're just going to make almost like a dome kind of lamp. E for extrude. Scale that inwards. I don't want to make it the exact same. That's my concern, really. So maybe I could go like this. And then I could go straight up with mine. Scale that outwards. Have that fancy little bauble that we've been making before. There we go. And then the underside of it, what you want to do, I'll show you on this side. If we go to X-ray mode, we can see on the inside of this piece. So if I go E for extrude, just bring it down slightly, and then scale it inwards. So there's a little bevel. Oops. And then we can go E for extrude, don't move it, scale it inwards. E for extrude, scale it outwards and just follow the curve of the bell. making sure not to clip the sides. So now we have this little light shade thing right here going on. Okay, so what we're going to do, take this, right click shade smooth, G, and just bring it up. It might be a little bit too big, but should just fit just there. It's a little desk lamp. I think it's too big actually. I'm just going to scale this down. So what we want is a silver kind of look, or a gold look. So what we can do, go to new, just type in gold. This is on materials, by the way. We can go to orange kind of theme. So if I go to, this is render, which should be changed to cycles. So when I'm looking at it, we now have this orange. We go back to materials right now. We can turn up the metallic a little bit, turn down the roughness. Now, it's a little bit too smooth for my liking, and I'd like some marks on there, I'd like some scratches and stuff. So we're going to go over to the nodes. I'm just going to pause for 1 second because I just need to edit something on here, and then I'll continue the tutorial. Okay, so I'm back. Magic of video editing. So for this particular piece, we want this gold to have some scratches on it. We want some proper lighting as well, so I'm just going to get rid of that. Let's add, where's my sun? Let's add a sun to this. See if we can do that. See what difference that one makes. Just so we've got some background lighting whilst we're dealing with the materials. Just going to turn the strength up on that just a little bit. And I'm also going to add a plane just underneath. You don't have to add the plane if you don't want to, but that's what I'm doing. Scale it outwards. Okay, so come over to your shading tab. Now we've got the gold on here. Just hold down the middle scroll wheel of your mouse to move any of this. For some reason, the key thing won't work on here. I don't know why. If you press add, we'll go to noise. We give it a bit of noise texture. Go colour to base colour, and you'll notice that it turns to this grey. So I want to just bring the grain up a little bit. Now from here we'll go to add, and we're going to type in bump. Now what you want to do is put your colour to your height. So now it goes even more grainier. So now you also notice that this one's purple, this one's yellow, which means that there's an issue. So we've got to put in a colour ramp. So you spell colour ramp the way that the Americans do, C-O-L-O-R. We spell it differently, we spell it C-O-L-O-U-R. So you want in the gold colour on this as well. So go to the orange. This is kind of a brass colour, I guess. Generally, it's just an offset yellow that you want to be looking for. Just a bit lighter. I think that's correct. Okay, so you'll notice on the inside as well we've got this kind of brass look. What we want to do is just go to edit mode. Control, shift control even, and just click one of the sides, click the middle, and then click one of the sides, and you should be able to select everything. Just make sure that it's evenly selected, that you've not missed anything out. Oops. Yeah, it'd be better if I went to this one, so you guys can see. So anything you don't want, just let go of control, keep hold of shift, and then just click the ones off that you don't want. Oops. To go back as well, it's Control Z to undo. So I just need these four now. Oops. Yeah. Okay. So this one right here, we want this to be a different material. So we're going to go for new materials, new, and this is going to be inner lamp. And we're just going to go white. So just click assign once you've done. And then once we change this back, we should have a lamp that looks like this. Now, for all these different parts here, we also want to copy the little trend that we've got going on. So go to gold, click on each object, and then come down to this drop down and select gold. For every single one. And this is going to give it a uniform colour. Come on. Yep, there we go. So this is what you should be left with. So now we just need to put the light in, we need to put the scratches on top as well. So, to make the scratches, we're going to go Veroni texture. Let's go back to render. So now we've got all this bump stuff. You can actually adjust your height of the bump if you'd like to. You can also scale this up a little bit, so there's a little bit more grain. Or maybe a little less grain if you'd like. Okay, so we want to go Veroni texture. We're just going to give it a little bit of a scratch up kind of thing. Colour to roughness. I think I had it last time. Just put that to the side. Sorry, I'm just going to move these up so you can see what I'm doing. Right, so. Oh, no. Come on. Right. Let me just get it off the render. I think that's the issue. Yeah. Okay, so. If you can see this. Hopefully you can. We want to do the same with the colour ramp and the bump. So. If we go to this, we notice that we've now got all these little kind of knocks on the side of it and stuff like that. So we want to go Shift D with bump, place it between, colour to height, and now we've got all these little cracks going on. So we can make this rougher, so you can see the cracks a little bit more, or we could take this down a little bit. We could also mess with the detail. So you could actually have these cracks, but you could hardly see them. If you turn the detail down, the cracks reappear. So you could have something just in the middle. You could also do a little bit of a coat. Just turn the weight up just slightly. Almost like it's been glazed over. So now we've got two other pieces that we need to place into this. So those two other pieces would just be two very simple pieces. We just want cylinders. Let's go G, bring them up. So the cylinders are going to sit right in the middle here. So rotate this by 90. Scale down. Make sure that they sit on both sides. So scale outwards. Shade smooth. And then we're just going to go for a black texture. Come on. There we go. We're going to go Shift D. Rotate outwards again by 90. Scale it outwards. And then scale down. And then press G and bring it towards the cylinder once more. And then we're going to go Shift D and then do the same to the opposite side. So you can actually rotate this one so it's got some depth. So you should be left with something that looks like this. So if you take these three, just press Shift and select all three, click on all three. We then can bring this up to here. So we can do Shift D, press G, bring it up, and just bring it across using the vertices provided by holding the center scroll wheel. So once we've got all that in, we need the light. So what we're going to do is an emission. So what you want to do is, I mean, you could do it as a UV sphere if you wanted to, an elongated UV sphere. To be honest with you, just ignore that cylinder, sorry. Actually, yes, we'll work with the cylinder. Press G, bring it up. So this will be the tip of our light bulb. So we're just going to go to the black material for this one. Add. And go to circle. So your circle's down here at the bottom. Just press G, bring it up. So we're going to make the light bulb. Make an oldie worldy light bulb. Edit. Let's go G, bring it down. Scale downwards. Press F to fill. I don't know whether I can see it on this one. Yes. Yes, we can see it. So you're going to press F to fill. Scale it down all the way. As much as you can. E for extrude. Scale it outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. And then E for extrude. And just start bringing it in slightly. Almost like this, almost like a teardrop. Now, we're going to go shade smooth. This just needs scaling down a little bit. G, bring it down. I'm going to make Shift D a secondary one, just to go on the underside. So this one is going to be silver. So we want to go to edit mode. Make sure that you've got all your vertices selected. Press A to select everything if not. Press plus. We're going to go assign, new. And this one is going to be almost like a silver. So just bring your metallic up. Your roughness down just a little bit. And this will be the electric silver. Although it's not really silver, but you know. Right, electric silver, there we go. Then just place this black part on top. Now this part right here, we want to go new. Where your principal BSDF is, go to emission. And this will create, theoretically, a light bulb. Now all the light bulbs generally, they have this orangey glow to them. So box select all of this. Press G. Just to bring it down into the middle. Now we're just going to angle this so that it fits the lamp. So just rotate. Get it just on par with this one right here. Make sure you're not clipping any vertices at the top or the bottom. It's just flush. You notice that it's just slightly off there, but that's okay. And hopefully that's what you should end up with. So if I remove the lighting completely, what we should have, and I'll remove the extras just at the back here, is a light. So if I click on the light bulb on the inside here, we can actually make this brighter. And that's generally it. Yeah, if you guys enjoyed this tutorial, please like, subscribe, follow. I do put these on different social medias, so whatever the like button is and the follow button is, or whatever it is where you are. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing a work locker. It's on my brief. I mean, like, a work lock is good. So I don't know whether to do one where it's going to be multiple lockers, or whether I just do a singular locker. I think maybe I can do a singular locker today just to show you how to make one, and then you guys can kind of experiment with what you'd like to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the default cube, just bring it out a little bit. I'm going to just scale it upwards to roughly a locker size. I'm just going to press G and just bring it down to ground. So I'm going to start with on this one. If you guys want to rotate like this, it's a central scroll wheel. I keep forgetting this. Like, sometimes people just click on my videos straight away and they don't know any of the controls, and I don't tell them, and I need to start doing that. So I'm just going to press S, central scroll wheel, just go along the red line, which is the X-axis. We're just going to make this a little bit thinner. Let's come around here. So we're going to go into edit mode, which is in the top corner. We're just going to go into faces. We're going to take the front face here. We're going to go E-fret extrude, leave it where it is, don't move it, and then we're just going to go scale it inwards. And this is going to be like the inside bit of our locker, so I'm just going to scale upwards, so it gives it that little bit of a lip, but not much. And then what I'm going to do is E-fret extrude, scale it inwards. Now, because most lockers are made of a thin metal, we're just only going to go in just slightly. So you're probably going to want to be about there. So I'm going to go E-fret extrude again, don't move it. And then we're just going to scale outwards. I'm going to go into the X-ray mode so you guys can see what's going on here. So we got this face, we're just going to go scale outwards. You notice that on the inside that it's now going in to the sides. So I'm just going to scale toward the side, so you've kind of got this going on the inside. And then we're going to go E-fret extrude and just bring it back. So now, let's see, just leave a little gap at the back. So now we have a little hollow cube, and this will be potentially our locker. So now what we want to do is add shelves in there, a little bit of a rail, I guess, and then a door. So let's go with add, and then we're going to go to mesh, cube, and then you're going to want to scale your cube up so that it fits just on the inside of the locker. And then we're going to go to S, scale, downwards. Just flatten it down, and then G, we're going to bring it up, so it's going to become a shelf. You want to make sure that it's flush towards the sides, but it's not going to clip outwards, so that's clipping outwards. Just make sure that it's just in there, and you can't see it from the outside. So if I just click off that, you can't see it now. So this will be our first shelf, and maybe we'll want a shelf just at the bottom for shoes or something. Maybe you've got some shoes that absolutely stink after gym class or whatever like that, you know. And then we're going to add a mesh again, and we're going to go for cylinder. We're going to scale this upwards. And then we're going to scale it back down again. Rotate along the red axis, which is X. We're going to press 90. Scale it outwards. Then just scale it back in again. Now, this is going to be the pole for your coats. This is going to be the pole for whatever you're hanging up in your locker. So, make it as thick or as thin as you want. Just press G, bring it up. We're going to post this, maybe, I think that was actually quite good. I'm gonna move this forward just slightly. You kind of got that gap at the other side as well. That's not, yeah, make sure both sides of your pole are touching the sides of the locker as well. It's not just floating there. I thought there was something wrong with that. I'm looking at it going like, what did I do wrong? Like, there's something wrong with that. I can't figure it out. It's not touching the sides. It's just like, it's just existing. So we're gonna go right click and then we're gonna press smooth. So now you've got your little pole in your locker. Now you can start adding, if you wanted to, materials to this. So your materials tab's just here. You want to press new. If this is a pole, we're going to want to go for maybe silver look to it. Let me see. Oh, that's really weird. They've changed some of the settings on here. So we're going to go with metallic and just turn it up a little bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change my rendering engine because we're supposed to be in cycles, but for some reason default is Eevee. So we've got it in cycles now. And this is a silver bar on the inside. Now if you wanted to add scratches to that, I can show you how to add scratches to that. Just 1 second. Okay, so you're going to want to go to your shading tab right here. So to add scratches to things, pretty simple. So what you want to do is add a Veroni texture. Yeah, so here we go. Veroni texture, you want to go color to base color of principled. Then we're going to go, we're just going to move this up. So now you can see all these little lines that have appeared right there. We're going to go to bump texture. Just put the bump in there. You want to change your color to your height rather than color to normal. So it should look like that. Now you've kind of got this purpley thing going on, so we're going to go add, and then we're going to go to color ramp. And I believe last time I just changed it to the metallic, I think, because it was working differently for another project. They do change the settings in Blender sometimes, so sometimes I'm like there, like, did I do the right thing? Because it doesn't seem to be reacting in the way that I'd like it to react. So, yeah, you can scale this up, you can scale it down. You can have little cracks or whatever like that. So yeah, as for the regards to the outside of the locker, you can add some dings, some bumps to that. You know, I'm gonna add some texture to this actually. So your base color right now for your locker theoretically is just white. So I've seen most lockers, they're kind of like a dark green. So we're gonna go with that kind of tone. I'm just going to turn the roughness down just for now. Sorry, the roughness up even. And we're going to add a bump. And then I'm going to add a noise texture. Just to kind of give it a little bit of noise, a little bit of... so, when you've got items, they'll get bumps over the years. And they'll get scratches on them and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is go for a noise texture. Add this onto here. Go to colour. And go to height. So now you've kind of got this this crazy pattern going on here. So you can distort this a little bit. You can make it bigger, you can make it smaller, you can do whatever you want with it. Yeah, lockers are naturally going to get stains on them. So now we notice that we have this red locker with a blue floor to it. So what I'm going to do is add, we're adding colour ramp. And then we're just going to slip it between the bump and the principled. And you'll notice that it's all gone black and white now. So what we're going to do is add colour to this. And we're just going to turn the tones down. And you notice it's black on the outside. I mean, you could move the black so that it's on that side. So it's almost like it's stained on the bottom as well. You can move the white around so the white's on the outside if you'd like. So there we go. We got basic locker that's a bit stained now. I'm gonna name this material as locker color. Because we're going to change the colour for this one as well. So what you want to do is just go locker colour, then go to this one, locker colour. This is going to be good for your door as well. If you want to duplicate this and edit this, you can do, so that you've got different tones to it. Just press the two pieces of paper in the corner. So you could have white shelves instead of green. But you'll be still in with that same theme, if that's what you want. So I can do that. And just change things. How about that? Just duplicate it when you do change things so that you're not changing everything. So now, we've kind of got the basic of a locker. We're going to want to add the door to it. So I'm going to do the door separately. I'm going to start with the plane. And I'll do it downwards, so we're going to go back to layout so that we can see what's going on, and just regular rendered view. I'm going to scale this out, and then I'm going to fit it to the door, see how big this is, and then I will edit it as needed. So you just want to rotate on the green axis with 90 degrees, G, scale it outwards, so that it's roughly the same size as the locker. Edit mode, just bring your vertices down. You probably can't see this very well, but hang on. So theoretically you just want a shape. So G, bring that forward. You just want to bring a shape on the outside that fits the outside of the locker, roughly. So now, most lockers have little vents on them, so we're going to go to edit mode. I'm just going to Control R this. Just bring that in. Control R, halfway, Control R. I just go halfway up. So this is going to be the vent. You can do the vent in different ways if you want to. I think with my one I'm going to bring it out and then I'll subdivide it. So just get rid of that one. I'm just going to like E for extrude, and then I'm going to just rotate it just slightly. So it's like this. And then we're going to press the delete key, delete the face right there. Control R. Just get a couple of lines going across here. And then we're just going to take these faces out. 1, 2, 3, right there. E for extrude. And then I'm just going to go upwards with them. So they look like vents, so to speak. It's kind of a vent. I'm going to press delete faces, so they've got a hole in them. Now you notice that this this locker right here is flat. Primarily it's just got one face. So what we're going to do, go into edit mode, press A to select everything, and E for extrude. And we're just going to extrude over the top just slightly, and then I'm just going to go S to scale outwards. So the door's a little bit bigger to the locker there. And I think we're going to do some hinges. So you notice that the locker is a different colour from the actual the door right there. So we're going to go into shade tab again, and what you want to do, just grab this drop down menu here, just go locker, and there's your colour for the locker. So now we have this. I'm just going to rotate this 90 degrees so you guys can see inside. Just place that on there. there we go. Right, so now we want the hinges. So we're just going to add and go to cylinder. Just elongate it slightly. Make sure it scales down. And then we're just going to place the hinge onto the side of the door. Might take a little bit of time to get this over to it. And I'm just going to make this kind of a grey colour. Right click to smooth, G, bring it up, and then we're going to go Shift D, and then Shift D, and then we're going to select Shift, click them all, whilst holding that down, and then we're going to go Shift D again, and just put the bottom hinges on right there, and that, right there is your basic locker. I hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial. Please subscribe if you're interested. And I'll see you in the next one. Thanks. Okay, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing something a little bit different, a little bit artsy. What we're going to be doing is making a glass curtain type thing. So what we're going to do, we're going to keep the default cube. I'm just going to scale this down just a little bit. I'll get the key. Keep my bobs on. Screen keys. There we go, so you guys can see what I'm doing. Alright, so, yeah. Make your cube flat. Go into side view by pressing 1 on the number pad. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a cylinder to our piece. What I'm going to do, I'm going to split the screen so you guys can see what's going on. So that you've got a side view and then you've got like a regular view kind of thing. Alright, so what we're going to do, I'm going to scale this down. And then I'm just going to scale this up. So what you're going to want to do with this piece as well is you're going to want to make a material pretty much straight away so that the material is consistent throughout. I mean, I know that you can make materials consistent throughout, but it's just going to be easier for this particular project. So we're going to click new for materials. Materials tab is right down here. And we are going to go to glass BSDF. Make sure that your render engine right up here is in cycles, because this is a cycles tutorial. So now we can see that we've got this kind of glass rod going on. So what we're going to do is go back to material. I'm going to turn the roughness down so it's got some sort of clearness. I mean, you can make it a little bit rough if you want to. That's totally up to you, your projects, whatever you want to do. Okay, so from this point on, we can see that the glass rod is going through the default cube. So we're just going to press G and we're just going to move it across so that it's right in front, so we can see it on this screen right here. All right, so I'm just going to press N just to get rid of that. Press S to just scale it down a little bit. Now at this point, this is a little bit too thin for me, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to scale it down just by here. So what we're going to do, we're going to press G, just put it outside of the box just for now, and then press, this will be our default kind of tubing, our little default glass tube. So what we want to do is we want to duplicate this default glass tube, and then we can use the duplicates to make the art pattern, and if we make a mistake, we've always got the default that's at the side. So Shift D to duplicate, and this is going to be our canvas. So what we want to do, we want to get all these glass rods within this canvas. So I'm just going to shrink this one down. I'm going to rotate it just slightly, and then all we're going to do, I mean, you can look at this from the side view as well. If you want to layer them, or you want them to actually interact and kind of clash together, it's totally up to you. For me, I like to kind of layer them a little bit. So, yeah. I'll just show you that right now. I'm just going to go on X-ray view just here. Right, so okay, we got our first glass rod. What we're going to do, we're going to go to Shift D, duplicate, just bring it over. Don't go outside of this box. Shift D, duplicate. Shift D again. maybe I'll have something like this. I want to make it a little bit funky, so I'm just going to rotate this a little bit. Now you can see these vertices are interacting right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pull this one forward so it looks like it's just stacked on top. So something else that you can also notice as well is that these objects right now aren't smooth. So you can go ahead and smooth them out if you want to. So you just right click and then shade smooth. And then just right click and shade smooth, right click, shade smooth. So now we want to go and take this. And I'm just going to duplicate again. And maybe bring this over just to here. And then I'm going to do duplicate again, but then I'm going to rotate this into a different direction. So it's kind of really funky kind of looking. And then I'm just going to bring it out again so that these don't clash. It's better to layer these really as you're doing them. Just make sure that you're keeping them roughly on the canvas. Okay, so I'm just going to pull this up again. Maybe move this across. Okay. Yeah, so we got those ones going on. So then we can just layer this. I mean, you can put these wherever you'd like. So I'm gonna go for Shift D again, duplicates, rotate. Maybe we'll have them going this way this time. Just pull it out a little bit, and then we can place them as such where we need them to be. So Shift D, duplicate. We go Shift D again. Bring this one over so it's right in the corner. So it's kind of got this like crazy kind of pattern going on where there's not really much of a pattern, but you can kind of see what's going on here. So I'm just going to duplicate these background ones again. Just kind of give it some structure. And each one of these rods is the exact same height and weight. Let's see. You can mess around with this as much as you want. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so what we're going to do is remove the default cube off the back, and now we've got this kind of funky pattern going on. If I press the render, you can kind of see the glass shade coming through right here. So what we want to do is we want to make this into kind of a curtain. So what we're going to do is just remove your default one, delete it, select everything. We're going to go Shift D, move it down, and you notice that there's squares just on the side here. So I mean, you can put this really anywhere. And then we're going to go Shift D, just duplicate it across. You can flip these as well if you wanted to. You can do mirror. So that they've kind of got this different pattern going on. So just right click. You can turn them upside down, flip them round, whatever like that. And then we're just going to duplicate those ones, and then just continue Shift D, Shift D, Shift D, Shift D. For how many ever you want, or how big you want it. So we now have this kind of glass curtain going on. This kind of artsy glass curtain. And I'm just going to render this out. You see we got it there. Right, I'm just going to add a plane in here. Scale that up so you guys can see it a little better. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of the lights. So I'll just move this to the side right here so you guys can see. Yeah, I'm going to delete that light. I'm going to get in some different lights in here. I like to use emissions. Emissions are great for this. Just scale this up, G to move it, and we're going to go to materials tab, go for emission, and then you can change the colour of the emission, so I'm going to go with blue. Just rotate this in. And then from this camera angle you can see that you've kind of got this haze of blue going on. So I don't think that's strong enough for what we need it for, but there you go. You've got this kind of haze around the glass now. You can put little struts in between if you'd like as well. This is just a rough example, so I'm going to put some other lighting on here as well, just so that you can see what we're kind of working with here. Just turn that around, pull that back there. Alright, so to make this one a different shade, a different colour, go to edit mode, press plus on the side with the materials tab, click assign, and then we're going to go emission, and then maybe we'll make this one pink, I don't know. Just come back to the glass design. Just pull this pink up a little bit, and now we kind of got this kind of off purple going on. So yeah, this is just basic artsy kind of wall divide, curtain divide, if you will, that uses glass. You can use different colour lightings with this, different structures with this. Just generally play around with it. Yeah, so I just wanted to show you some nice neat little tricks with glass. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial. Like, subscribe, give me a follow on Facebook if you're there. TikTok, I believe, is taking some of my projects on, so you know, give me a follow on there if you will. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so hi guys, I've got a list of things that I want to make for Blender right now. It's 2025, and of course if you're starting off, you have absolutely no clue on how to make this software work. If you do have some basic clue on how to make this software work, great. These are going to be basic tutorials of basically making random objects, so to speak. So there will be household objects that you come in contact with on a daily basis, so that we can basically make a buttload of stuff for your Blender projects, so that they can be placed into later projects if you want to, or whether you just want to practice. That's also great. So I've got a list of things here. We're going to get into the first tutorials, and hopefully it should be a good number of tutorials a week, and hopefully I'll be able to teach you something about Blender so that you can go off and make your own projects. How about that, huh? I'm just testing the audio right now because I think that I've got the wrong microphone. I'm sounding a little bit tinny. Okay, so I'm working with a webcam and a microphone. They're a little bit dated, but this is like the best stuff that I've got to work with right now until I can get something with a little bit more oomph. So over in the corner, I've actually put the screencasting keys, which should be that way. Yeah, right here. So that you guys can see what I'm pressing. Because when I started my Blender tutorials, like, I had absolutely no clue what I was pressing. And people were saying, like, central scroll, press down on that, and I'm like, what does that mean, right? Now I know what that means. So it'll also display keyboard commands such as spacebar. I mean, I think that's a bit too big. I'll adjust that before we get into the tutorial. But today we're going to be looking at making your folders, making everything organized so that you can find stuff, because when I started out with Blender, certainly, like, I kept losing things. I would just, like, spontaneously make all this stuff, and then I would lose it, and I'd be like, well, my last project's not loading up, where's it gone? And, you know, it just messed up my whole hard drive. So I'm going to teach you how to build all your stuff, the type of folders that you want to put everything in, and then we'll go from there as regards to tutorials and stuff. That sound good? So first and foremost, I'm going to move from the center of the screen in a minute so that you guys can see the default cube and stuff. Maybe I can do this in my software. Whoop. Right, I'm going to plot myself right here so that you guys can see what I'm doing. Because if you guys are interested in screencasting, this is how you do the screencasting. So screencasting is basically what you show for what you click, so to speak. I don't know. Right, so we're going to just lower the type right here by messing with the font size. Yeah, so you can kind of get the idea of what I'm doing here. Just lower that so you guys can see it, because I know what it's like to look on a small screen with tutorials. So I'm just going to move the time bar back. Let's see if I click something. Yes, all the buttons are working. Fantastic. Right, so we will start with the file management first, and then I'll start teaching you how to do stuff. Okay, so right here, my editor's going to do some magical stuff where this is the full screen. So what you can see here is that I have a file called Blender 23 onwards. So basically what this is all my work from 2023 onwards. Basically self-explanatory. And then we have a folder here called 2024, which was last year's stuff that I've been doing. I've got book stuff because obviously I publish. I do have those books on Amazon and Google if you guys are interested. Should be in the description. So what we're going to do now is we're going to add a new folder. So that is a right click, and then we're going to click new, go to folder, and the folder should appear at the bottom here, which it has done. So we're going to put 2025 to this folder. We're going to click enter and then go into the folder without re-clicking the name. Then we're going to go, this is all a blank folder now, ready for you to use for this year. Or if you're watching this in a couple of years, obviously it won't be 2025, it will be, I don't know, 2026 or maybe 2030, I don't know. Right, so this new folder that we're going to make inside of 2025, we are going to call the objects folder. So this is where we will be building all of our objects for Blender. We will be looking at building miscellaneous things. We will be looking at building cars. We will be looking at building all sorts of objects. Whatever you can think of, we're going to put into that folder. And if you guys have a request, then put it down in the comments section. In the next video available, I will place it into the tutorials. So that might be that I've, perhaps planned videos in 2 weeks in advance. So you might see it, maybe your suggestion might come up at 3 weeks later, I don't know. Or I might slip it in somewhere. But this will be where your objects are sitting, and I'm going to teach you the basic objects first, and then over the tutorials we'll get harder and harder and harder, and hopefully by the end of it you'll be able to create your own little masterpieces. If you guys are interested in any sort of inspiration, Pinterest is an amazing inspiration hub. I live by Pinterest. I love Pinterest. Instagram's great as well if you're interested in a little bit of inspiration for your own stuff. Don't worry if your work doesn't look industry standard, so to speak, to begin with, because, you know, we've all got to start from somewhere. Don't worry about making mistakes. It happens. As long as you learn from those mistakes, that's a great thing. You know, you make a mistake, you move on, it's fine, right? That's how we learn, we make mistakes. So, your objects folder is ready to go. So when we open this folder, what we're going to have is we're going to have a list of Blender related projects that will help you in the future, and I will teach you how to I believe it's called appending, so you can actually place objects into new projects. So say you made an object about 6 months ago, for example, you can then place that into your projects that you currently have. So I'll teach you how to do that. But for now we're going to just make the objects. So the first object that we're going to make, which is a very basic object, is a plate. And then on our next tutorial we'll make a coffee cup, and I will teach you how to do glass, and I will teach you how to do porcelain kind of looks as well. Alright, so let's get into this. Alright, so when you first come into Blender, you're going to be greeted by this screen. So you first come in, it will be a load new projects kind of screen. Just click off that. So this thing right here is the default cube. Now usually what a lot of people do with the default cube is straight up delete it, because that's just what you do. Default cube just doesn't exist in many projects, and certainly we don't need the default cube for the projects that we're about to do. So we're wanting to make a plate. So a plate, being a very flat object, not many vertices. Can't get my words out today. We're going to go to add, which is at the top of the screen. We're going to go to mesh, and then we're going to go to circle. So circle will produce this lovely little circle here. Does what it says on the tin. Fantastic. Right, so if we go up to object mode, which is at the top, and we go to edit, we'll see that we've got all these little points around the edge here. Now, these little points are the vertices. You've got edge selection here, and then you've also got the face selection. Now, this object doesn't have a face at the present moment, so if I press A to select everything, and then I press F for fill, now this object has a face. So, there was something else I wanted to tell you as well. So if I just go back to object mode, and we come over to the side here, we'll see that the render engine is Eevee. Now, we'll be doing cycles. These tutorials are cycles based. So, what I implore you to do, if you've got a laptop or something that's got very basic components in it, if your laptop starts to overheat, if you get any problems with your laptop or anything like that, it's best to stop doing the tutorials and maybe try and find a better PC. But if you've got a gaming PC like I do, this should be pretty basic for the computer to work out. So basically, the more power in your computer, the more that your computer will run smoothly with Blender. So we're going to start on the plate tutorial. So for our basic render, I'm going to show you, this is just a viewport shading that I'm just highlighting here at the top. So you have wireframe, you have regular viewport, you've got shade, and then you've got the rendered kind of viewport, the rendered part, basically. I don't know how to describe it other than that. So starting off with our plate, you want to go to edit mode. If you haven't already, press A and then F for fill, so that you'll have this wonderful little object right here. We're going to press S for scale, and all you want to do is just move your cursor just across your table, and then we're going to press G for up, and then you want to press the middle part of your mouse and move up and down. That will move it across the Z axis, this is the Y axis, and this is the X axis. So just go back there. Control Z is to go back, by the way. So now we want to press E for extrude. This will give us another couple of faces. S for scale, just to bring it out a little bit. So this will be the base of the plate underneath. So each plate, so to speak, is curved underneath, and then we come up the sides. So what you want to do is press E again, click, and then we're going to go S for scale to bring it outwards. I think I've got two vertices there, 1 second. Right, E for extrude, S to scale, and you don't want to go across one axis, because if you go across one axis, you'll get a shape like this. Instead, let's go scale and then go evenly. Just don't press anything, don't hold the central button down. E for extrude again, go up. And then we want to go with scale, S for scale, with your face selected. And then E again, scale outwards, and then E again. Right, so you can have a little basic shape like this. It comes in the middle just slightly. and then you've got the outsides here. So what I'm going to do is going to press this little button here, which makes it invisible. Press 1 on your number pad. If you can't press 1 on your number pad, you've got viewpoint, so you can go from front to back, top to bottom and stuff like that. For me, I've got an extended keyboard. I've got the banker's number pad on one side. If you don't have that, then this is the other option that you can have, which will take you to the top view. Go view, viewpoint, top, you've got that one, which is already on. Viewpoint, front, but I want viewpoint 1. So we can now see what's going on inside of our object. So we're going to go E for extrude again. I'm just going to bring a second screen in here. If you want a second screen, just drag from the top right corner. And this second screen is basically just going to tell me what's going on whilst I'm working on this screen. So E for extrude, we're going to go scale in slightly. This is the lip of the plate. E for extrude again, but don't move it. And then we're going to go in slightly just to make the top lip of the plate. E for extrude, and then this one is going to be scaled, S for scale. And then we're going to go G downwards. So what you can see on this edge of the plate right now is we have, if I just take off the invisible bit, we have the kind of edge of the plate going on. So now what we want to do is make the inside of the plate, the curve on the inside. So we can see from this diagram right here that we've just got onto the inside of the plate. This is matching up to this one. And what I would like to do is go E for extrude. And you notice that the vertices just goes through a little bit. So what we're going to do is going to scale that down. And that vertices should sit just on the inside of here. So I'm just going to go up a little bit. And then we're going to go scale outwards. I'm going to give it a little bit of a thicker rim. Okay, there we go. And then we're going to go E for extrude, going down again. And you'll notice that it brings in the bottom. Don't worry if it does, we can adjust that later. Just scale it outwards very slightly. Now, you're noticing that this bottom's poking through right here. So what we're going to do, we're going to select, we're going to go up to faces at the top, we're going to select this. And then we're going to go G and move this down just ever so slightly. So you've got that little rim on the bottom that's going up, but you've also got the plate coming down on the middle. So we're going to select again, just click to select. Just going to move myself out of the way there because I feel like I'm a bit in the way. You guys can't see. Okay, so then we're going to go E for extrude, scale inwards again. Now you just want to bring this down towards the bottom a little bit more. So we're going to just go G, downwards, and then scale inwards. And this should give us a basic plate shape. So now, I quite like this, but there's some editing that I could do to this. So the bottom part here definitely could be changed. So we're going to take that vertices there, just scale it outwards, or this face here even, just scale this outwards, and we're going to bring this down just ever so slightly. So you've also got that that porcelain kind of rim where it's not quite even. E for extrude, scale it inwards just a slight bit. E for extrude, and then we're going to scale it in all the way. So that is how you make a basic plate shape. So now you notice that this plate is very squared off. There's all these square bits. It's not very smooth. So what we're going to do is we're going to go edit, press A, and then we're going to right click and we're going to click subdivide. So this adds more faces to it. This makes it a little bit more smoother. And then we're going to go back to object mode, right click again, and we're just going to shade smooth. And you'll notice that there are a few very unsmooth sides to this plate, but with it being a basic shape of a plate, if we go to the render function, that's okay for a basic plate. Now you could edit this, you can make a better plate later on, but that is your basic plate shape. So I'm going to end that tutorial today. Next tutorial we're going to be making a cup. So what I want you to do before you exit your Blender is save your file. So save, let's see, where am I going here? So you've got your 2020, I've got my 2024 onwards folder. So I'm going to go 2025, click object, and then we're going to put plate. And that's our first Blender project done. It's just a basic plate, it's something that we can work with, and if you'd like to remake your plate in some other way, then you can go ahead and do that. But for any beginners, that's your first project, and I will see you in the next one where we'll be making porcelain cups. Thanks for watching. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. Today we're going to be building a petrol station or a gas station, kind of cyberpunk kind of theme. I've been told that I work pretty fast on these tutorials. I'm just used to doing things in CG and just moving real quick with all this stuff just to get things done primarily. If you guys need to slow anything down and you're on YouTube, there's settings below. I don't know whether you can get the same settings on TikTok, and I don't know whether you can get the same settings on Facebook, but yeah, all my videos go to YouTube first, so if you're seeing this on any other site, it's on YouTube. Just follow the same name. It's just Rebecca Mathers primarily. Anyway, so we're going to start with a gas station today. So we're going to make the roof of the gas station to begin with. So take your default cube here. I'm just going to go ahead and every time. Right, here we go. Right. So let's press G, just move this up a little bit. I'm going to put a plane in here so that we've got some sort of base to work with. Just scale it outwards. It doesn't matter how big it is. So we're just going to press S to scale along the axes. Make it pretty chunky. I'm just going to bring it in a little bit because I'm going to do some extensions on the top and the bottom right now. I got a little sketch that I'm looking at right now, and I'm just like, you know, how am I going to do this right? So S, just to bring this out a little bit. If your render engine is not already on cycles, put it on cycles. So what we'll start with is just elongate it, just roughly about that size, and then we're going to get some I think we'll have cylinders. Just going to shape these up. So all you need is just the one cylinder just for now, so I'm just going to scale this up and then just scale it back down a little bit so it's got a small kind of pylon pillar. The best way to do this, I think we're going to split screen just in the corner there. I believe it's 8. No, okay. Side view is great. We're just wanting more of an upward view so we can see what's going on here. So, yeah, select your pylon. Just gonna put it to one side. Or your pillar, pylon, whatever you want to call it. We're just going to give it some imperfections. So let's go ahead and go to edit mode. And what you want to do is just select a couple of faces from this. Just take it off the x-ray mode. Just do them in bunches of 2s maybe, or 3s. Just select a few of them. Just going to go E. Keep it where it is. and then just scale it outwards. It's just going to give us some imperfections on our stuff right here. Okay, so right click, shade smooth, and now we can see that we've got all these lines coming down. If this thing's been set outside for a while, I'm going to kind of get this kind of weird patterning going on with it, because the rainwater is gonna hit the side of the petrol station or the gas station, and it's gonna start to corrode certain aspects of it. So what we want to do is take this, we're going to Shift D, just duplicate it over, take both of these, selecting them both, and we're just going to go ahead, Shift D again, and just take it over again. So now we have essentially a table, so to speak. So what we're going to do for the floor right here, we're going to go add, and we're going to go plane. What we want to do is we want to make an ocean. So just type in ocean down here to your modifiers, and you'll see that you get this. So what you want to do is just scale it down just a little bit so that it's flat-ish. And what you'll notice when we go into render mode, nothing's happening, right? So what you're going to do, go to material, add new. You can do this with glass. Personally, maybe glass is good. You can do this with glass if you want. Glass one is here, the glass BSDF. But personally, I like to mess around with my settings. Now, Blender's changed over the years, so at one point I used to do my own settings and stuff. Now they have everything categorized. So you know, it's different. It's different. It really is. So for me personally, if you're gonna go with the principal BSDF, change down your alpha a little bit so that it's a little bit see-through, and you just want to turn off your roughness, so that you kind of got this reflection. So we're gonna do like kind of a rainy scene. Shrink this down, just scale it down as to scale. And what you'll notice now that we just have a square in the middle, we want to fill the rest of this space in right here. So what we're going to do is just repeat on the other axes, and then we're just going to adjust it as we need it. So you should have something like this. So it's all kind of wet and rainy and all that kind of stuff. Now you'll notice that the pattern here repeats a little bit. So, I mean, you can do random seed if you want. You've got waves, choppiness scales here, foam. I don't think you're going to need foam. Personally, I would probably go with random seed. It looks a little better. Okay, so the next step is to make some pavements or sidewalks right here. So what we're going to do is, you can do this with a cube or you can do this with a cylinder. I mean, cylinders are okay for bays and stuff like that. So with cylinders, if you load this in, you just like pull this down so that it's kind of the height of a curve, and then you can elongate it. If that's what you'd like to do, that's cool. Just place that just underneath the pillars right there. This is where the pumps are going to sit. So we just scale this down again. I'm just going to go into edit mode, and I'm just going to subdivide this. Right click, subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. It just gives us a little bit more curve to work with. So yeah, we can kind of do an edging here as well. So if you just press E for extrude, and then you don't move it, just click it back, and then S to scale, and then E for extrude, and that gives you a little bit of a bevel on the edge right there. Excuse me, I've got a bit of a cold. So we're going to go Shift D, and we can duplicate this over, but if you want some texture on this, I mean, you can put the texture on to begin with, or you can do your textures at the end. I generally do my textures at the end. At the moment, it just kind of works out for me a lot better. It's something that I've just recently learned how to do, because if you do the textures at the beginning, I tend to get like muddled up with which textures are what at the end of the day. Yeah, so we have these two bays right here. Now we want to make maybe some neon lighting, or we want to make this look a little bit more gas stationy. So I'm just going to go edit mode right here, select the stop face, I'm going to go E for extrude, scale it in, E for extrude, scale it in, and then we can go E for extrude but don't move it, and then we're just going to scale it in just slightly, make sure that it's equidistant around the outside, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, and just bring it down, just don't clip it when you do so. So now we have this kind of little roof going on. So right under here I just want to make some, I want to make a little gap just in the middle right here. So we'll take this, E for extrude, scale it, just downwards just slightly, so that you got this little line, E for extrude, and then we're just going to scale inwards. I think that's correct. Yeah, okay. So this little bit right here, we're just going to have this as strip lighting. So we want to go to the material. So this original material right here is the original roof. You want to press plus. So the original roof's going to be kind of what it says on the tin. It's just the original colorings for the roof. The second one, we want to put neon lighting. So just stick that in right there. Right, so your neon lighting, you want to go ahead and go to emission. So where your principal BSDF is, just check for the emission right there and just put that in. Maybe we go with a pink today. That'd look cool. And we're just going to go assign. Now you can make this as bright or as little as you want. We're just going to put it maybe midway. I'm just going to get rid of this lighting right in the middle here because it's a bit of a distraction for me personally. So I want to see how the lighting reacts without external lights. Okay, so what I'm going to do as well with the world, I'm just going to go ahead and just darken this whole thing. Just essentially turn out the lights, just see how my lights are working in general. So yeah, when you go into the materials tab, you've got neon lighting. I'm just going to put neon lighting hot pink. So if I want to use this type of lighting elsewhere within my project, I can just find the hot pink neon lighting and it will be the same lighting, the same emission throughout the project. So the next part that we want to work on is perhaps let's see, let's do some tube lighting. Tube lighting would be great. So to make tube lighting, we're just going to do 2 cubes. So to scale these down, just regular cubes, doesn't matter. So you just want to scale them down to the point where they're going to match with the background. Just bring them right over. We will do these underneath all the way around. If you do one side, you can just duplicate it to the other side. It's kind of a way of cheating, but at the same time, if it works, if it sits, it fits, or it fits, it sits, whatever you wanna call that. So these 2 cubes are just gonna have a light between them. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna delete that one just for now. I'm gonna add a new material, and we're just gonna go with black edging. So I'll just call this one black edging. Yep. Okay. So. Let's change this one. We want to put the roughness up a little bit, and then we want to take this Shift D, just bring it all over so it's roughly the height and the size for tube lighting. So the tube lighting is going to be cylinder. Just rotate it to 90 degrees, and then we are going to press S, just scale that bad boy outwards, scale it in. You remember that hot pink that we got before? We're going to add that to this. So, Just move your tube lighting into the fittings right here. I'm just going to scale this outwards a little bit and maybe scale it down just slightly. Brush G, make sure that it touches both of these blocks. I'm also going to do some wiring in here as well. I think that would be cool. I'll teach you how to do some wiring. I think I did it in like one of my previous tutorials. It was like telephone wires or something. Scale it down just a little bit. I mean, this is your project. You can put that wherever you'd like. So, as I was saying about the pink, so we got this object selected right now, which is our tube lighting. So you're just going to go neon lighting, hot pink. And there you go. There's your neon lighting right there. And as I said, if you turn it off, you can turn it back on. You can do whatever you want with it. Okay, so hot pink lighting right here. We're just going to select 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so you can see this right here up on the side. And what we want to do is we want to put one here and perhaps one here as well. So we take this and we're just going to go Shift-D. I'm going to move it across until it reaches the other side. It doesn't have to be perfect, but try and line it up the best you can. And then we're going to, hold on, yeah, okay. So, and then we're going to go Shift-D again. Let's put one in the middle. And then what we can do is select 1, 2, 3 on this side. It'll let me. And then 1, 2, 3 on this side. And then we're going to come over to this side. And we're just going to place them roughly where the fitting should be on that side. So when you've done all this, let me just move that in just a little bit. It doesn't matter if it's off center, just slightly, you know, imperfections kind of make things look a little bit more real. So now we're going to go to the render port view, and this is what we're left with. This very nice hot pink kind of gas station kind of thing going on. Now I want to do something with this roof right under here. Let's give it a little bit more detail. So we're just going to go to edit mode. I'm just going to go on regular render. This one right here. So we're going to select this face underneath here. E-fret extrude, don't move it. And then we'll scale it inwards at the same height. Make sure that it's equidistant again around the outside. And then we're just going to go E-fret extrude. Just on there. Now, I don't like the way that these pillars are set, so what I'm going to do, object mode, just going to select all 4 pillows and just, pillars and just kind of pull them out a little bit. So we kind of got that pattern going on. It doesn't matter if they come on the outside right there, because it kind of just looks like some architectural, blooming it, get my words out today, architectural design. Okay, so yes, on this part we want to do some texturing, but I'm going to leave the texturing until later. Once I've built everything else, and then I'll teach you how to do all the nodes and stuff like that to make your scene look even better. So leave it the way that it is. The next part that we want to do, let's see. I think I'd like to add maybe some, let's add the gas pumps. Okay, so we're going to go to cube, and you only need to make one of these, thankfully, and then you can just duplicate it all the way across the scene. It's laziness, I get it, but if you want to tweak it and you want to make multiple of them, then be my guest. But personally, I will duplicate things and I'll change them slightly so they look like different gas pumps. But to be honest with you, all the gas pumps in my area look the same anyway. So let's go to edit mode. We got E-fret extrude. I'm just gonna pull it in right there. Brush G. E fret extrude again. Just gonna pull it right in there. And then we're gonna go Control R. And then scroll your wheel once. So you got 2 lines. Then we're going to start doing some, let me see. I'm going to pull these inwards a little bit. So I'll just go to the edge select right here. So you want to select this one and this one. And then we're just going to press S and just pull them towards each other. Then we're going to go Control R again and split it into thirds. Then what we want to do, want to make some little screens maybe. Okay. And then you obviously want where the pumps are going to be and stuff like that. Maybe we can have the pumps in the middle here. So if we split these into a third again, and then we'll split this one, hold on, into thirds on this side. Actually no, split it into, yes, quarter it. Then we'll go the face selection, we'll grab these in the middle, E fret extrude, just slightly, and then E fret extrude again, and then just drag it downwards, and then just scale it a little bit. So you've kind of got that curve that goes inwards. You want to do the same to the opposite side as well, so select these ones, E fret extrude, E fret extrude again, scale it downwards, and then scale it in just ever so slightly. So you've got something like this. Now, we want to make an edge on this side, so it's got kind of a little bevel thing going on. I'm just going to grab these sides right here. Oops. Shift, and then click. And then we're just going to scale that in just slightly, just to make them a little bit more rounded around the outside. I'm just going to shade smooth as well, maybe shade smooth. Yeah, it looks a little bit up. It looks like it's been sat outside for a while. Then split this, and maybe we'll make some screens right here for each of the pumps, so to speak. I know there's 4 screens and there's 3 pumps, but maybe one of them's like a payment kind of screen, touch screen or something. So we just take those, or maybe it's an advertisement board. Maybe those are advertisements. You know, use your imagination. So yeah, before you take that, actually select the opposite side as well. So you just want to go E fret extrude, keep it where it is, scale inwards, and then this side should do the same as well. So you see this is scaled inwards, and then we come over to this side and this is scaled inwards also. So scale that to the side as well so it's straight. And then I'm just trying to think. I'm looking at this picture of different gas stations, just kind of trying to put something together for you guys here. There's a lot of buttons. There's a lot of different buttons glowing different colours. Okay, so these particular screens, I'm just going to have them white. So we'll go to plus on the materials. So your original material is going to be gas pump, original, and then we're going to add another one, plus, and then we're just going to go gas pump screen. This one's going to be your emission. And then we press the sign as well. So this is what it's going to look like. So the original gas pump colour, you can just change that to whatever you'd like. I'm usually going with the dark grey. see. And maybe take this roughness down and just add some metallic. Because remember as well, we're working with a wet floor that's just rained, so maybe the rain has come underneath and it's hit everything. Which means that we have to alter the pillars and we have to alter the little sidewalk bit here as well. Yeah, okay, so that would be the basic kind of pump outlook there. You can put different things on here if you've got images and stuff like that. For me personally, I'm just going to leave it the way that it is for this tutorial. We're going to go edit mode. And I'm going to add some stripes to it. I'm just going to add some side bits. Maybe somebody crashed into the prior ones that were here and they didn't see them, so maybe we could take this and we could add some lighting, some emissions into the sides. You know, you kind of gotta use your imagination with this. Tell a story. Tell a story with your designs. You know? Why does your gas station look the way that it does? You know? Is your gas station abandoned? Is your gas station currently under repairs? You know? Tell the story. So we're going to put gas light. We will do a sign and then we will do emission. So maybe on this one we could do blue. Maybe blue might look like a really good colour to do. So I'm just going to press E for extrude. Just keep it where it is. S for scale. I'm just going to bring this out a little bit because light's going to have a little bit of a bevel to them. Just around the outside. So this is how it should look. Looks pretty funky. Maybe we'll put some more screens just here to define these little parts. So let's go edit mode. I'm just gonna take this little section here, maybe take this little section here, and maybe take the floor section as well. Okay, so if I change it to this one, you guys can see what I'm doing. So take this section here, take this section here, this section. Yeah, I think we're good with that. Oh, don't do that. I just I hurt my wrist on my thingy then. I've got my keyboard right on the edge of my desk, and the end of my desk just went straight into my wrist. Yeah. Okay, so just select the same on the other side. And then we're going to go plus again when it allows me to. New. And then we're going to call this one gas lights. W. Let's go with emission. And then a sign for this. I'm just going to go back to object mode just to see what this looks like. And then render. It looks somewhat okay. Maybe the lights are out on this one. Yeah, it's something you could do as well. You could like mess around with the lights a little bit. One of them's on the blink. Okay, so now we want to add the little pumps to the sides, and we also want to add maybe some boxes and stuff like that, discarded gloves or whatever like that. So let's go to regular render. I'm just going to make this a little bit shorter actually, and then maybe give it a neighbour. See how that looks. Yeah, somewhat. It's so-so. Okay, so just move this up a little bit. Okay, so when we're making the pumps, I mean, like, you could just make these in general. If you want to make a real detailed ones, you could go with cylinders. I mean, you could go with boxes if you wanted to. Cubes. Let's see, if I go with a cylinder, maybe this will work. I'm going to make this outside of the gas station actually, and then I'll put it in like it's a little accessory. Shade smooth, just rotate it. You know what? Let me think. If you guys wondered what that noise was, yeah, I have a stitch. My boyfriend bought it me a while ago. I must have nudged it whilst I was using the keyboard, because if you shake it. Yeah, I'll move this off my desk. Not the weirdest thing that I've shown on camera. I mean, like, you know, it's a gift from my boyfriend. He thought it was cute, and he kind of thought of me, and, you know, it's kind of like one of my favourite shows growing up, Lilo and Stitch, so it was a nice little gesture from him. So we're just going to go ahead and scale this up just a little bit. It doesn't matter about the shape here. Just goes to edit mode. E for extrude. It depends on how detailed you want to make these. E for extrude again. Rotate. E for extrude. Scale it inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. This can be like the you know, I don't have a car. I don't know what pumps look like, but yeah, okay. This is like the basic kind of pump that you could go with. So object mode, you just want to shade that smooth. We're gonna go ahead and add a cube underneath. Choose your imagination if you don't know what one of these looks like, because I'm kind of struggling at the minute. I'm kind of looking at pictures going like, I don't know whether that's correct or not, but we're going to go with it anyway. I'm sure you guys could make something a little bit more detailed. Let's see. I'm just going to scale up and outwards a little bit. To me, this is looking very wrong. I don't know about you guys. I'm trying. Oh, pray for me, please. I'm trying. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Control R. And we scale outwards. It's like a juice carton. Okay. So I'm just going to pull this outwards just slightly here. I'm going to bevel this. Shade smooth maybe. Let's... oh, wait a minute. Subdivide. Then I'm going to bevel it. So I'm just going to go to modifiers and just bevel. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so, yeah, basic pump, I guess, handle kind of thing going on. I'm just going to go ahead and go to sculpt mode a minute. Maybe, let's see, clay. They've changed the settings on this yet again. And it's like, I look at this and I go like, what am I doing? I'm used to the stuff at the side. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, I don't think this is doing anything. You know, I'm just gonna leave the sculpt mode because I need to learn how to reuse this again because Blender has decided to forsake me. So I'm just going to take this, scale it down. We're just going to put it into the pump right here. I've got the blooming song for Lilo and Stitch in my head now, like, beyond the horizon. Okay, so we're going to add a material to this. I'm just going to make these two black. Just so that they kind of fit with the theme. Scale it down just a little bit. Then we want to rotate it, I think, just into the side of the pump. It doesn't matter if it's not in great detail, like, you know. I guess you learn this stuff as you go along. Okay, so we're going to have that right there. Duplicate it. Sit one in there. Duplicate that one, sit that one in there, and then just select everything that you've just done. Then we're going to duplicate it, alpha rotate, and then rotate it 180. Right, okay, add. And then we're going to go with some cubes at the bottom. And these are just going to be standard kind of cubes because we're going to be adding some lines to these as well. So, you just want to put the cubes at the bottom. To be honest with you, I'm going to grab the pumps. So you want to go 1. I'm going to change these to black. 1, 2, and 3, and then just grab these and then just duplicate them to the opposite side. Okay, so we have that done now. So I can also put some little lights here to indicate which one is unleaded or whatever like that. So we're just going to take this cube right here and shift and then click this cube right here. So we're going to go add. You want to go with curve, knots, and then you want to go with the bottom one, which is catenary. I probably just butchered that, catenary. So now you see that there's this line that goes in between. So right here, you've got the settings for this. So you could have different steps with this. You could have different lengths with this. You could randomize it if you wanted to. Bevel. Bevel's a really good one. Let's bevel it on the outside. Let's see. I did this about 5 minutes ago before I started this tutorial. I literally extrude. Here we go. Here we go. Extrude. Just slightly. Right, a little bit of an extrude. Just make that a little bit more flatter. Then, let's curve it. So I'll just bring this down a little bit. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something different here. I'm just gonna delete that. Oh no, we don't want to delete that. Control Z. Yeah, okay, so delete that. Take one of these boxes, just duplicate them. I'm just gonna, oopsie. I'm just gonna scale this down a little bit because I feel that the line is just not in the right place for this. So we're just gonna add a little cube right on the end of these. So it's part of the design of the handle. Yeah, I don't like the fact that it's sat right in the middle. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead, just put these on the ends right here. Press G, move that across, and then we're gonna go Shift D, and then place them onto the opposite side. Yeah, or you could rotate them if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, you just do it like that. Okay, so once you're happy with that design, then we're going to go back to the cube. So select the cube at the end, select the cube at the bottom. We'll go to add, grease, no curve, go to knots, catenary, which I can't pronounce. Or maybe I just butchered it, I have no clue. So you want to go for the extrude. The extrude's already there. Just maybe thin that down a little bit, as much as you need it to be. We'll take this up just a little bit, I think. It's kind of got a curve, but it doesn't. Come on. Can be really at any length. So we're just gonna go with black edging on the side there. Take this one. Do the same. Add. We got a curve. Knots. I don't like how flat they are. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Let's try and. Can we do something with this? I don't like how flat that is. Let's try this again. Add. Oh, comes curve. Not. Yeah. Okay. Slight tilt, maybe. No, we're still flat. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Yeah, so, bevel radius. That's what you want. That's what I was looking for. Let's make that a bit thinner. I was going to go 0.01. See if that makes any difference. It's a little bit thick, but it gives that impression that you've got wiring right there. If you got the extrude, I'm just gonna go 0.01, see if that makes any difference. Yeah, okay, so that looks a lot more natural. You change that to black edging. Hopefully it does the same on this one. Let's add curve, knots. Yep, okay, it's got the same settings on there, so yours should follow suit. If it doesn't, just copy the settings from the other one. So we're gonna go add curve, knots, catenary. Just add the black edging to that. Do the same on this one. Curve, knots. Add that to the side. Oh, no, we don't want to go blue. We don't want to go blue, black edging. Right. Curve, knot. Come on. Curve, knot. There we go. Black edging. And the last one. Knots. Yep, okay. Yeah, okay, so we have basic linings there. If you want to pull these out a little bit, you can do. Or make your own lines. So yeah, this is what it should look like. And what I'm gonna do actually is let's get some lines going up to the ceiling and maybe some kind of very rustic stuff going on. So what I'm going to do, I'll take this. Just going to edit it a little bit more. Let's put some more lights on it. Just take this off the wireframe mode. Yep, okay. So E for extrude, scale it inwards just a little bit, then plus button, new, emission, and maybe we'll do a red kind of emission, assign. Okay, I'm going to turn up this the lighting on the side, I think. Let's make it glow a little bit more. And then we'll make this walkway right here that we've got. Yeah, you know, I'm going to make it look like it's wet. So we're going to put wet look. Yeah, just a wet look. A little bit of metallic, turn the roughness down a little bit. So you've kind of got the sheen coming through. We're going to edit this later on, but this is just the basics for now. I'm just trying to think. Okay, let's take this pump, the whole thing, and duplicate it onto that side. So, I'm just going to go ahead, select the entire pump, and you'll notice that you've clipped these two pillars as well. So just double click these, and they should clip right off. You want to go Shift D, just duplicate that over. Doesn't matter if it's not perfect, it's okay. Select these again so that you've got everything. Double click these, and then once you're happy with that, Shift D, and we're just going to go ahead and just bring it over to the opposite side. You could have another pillar in the middle here if you wanted to, but I'm going to leave mine the way that it is. Trying to think. Okay, so we want some cables that are going to be kind of flying around all over the place here, and maybe just, it's a mess. It's owned by a guy who's a really bad electrician, and he's really bad at doing what he does. So we're going to put some crazy lines everywhere, because this guy is more bothered about profits than he is about keeping his gas station in a healthy manner. So I'm just going to go ahead and put some cubes all over the place, and I'll show you what we're going to do with them. Make sure that they're not intersecting anything, and your lines don't intersect anything. It just makes it look way better. So I'll take these two and just duplicate them everywhere. It's like this guy is really bad at wiring. Okay, so what we're gonna do, if I put this onto the side right here, I think this is too wide. I think we need another station in the middle, to be honest with you. I think I'm gonna do that, to be honest. So just double click these off. That one I can't double click off, but I will delete it. So if you just Shift D, put that roughly in the middle. Actually, it doesn't look like there's a lot of room for two cars right there. So you know what? I'm gonna get rid of that. Ignore me. Just experimenting with different directions here. So okay. What we're doing? Oh yeah, wiring. So select this one. Select this one. We'll do the add curve knots catenary. Notice that it's all the way down there. So we're gonna bring this up a little bit. If it'll allow us to, come on. Why is it all the way down there? That's just bizarre. Make this like a really thick wire, I guess. Tilt. That's a bit of a conundrum, because why is it all the way down there? That's just a bit weird. See, tilt. That is a weird one. Let's leave that alone. Extrusion. Yeah, okay. Let's try this again. I just don't understand why it's dropped so far. This is really bizarre. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna figure this out. Okay, so what it is, I press this button right here. That seems to have fixed it. Don't ask me how that happened, but it happened. Okay, so we've got the line right here. We have some thick wires just going overhead. Let's maybe make multiple of these. So you kind of got this very disgruntled gas station employee who can't be bothered to wire things properly. That could be the story that you tell. Curve, knots, catenary. So yeah, just bring this somewhat down or up even. Just make sure they don't intersect with one another. Or clip each other. Let's go with curve, knots. Yep, okay. Take this down a little bit. Have that as a hanging wire. Just make this absolutely ridiculous amount of wires. Yeah, there we go. That's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? It's just clipping the top of that little pump there, but I think that's okay. Okay, black edging, black edging. Just try and keep it as uniform as you possibly can. So this is what we should have at the moment. We'll change the floor as well and everything once we're doing all the texturing and stuff like that. Let's see. Maybe we'll put some sidewalks at the back here and maybe some poles and stuff just to kind of give it some sort of street level. That'd be cool. Let's just go with G. Oh, where's my default cube? Add cube. There we go. Stretch this over. Scale that in. Scale it back. G. Just bring that over there. So, I mean, we could make some smoke on here, or we could do some other things. I'm just going to take this one, Shift D, and just put it up on top, and then I'm just going to scale it down a little bit. So it kind of looks like the place has got an antenna kind of sticking out of it. Again, we've got a lazy service person who doesn't want to do their own wiring. So they kind of have this weird set of antennas on their roof, I guess. So I'm just going to go G. I'm going to take another one of these pylons. I'm just going to mosey it on over here. Scale it out a little bit. This is just going to be an anchor point for this. I'm going to go curve, knots, catenary. Let's get some random wiring in here. So I'm going to set up the camera as well, actually, whilst I'm here. So maybe we could have the camera just facing here. So to set up your cameras, just go to align view, align camera to view. Alright, let's go G, bring that back a little bit. I'm just going to go down, R for rotate, and then just hold in the center scroll wheel. Just kind of... if you don't know about framing, it should be a crosshatch, so you want to get your objects to one side. G, if that's the side there. I'm going to elongate these a little bit, the floor, scale it outwards, get some depth of field in here a little bit. Okay, so shove it like that. That looks okay, right? No texture in it within it at the moment. You know, I got to do all the node stuff, but that looks okay. Maybe we get some blue lighting on top and maybe some stars in the background and some city lights. That'd look cool. Okay, so let me think. I might make that black edging a little bit more reflective actually, so it picks up on some more of that light. And obviously these pillars as well, they need some sort of shine on them. So let's go new. Let's go wet, black, edging. It's ghosting me. It's doing that thing where it's like it'll do one letter at a time. Let's turn this a little bit more metallic. We've got black. Oh yeah, you wanna hit a side too. So you kind of wanna take that roughness down a little bit because obviously it's wet scene. Let's go wet black edging. Where's my wet black edging? Wet black edging. There it is. Okay, so these pillars as well need a little bit. So we want to go pillar wet. Let's see, a little bit metallic. Not too metallic that it's a mirror, but enough metallic that it looks some sort of weathered. So take all four of them, just try and find that again. So you want pillar. So let's go for P. Should be in alphabetical order. Where are we at? I can't see it. How bizarre. Right, let's go back on this one. I bet someone's seen it in the comments section. They're like, it's right there. He's behind you. Yeah, pillar what? Should be pillar what? Yeah, my computer's been a bit slow at the moment. Oh, there it is. Taking its time. Alright, let's turn this off the render version. It might actually work a little bit faster for me. Right, there we go. And then fourth one. Pillar wet. Okay, so well, maybe we want some blue neon lighting somewhere. Maybe like there's a sign on top of here, like for car wash or something. So if we go to text, where is text? There we go. Okay, so G, just bring it up so you can see a little bit. Just scale that outwards. Just go to edit mode and just go gas station. I can't even see it. Oh gosh. Station. Yeah. Okay, so let's go with A. So you want to go geometry, extrude. We want to also go to material, and we want to put this as a emission. Put it as blue. We're going to rotate this by 90 degrees. Just bring this over. You could probably give it a nice little name or something like that if you wanted to. Scale this down. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to name it because it looks a little bit weird. Let's say this guy's called Roman. I don't know anyone called Roman, but it just kind of Roman's gas station. Oops, G, don't press H. I guess Roman's gas station. 2 for 1 on Tuesdays and big Slurpee cups. Just don't bring a bucket because he won't allow you to drink. He won't allow you to drink the Slurpees out of the bucket. There's actually a place. I don't know what it's called. I think it's 7-Eleven that does that. It's like fill your own Slurpee cup or something. I don't know what it is. Someone's gonna correct me in the comment section, but yeah, I've seen it. Looks pretty fun. This guy came with a huge bucket and they turned him down. They said, no, you can't come in there with that. There's gonna be a lot of people watching this going, what's she talking about? It's an American thing. Or a Canadian thing. I don't know. I think it was an American video that I saw. Okay, so got that right there. Add, and we're gonna go cube. Just bring it up. Go across, scale that, scale it down a bit. I'm gonna do some supports actually. It's kind of like just pull that in the back there. Maybe scale it just slightly upwards. Change this to black edging. Actually, no, wet black edging. Yeah, wet black edging because it's outside. Go to the opposite side. Just line that up just so. So something like that. I'm going to take this bottom here and just make it a dark grey so we can see the water when it allows me to. Okay, so it's a pretty flooded gas station, but that's what we've got so far. Let's do some texturing. Yeah, I think we could do that and make some stars. Stars that look great on this. Okay, so the next part we're going to be looking at is the nodes and maybe some light pollution from some stars around the edge as well. So to do your stars, we're going to go to the objects tab right here. Go to world settings. Just drag this across with shift. Add, and then go white noise. Actually no, go noise, no. Normal noise, regular. Go to colour, from noise section to background. Where have we gone? Going to render right here, we can see the background. You want to go ahead and scale this down a little bit. So you kind of got some white noise going on in the background. And then what we're going to do from there is we're going to add colour ramp. So with this, you want to try and get rid of as much white as you can and have more of you basically it's space. You just want like you want dots essentially. That's what I'm trying to get at. You want dots. So let's see if we just turn down the detail a little bit. Actually, turn up the detail maybe. Scale it upwards a little bit. Just move that across. You don't want it too much. You just want just enough. So yeah, this is probably the correct amount, but just a little bit more. Just find that sweet spot that you're happy with. Oh, we nearly hit it, we nearly hit it, we're nearly there. There it is. This is the kind of effects that you want. Not too much, not too little. You can also add an emission to this as well if you really wanted to. To be honest with you, I'm just going to leave it like that. It's like a Stranger Things kind of thing. How many brands have I mentioned in this? I'm going to get demonetized. If I ever reach that stage. Yeah. I'm going to keep it down. It is like, it's 12 o'clock at night. We're going to whisper now. I'm joking. But I do need to keep my voice down. Yeah. Where can we go next? Okay, so the next part I think I want to edit is definitely this ground. This grayness right here. If I can get the right one. Scale this outwards just a little bit. We're going to take it off the world settings and go back to object. Add noise. Gosh, right. Add noise, colour to base colour. And we get all this kind of stuff again. Just bring it down. You just want to make it kind of like a rough concrete. But this time we're going to go with a bump texture. So add, and then go to bump. Just slide it on in right there. You want to go from noise texture color to bump height, and then you get this funky thing going on. Just detail it down a little bit more until you're happy with it. You can also turn the detail up as well. That'll give you a little bit more of a bevel. So that's detail down, that's detail up. So next what you want to do is color ramp. Go between the bump and the principal BSDF. Yeah, just sit it right about there. So with this, you want to make it look a little bit wet. So if I just turn on the render mode right now, just let it go through. You maybe want to take your roughness down just a little, because it's a wet scene. You can just see through the noise that stuff's going on right there. I denoised, maybe. I don't think denoising is going to work at this stage, but you can see what's going on right there. Okay, so the one thing that we want to do right now is we don't really have much of a background. So I mean, it's in the dark. So you could get away with silhouetting right here. You could get away with some basic objects. So just take a cube, scale it upwards, scale it across a little bit. Go ahead. We're gonna look at the camera view. So just go to view, go to cameras, active camera. This would be best to do actually on this side. So just go to the pre-rendered view rather than the actual rendered view. So now we have this in the background. So what you want to do, because you can't see it in the background, primarily the camera doesn't have enough meters. So what you want to do is go to the data part of the app. Go to end, or the data part of the program, and just elongate. You see how that appeared right there? You can't see very far. So take this. We'll just go with black edging and just start putting things in the background and make it close, far away, whatever. Duplicate. Just carry on the pattern, kind of going down the road. Maybe duplicate these and then rotate them 90 degrees. G to bring them back, and then you can kind of put skyscrapers in the background if you really wanted to. It's like make real big buildings and give it some depth. And then what we can do with this as well, we can put some emissions in the background, and we can like just kind of make this nice blurred effect going on. Make them a little bit smaller, give some depth. And it's just random blocks. That's all it is. It's just random blocks. Let's go with, I'm just going to rotate this by 90, scale it outwards a little bit, just give it some background right there. Okay, so with these, what we can do, just add a plane, scale it out, press G, and just bring it between these fake buildings right here. And then what you can do from there, just make sure it covers all of that back bit. Oh, come on. G. Yeah. Scale outwards. Just make this an emission. You just want a slight emission, so you kind of want something that's going to light it just slightly, but not to bring attention to it. So, you can make this building a little bit thinner in the background. Just add some more little buildings around the edge. So it looks like you get a city, but you don't actually have a city. I mean, you could do some more details back here if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, when you're doing depth of field, all this is going to blur out anyway. So with depth of field, just select your camera around the edge right there, go to depth of field right here, use your little eyedropper tool and just select where your depth of field is going to be at. Just give it a couple of seconds. Come on, right, there we go. Okay, so going back on your camera right here. Let me see. Depth of field, you can turn it down to 0.1. Basically, the lower the number, the more the background will blur for your f-stop. So now you can see it's just the gas station that's in view. If you don't like that, you can go choose something else. You see that we've got all that blur in the background right there. So this right here, you could turn this up just a little bit. Just kind of highlight the city, or you can turn it down and you can get rid of the city if you really wanted to. But now you can see what's going on. So at the back here you could have some street lights, you could have a couple of buildings just kind of encircling it if you really wanted to. I'm going to go ahead and add some more buildings to the back. So just select this one. I'm just going to turn it off render mode just for now. Shift D. Just bring this up just a little bit. Scale it across. And maybe we'll add some lights in the background as well. Let's see. I'm going to add these in spheres. It just kind of makes everything look a little better. I found at least. So just put some spheres there. Wow, it's warm under my desk. It's all that heat coming from my computer. Usually my office is like the coldest room in my house. So as soon as I start doing anything on my computer CG related, it just like whoosh. So we're gonna go new. I'm gonna go light emission. Go to emission, strength, bring it up a little bit. Now what we should get, because it's out of focus, is kind of like a bush kind of look. It's not a technical term. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. It's too distracting. Maybe make it orange, just a little bit. I'm just going to move this building back actually. Just move the lights. G, if it allows me to move this forward. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Let's bring that up. Bring it across. Okay, yeah, I can dig that. Okay, so with Shift D, press 1. Maybe no. Okay, we're gonna go -10. Shift D, -10. Shift D, and then -10. Shift D, -10. Shift D, -10. So we kind of got this row of lights going on. Shift D, yeah, come on, duplicate, -10. No, -10. Yep, okay. Shift D, -10. And Shift D, -10. Shift D. It's taking a little while. Come on, -10. Yeah, I think I'm going to end up exceeding my RAM right here. We can actually take these lights and put these on the other buildings as well to give it some depth. And maybe like a brick wall, just to give it even more depth. So if we select, I'm just going to go off render mode right here. Select this one, select this one. Actually, you know, I could probably box select this and then just click these off. You just drag for box select if you're wondering. Just press in your left cursor and then just drag across. That's all you do. Okay, so Shift D, let's go ahead and put these elsewhere. G. Shift D, move it across. There we go. Set these ones. Actually, no, they're in the wrong place. Okie dokie. We kind of got these lights going on now in the background. Adds a little bit of depth. Maybe we could add a little wall here, a little wall here. That would be pretty cool. Just take one of these. Scale it upwards, rotate it 90 degrees, and just bring this in. And do the same to the other side. I'm going to change this actually from black edging to something else. Maybe go with the red one. Actually, no, that's an emission. Actually, I don't know. I don't know that that's pretty good for a car parking lot. Actually, neon hot pink. No, let's not go with that. Maybe blue. You know, I like the original. I like the red. The red's good. But I don't think for a wall, maybe. Let's get rid of this one, and then we'll make this into a brick wall. Go to your shading tab. Add, let's go with brick. Texture. Colour to base. Should be able to do it. Let's see what's going on here. Ah, yes. So this needs to turn this sideways actually. Scale this down a little bit. Rotate 90. View. Active camera. G, go across, scale this outwards, just slightly. I mean, we could pull this in. See brick width. Okay, so you want to add a bump node as well. And colour ramp. Okay, so that should be general finished product. So point. I think you can add a lot more to that for sure. I actually want this a little bit more metallic, make it look a little bit more rained on. Should turn these up a little bit as well. Maybe add a little strip at the bottom here, like a little bit of lighting. I think it's too dark on that little bit. Let me think. Let's see. So it was a little bit of lighting, wasn't it? Let's add a cube. Scale it outwards. Scale it in. Just bring it up. Then, at this point, we can add maybe the blue light, the red light, Okay, so this should be your final result. Like, subscribe, give us a follow if you're on the appropriate sites. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, what's going on, guys? So we're going to be making a vase or a vase today, however you pronounce it. Because I've heard like so many people pronounce it in different ways. So right, what we're going to do, we're going to start by deleting the default cube. All of the commands, by the way, if you're new to this, they're all in the corner here, so you can see what I'm doing. So if I left click, it'll show up. If I right click, it'll show up. If you press spacebar, it'll show up. You know the whole gist of it. Right, so to start off making our vase, we're going to go into Add, Mesh, and Circle. We're then going to press S to scale it outwards. It's going to make it pretty big so you guys can see. I'm also going to split the screen so you guys can see the inside of it as well. So what I want to do is go to Edit Mode. I want to press F for Fill. This will give it a face. E to Extrude. Scale outwards slightly. E to Extrude. Scale outwards again slightly. E to Extrude. And what you should end up with is something like this on the base of your object. We're going to go E to Extrude again, so that we've got the rim. E to Extrude. It's a lot of E for extrudings and moving things to make stuff like this. So we are going to go E for Extrude again. We'll scale it inwards slightly. E for Extrude. Scale inwards. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to split the screen actually, so you guys can see it from side view. So this one, I believe it's one, yeah. So I'm going to put it just there so you guys can see. So select your top face again. We're going to go E for Extrude. I'm just going to go in slightly. What we're going to do, we're going to make the vase so it's thicker at the bottom, it goes in a little bit and then it comes back out again. So we're going to go E for Extrude. Scale it in slightly, E for Extrude. Now at this point we're going to start going outwards again, so E for Extrude, you're just going to go straight up. Don't go to the side because then you'll make a warps kind of object and it doesn't look pretty in the end. Scale outwards just slightly. E for Extrude. Scale outwards. E for Extrude. Scale outwards. It's just how we're going to do it now. So once we've got this basic shape going, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit because this is going to be a little bit taller just to accommodate. So we want to put flowers in here or roses or something, so they're going to have long stems. So we want to make the vase or the vase pretty long. So E for Extrude. And maybe I'll just make it come in just a little bit, just there. E for Extrude. Just go along the same axis. E for Extrude. Just slowly bring it in. And then as we get to the top here, we're just going to splay it out a little bit. So that you get that lovely bunch of flowers just coming outwards. Scale it out. E for Extrude. E for Extrude. Try and make it as smooth as you can. Pull it in just slightly. Now, when we get to the top here, this is the part that I'm going to use the X-ray so that you guys can see on the inside of what I'm doing. So, when we get to the top here, we want a little bit of a lip. Just a slight tad one. Now, the lip can be on the inside, it can be on the outside. E for Extrude. And you're just going to do it very tiny. Just very tiny at the edges here. Scale inwards just slightly. Oops. Yeah. Press S to scale. Scale inwards just slightly. E for Extrude, but don't move it. Then we're just going to scale inwards so it's flat. We go E for Extrude again. Don't move it. Scale inwards. And now we're going to go G. I can get this. G. And then we're going to go down slightly. So now you can see that we've gone onto the inside of our object. E for Extrude again. And you can see the walls coming in just there. Now you can follow the same patterns as all of the lines here if you'd like, or you can put your own patterns in. Totally up to you. I'm just going to scale this one outwards just slightly. Now what you want to do at this point, so this dark grey part here is inside of our vase, and this more lighter part here is the outer side of the vase. So what you want to do is you want to just leave a tiny, tiny gap. So if we go for E for Extrude again, you'll notice that we've got a little bit of a gap. And E for Extrude, because if you go on the outside of this, then the vertices come out. So For example, that doesn't look very very good if it's like that. So you want this just on the inside, so that you've got that little space, you've got that little gap. E for extrude again, scale inwards, E for extrude, and then we're just going to continue all the way down to the bottom. I might just cheat a little bit and just mosey this on in. But you don't need as many vertices on the inside, I don't think, at least. Compared to your outside. Because no one's really going to see it. So, I mean, unless you've got a virtual camera going straight into your bars, then that's different. But generally, if this is just a prop just sat there, no one's going to see the inside of it. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't be untidy with it, it's just that no one's going to see it. So there's not much of a point in making it super detailed. I'm just going to round this off at the bottom. Okay, so now we've got a little vase, little vase that we can put stuff in. So we'll notice that there's a lot of lines on here. So what you're going to do is just right click and shade smooth, and that's it. That is literally it. That's how you make a vase. If you guys have enjoyed this tutorial, please leave a like, subscribe, and if you're on Facebook, consider giving me a follow. It'd be great. Thank you. See you later. Hi guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial, and you'll notice that this is not my microphone. So this is an old microphone that I have, that I no longer use because of how crackly it is, and how just, I never realised until looking at it, how kind of basic it is. This was my first microphone for YouTube. Wow. Okay, this has come out of the service box. I have like a wire box. I call it the service box. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so we're gonna make it today. Pretty easy build, I think. Yeah. So what you're gonna want to do is get rid of your default cube. We'll go to add. You go to circle, edit mode. We'll go for E-fret extrude. We're going to make the top part first, and then we'll make the bottom part. So just scale that outwards. E-fret extrude again. Just make sure you're staying along the Z axis. E-fret extrude again. Just bring that up. Hold on. Yep. Here we go. So scale it out again. E-fret extrude again. And we're just going to go ahead and bevel this in. Oh my gosh. It just wants to go to the other axes. Right, so I'm just going to scale this in just slightly. E-fret extrude, don't move it. Scale it in. And then we'll go E-fret extrude again and just bring it down. You don't need to make a full bowl out of it. Just press F. And it should just fill it in straight for you. And then this bottom bit right here, we're going to go select these sides. So you want to go shift control and just click direct opposite. It should select everything. We'll go for E-fret extrude again. Scale it in. Just press G, just maybe about there. Scale it outwards again. And then we'll press F for pulling that in. You want to do a little bit of a loop cut in the middle right here, so Control R, scale it outwards just slightly, and then do another one here, scale it inwards just slightly. This is like the grip for the actual microphone itself. Let's go with scale outwards just a bit more, and then we'll scale this a little bit in just as such. So you should have something relatively like this. So we'll go to object mode, we'll shade smooth. For this, we're going to go with a grey kind of colour. Pull your metallic up just slightly, but you don't really need it for this bit. Just so it's kind of got this little shine coming down it just like this. Alright, so we're going to want to go ahead and make, let's go with a circle. Bring that circle up to the base right here. You're going to want to scale it so that it just sits on the rim. So G, scale it outwards, and then we'll go for edit mode, press F, E-fret extrude, and then I'm just going to go Control R, scroll your wheel twice, E-fret extrude, and then we'll take this in. So we've got a little bevel. So on this outside bit right here, we want to go E-fret extrude, don't move it, scale it in. And we'll just have this as it is. Press G, bring it up. We'll shade that smooth. Okay, so for the actual microphone itself, we will go with an icosphere, I think. We won't be able to get the weave in. I'm not too sure how you'd be able to get the weave in. Maybe you could do a texture with that or something. Like a mapping kind of thing, but we're just going to go with wireframe today. So we can use one of two things. We can use a UV sphere or an icosphere. We'll use UV sphere. Press G, bring it up. Now what you're going to want to do is scale it so that it fits this ring right here, but then scale it upwards as well, so that it fits the base. So it's almost like an egg kind of shape. Scale it outwards. And what we're going to do is take this top right here. We're just going to make it a little bit larger, and then we're just going to squish it down. So if we go to edit mode, we press 1 on the number keypad. We'll take this bit in the bottom right here, just box select. Let's just click your your left clicker, and then just drag the box across. We're just going to take that in just slightly. Oops, press G, just bring it up. Wow, what happened then? Press G, just bring it up. So it's almost like this. Press A, press G, and bring that down. And then we'll select everything just underneath here and scale it in to where it needs to be. Why is that doing that? Right, okay, let's start again. So, we want X-ray mode. We want to go 1. Come on. 1. There we go. Take this part right here. Scale it down. Press G, bring it up. Take this part right here. Scale it down. Then we're going to scale it inwards just slightly. Press G, bring it up. And then we'll scale it outwards just on this part so that it fits. And then we'll take this part right here, scale it outwards. And then these ones, scale outwards. And then this, scale outwards. Oops. And then this one right here, we're just going to scale it down. It's kind of a dome. And then maybe we'll just pull this forward a little bit. So G, just bring it up. Yeah, I think we just want to take this little bit of the dome, just flatten that out a little bit more. So we should have something like this. Go to object mode, shade smooth. I'm just going to take off the X-ray. So we've got this kind of look. I'm just going to scale this outwards just a little bit, and I'm going to elongate it just slightly, bring it down. So when we've got this, what we can do Shift D, we'll duplicate it, we'll scale this one inwards. And for this one, we're going to go with the black. For this outer one, we can just leave it the way that it is. We're going to go to edit mode. Select A. We'll go with a right click, subdivide, right click, subdivide. And I'll just go and make some loop cuts just right here to make it even. And then what we're going to do, we're going to go on to the modifier, and you want to go wireframe for this one. So we should have something like this. For the wireframe, you can offset this, you can have this relative boundary kind of thing going on. You can make it a little bit taller if you want to, like a little bit more out. Crease some of the edges. I'm just going to select this and shade smooth as well. And maybe we could add a bevel. Just slightly. And then once you're done with this one, just make it silver. So go to materials. And this one just a silver kind of thing. So we have the wire as well that we can make. I would say light silver, a metallic. So yeah, take this one, rotate this by 90. Then we could go to add, and we could add a cylinder, rotate by 90, G, bring it over, G, bring it up, scale it down, scale it across just slightly. Just 1 second. Right, okay, so the end bit that we're putting on, someone was just at the door. Let's put this on the end right here. Just elongate this slightly. We're going to go edit mode, take this last piece right here. E for extrude, scale it down. This will be where the wire is. Take this piece right here. You could go G. E for extrude, and then just scale it down. So again, it sits on the opposite side. We'll press G, just move it down a little bit. And then this side we can go shade smooth, and then we can go and add black texture to the end of it. Now you can add a wire to the end of that if you wanted to, but that's basic microphone kind of theme. You can also loop cut some of this and add some logos to it as well. I hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, hi, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be looking at 4.5 alpha. So there is an alpha and then there is a beta, or however you want to pronounce it. I've heard it pronounced beta, and beta as well. Someone pronounced it as beta. Yeah, basically what this is, it's a testable software from Blender, which is supposedly the new version that's coming out. And I tested this a while back, but this was before my hard drive completely broke. So we've still not brought back the hard drive. We still can't get any of the data off it, unfortunately. But I did some tutorials on this and I built a couple of things, and I mean, they were pretty good. So I thought that I'd re-download it and I'd retry it for you guys, to just basically show you what the new software could look like. But also what I will tell you is it's glitchy. So I've had this Blender 4.5 alpha software actually close down on me a couple of times. I've been having moments where I've had that little blue circle where it's doing the thing going round and it's stopped responding. So I'm going to try it today. We're going to try and build something. So this is just a pure test, Blender test kind of tutorial. So I was actually looking at some things on Pinterest. 1 second. I think we'll build a capsule hotel. So I had a couple of ideas for this. And there's plenty to choose from on Pinterest. Pinterest wise has a lot of inspiration for pod hotels or capsule hotels. So yeah, we'll start off with something futuristic maybe. So I've got a little idea of what I want to do. So we want the keys on here. Pretty sure. Oh, we don't have them. So if you've not got the keys, just go to preferences. I think it's extensions or add-ons. It's something like that. Should be key, screencast keys. Here we go. Yep. Okay. So screencast keys in the corner. You guys can see that. I'll just pull this up just a little bit because this is a different software. It doesn't have the same settings that I originally put on there. Oh, that's new. I think that's new. You can change line thickness now, or maybe that's something that's always been there. I've just never seen it. Oh, we don't need it that big. We don't need it that big. Let's tone that font down. Maybe up a little bit. Okay. Right. So there's another thing as well. I've tweaked my settings on my computer because I noticed that my microphone was really low for some reason, and my webcam is playing up. My graphics card's getting a couple of glitches on it as well, so I think there's some drivers that I need to download to my computer. So if you see any glitches or anything like that, don't worry about it. I'm currently looking at fixing it. So I think we should start off with a plane. Maybe. Yes. We'll start off with the plane to begin with. That way we've got something to work from and work with. Let's scale this up. And hopefully you guys are seeing me okay on this. I did tweak the settings a little bit. I'm just trying to think. My webcam just wasn't for turning on when I tried to do tutorials. It's an HD one. About 7 years old, something like that, so I definitely think I need a new one at the minute. So we're going to start off with first capsule, and what we'll do, we'll clone the capsules on each turn. So just scale them outwards a little bit. So generally, when you have a capsule, it's generally just a room, big enough for a bed. So maybe just there. Press G, bring it across. And what we're going to do is make the capsule, then clone it on top of itself, and then we'll add all the numbers and stuff like that. So, what we want to do, edit mode. Let's Control R, put it in the middle. Control R on this side, Control R on this side. You just want to quarter it, so we've got something to work with. You can design the inside of the capsules as well, if you wanted to. So let's go another on this side. Okay, so I think we should select this face, this face, this face, this face, and this face. Press Shift Control, go straight across. This will be the entrance to the capsule. You go. Many of the capsules have glass faces to them. I think that's more the realistic ones. I'm just looking through Pinterest at the moment. See what the Japanese ones look like, and they've got some in London as well. It's quite cool. It's just showing me very futuristic stuff, so I guess use your imagination. So E-fret extrude, we'll do this. This is the lip of the pod. E-fret extrude again. Scale it outwards. What I'm going to do is put the X-ray on so that we can see on the inside. We're going to go G, just move it across so that it's more or less central. And then we will scale it up just slightly. Make sure that you've kind of got the line flush just here. So press G, just bring it up to the lip, just at the edge there. And then we're going to go E-fret extrude. And then maybe at the end we could make some shelves and stuff like that. Put the bed in the middle. Okay, let's go object mode. I'm just going to remove the X-ray. So you should have something like this. Let me go to edit mode. I'm just going to select these corners up at the sides here. So 1... Oops. 2, oh no, not that one. 2, 3, and 4. So you're just selecting the diagonals. Scale it inwards. So kind of got this capsule look to it. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put some lighting around the outside. So if we go Control R, just scroll your wheel in the middle to make this double loop cut. Again, do the same on each side. So this is going to be for our lighting. So when we do this, we want to pull in these corners just to make it a little bit more rounded, so that we can see everything. I'm just going to highlight what we need to round off, and then you guys can see what I'm doing, because there's no point in me leaving it blank and then leaving it up to your imagination kind of thing. Well, you can leave it up to your imagination if you want to, but it's just going to be easier for some people, I think, if I highlight what we're doing. So press new. You see what I mean about it being a bit slow? So we're going to go with, we'll make a secondary one. Secondary material. This one will be the new one. Put this as lighting. Now, leave it as principled, be SDF to begin with, but we're going to put it as red, a sign. And we should get it just on here. Now what you want to do is make this line circular, or at least round it off. So it's a little bit of tweaking, but it's relatively cool. So just go to the corner point here, just around here, click on these two vertices. So you got one here, and then you got one here, so it should be in the nook of the corner. I'm going to press scale. Make sure that you stay along the same line. And then press scale again, and just bring them down. Oops. Why won't you go down? Oh, that's bizarre. Okay, that's either a very big glitch or something's gone wrong there. Right, scale. 1 second. Let me try G. See if G. Oh, G works. Okay. So what I wanted to do was scale it inwards and then bring it down, but apparently it won't do that for me. Let's go with these top corners. Scale these inwards. G to bring them down. I'm just going to try and make it look a little bit rounder there. So when we do this point and this point, come on. You can press G, bring it down again. Just try and make this as custom as it possibly can. So I'm just going to straighten out these ones as well, because we had that round edge. Let's go scale. Okay, and then we want to do the same with the bottom as well. Press this one, press this one. Why have I still got screencast keys up? I get so involved in things sometimes, I forget. Press G, bring it up. S to scale, bring it inwards. Then we'll go for these 2 points. Press G, bring it down. And then these two, press G, bring it down. For this side right here, we'll just pull this outwards. Scale. Oops, no, wrong one, my bad. Scale that one outwards. Then come down to these ones. I'll just scale this one outwards. Now I'm going to have it flat at the bottom, curved at the top. Once we're on faces, just select all of the, to select the lighting, we could click everything, but instead of clicking everything, we could do, click the lighting, click select, and it'll select everything for us. So we're going to go E for extrude and just bring it inwards. Now this is the point where we can make the emission. So we could go to principal BSDF, go to emission, and then we can make this orange, I guess. I'll just bring this up just a little bit. I'm just going to go shade smooth. So, let's see. I'm going to actually elongate this just slightly. Looks a little bit more like a hospitable place. I'm just going to add a cube in the middle for the bed. Scale it downwards. G, you can put some material on it if you'd like. But for me, I'm just going to do just a standard bed look. G, bring that inwards. I would do this on X-ray, just so that you can get this all the way to the end. Press G, bring it over. And what you want to do, so that things aren't clipping and it's looking a little bit more realistic, don't exceed any of these sides right here. So you see right here, I've got the mattress coming out at the back. We don't really want that. We want that to come in just a little bit, so it's got that little bit of air gap, so that it looks like someone's just placed an ill-fitted bed in there, if you will. So for the pillow, we'll do, actually, you know, we'll take the same object, Shift D. Just squish it down a little bit. And then rotate it just slightly. Obviously this is basic graphics at the moment. I just want to experiment with this a little bit. So pull that in. G, bring it over. Usually they have screens on the inside of the capsule hotels. So if I do 2 pillows there, and they also have a little bit of under storage or over storage as well, so we could put some shelves in here. So we could go to cube. Oops, did I put? No, you know I don't want that. Let's do cube. I accidentally put plane. So I'll just bring that down. And this will be the storage. Scale it. Press G, bring it over. Just going to take it off X-ray. You can see it's very basic kind of graphics. I'm just primarily testing what the program can do. I don't want to push it too far, just in case we lose it, because last time I lost it, I lost my project on it, so I don't want to push it too far just in case I lose it again. So maybe we'll have a couple of shelves just here, just to put things on. Usually they have under storage just on this side. That's usually within the capsule itself. So on the other side we could do Shift D again. Just going to rotate this. This will be a TV screen. So scale it up. And usually what you have, this one can clip into the wall, by the way. Usually what you have is roll down doors and stuff like that. So we could do a cylinder, rotate that by 90, scale it outwards, scale it back down again, press G, just bring it up. Usually the door rolls from the outside. Scale it down just slightly. Or you could have this as a little bit of a compartment, so it gives the illusion of a rolled up door. So this will be the plastic sheeting on the outside, so to speak, so the door would just come in between here. So if you really wanted to, you could put an airlock kind of thing in here if that was the thing that you wanted to do. So if you got an X-ray, and you, in theory, if I do Control R, bring this down. Actually, better idea. Control R, and then you could do it like this if you wanted to, or you could just do standard. So just clip it just about here, then go Control, oops, not select, Control R, bring your secondary one over. Take off this X-ray. Oops. Right, ignore that one. I did it on the outside by accident. This is going to be fiddly now. You can see it happening. Usually... Oh, that's really weird. Can't seem to put a thing on it on the inside. Anyway. We can make an artificial one. Let's go with a plane. Rotate this by 90. Press G. Bring it across. Just scale it and get it just about inside of the doorway. If it's not going to work via us loop cutting, we can always make an additional object just to sit there, so it gives the illusion that it's connected, but it's not. Scale it upwards. Okay, so go into object mode, edit mode even. And Control R. And just up at the sides, place little barriers. And then what I'm going to do, go Control R, scroll it a couple of times. Control R, scroll it again a couple of times. And then we're going to remove the faces just here. Press delete. You could do, oops, press faces. Yep, there we go. And then just hit these corners that you have right here. So we go into X-ray, you can see that we're selecting these corners. And then just scale them inwards. So you got this kind of buffer zone going on. Right click and then shade smooth. If we go back onto the edit mode, we can go select everything. And then whilst we're on X-ray, I can show you what I'm doing here. So we can go for extrude and just bring it outwards. So this gives us a little bit of a lip. So when you have it, this is what it should look like. So this little gap right here is for when the door closes. So you have an outside and an inside, so it's fully sealed. Now on the inside here we could put some strip lighting. We could do cylinder, rotate it to its side, so 90. Rotate it and scale. Scale it down so it's almost like a strip light. We're going to go shade smooth, press G, bring it up, and then just insert it just into corner to corner into the capsule itself. Now what we can do with this is we can change this to an emission. Usually when you're in a capsule hotel you can change the lighting colour. So most of the time it's kind of like a blue or a yellow kind of shade. So if we go to emission and we change this to a blue, you see that there's nothing happening at the moment. So we're going to switch from EV to cycles. And now we have this kind of very nice glowing kind of thing. It's more of a purple. See, this is how the software acts. It's a little bit slower. To say the least, it's a little bit slower. It's certainly taxing my computer way more than the previous versions did. I'm hoping that this is just kind of a development issue, you know. Yeah, I think we're okay. I'm just going to turn off the render just for the moment. Scale it outwards. So turn the X-ray off. Excuse me. So that will be our light. Gonna have it as blue. We can also change this to the opposite side as well. And then we could make these shelves, say, a nice grey colour. Or a nice blue colour, something like that. Change it all to that one. So when we click off this and we press render, got something like this. These bed sheets, we could just maybe make them an off colour. There's a lot of weight. Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? That nearly went then. That's what I mean about this version. It's it's going. It's going. I think it was a bit loud though. I've adjusted the settings on my microphone and I'm looking at the scale here, and the Audiox mic is just like in the red zone. I'm used to speaking loudly because apparently people can't hear me. And now the mic's sensitivity's been turned up. It's I'm having to go really quiet. Oh, come on. Right, I'm going to turn off the render mode because I think being on render it's too much for the software. I'm going to rename this one. This is going to be shelf. Let's change these materials to shelf so it's all uniform. Trying to think. This is going to be kind of a yellowy colour. That's going to be just materials as is. Capsules white. Maybe we can make it slightly metallic for plastic. Let's see. I'm just going to add a plane for the door. 90. Press G, just bring it in. Make sure it sits just between these two borders right here. This will be the door to the capsule. And the best thing about this as well, you can adjust it. So you can make it a small door, large door, whatever like that. As long as it sits in between, you're good. Go back to X-ray. I want to go to edit mode. Just E-for extrude and just make it slightly beveled, so to speak. I'm just going to turn up the lighting right here because I saw that the lighting wasn't great. And hopefully, come off the X-ray and onto the render. This is what we should get. I think that lighting's a little bit too much. Just go back to the regular view. I think we want to go to about 300 with this. Maybe that's a bit too bright, I think. Just tone that down a bit. Yeah, that looks about right. So at the headpiece right here, we can actually add a shelf. So edit again, and just select these two vertices right here. We could go S to scale to bring it outwards a little bit. E for extrude, and just bring it back so that they've got a little bit of a shelf to put their luggage on. And as I said, these can be moved as well. Just trying to think. Okay, so let's give these puppies some texture. So we've got this base colour right here. Maybe we want to add from textures. Let's see what we've got from textures. Magic texture, point texture, Veroni's pretty good. Wave texture's pretty good. Wave texture might actually suit that pretty well. Oh, I don't know about that, but I definitely know that this, if we go to new and then we add wave texture, would look brilliant. Let's see, wave texture for the door. Scale it up a little bit. In fact, I could take this, rotate this by 90, scale it outwards this way because for some reason the texture is going that way. And we could just change it up to this, almost like it's just been rolled up. Scale it downwards just slightly. Get rid of this wave texture on here. Let's see. You could do noise texture, I guess. No. Okay, let's just do a regular noise. Could distort it a little bit, have some funky bed sheets. That'd do. Let's add in a colour ramp. Maybe just bring the white up a little bit. And then we could put that orange back in that we had last time. So right here. So it's not fully material, it's not physics or anything, but it gives the almost illusion that the bed sheets are crumpled a little bit. We could also add to this by using a bump. Come on. Right, so I'm just going to turn off the render at the moment, just add, and then bump. Bump texture, come on. You want to go colour to height. I notice that nothing's happening, but if we render it, we can see there's like these little folds in the sheets. And this little kind of crumpling kind of stuff. Now we can turn down the strength on this if you want to. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. All we can do is wait. Come on. Patiently waiting, as my art tutor used to say. Please don't shut down on me, because I've spent so much doing this, and I lost my last video. Come on, Blender. You can do it. Yay! There we go. Right, okay. I'm going to turn off the render mode. I'm just going to reduce the strength on that just slightly. Here we go. Maybe just a slight little bump. Scale that down just a little. That looks a lot better, I think, than what we had. So we want to make this plastic as well. The plastic, we kind of want to take down the roughness, pull up the metallic just a little bit. Maybe we could put a noise texture with a bump. That would probably look better. So we got the noise texture, we want a bump. Colour to height, and then we want the colour ramp to go in the middle just here. I don't know what the scale is on this, hold on. Oh, okay. Oh, there she goes. Okay. I just want to bring that up a little bit. Make it like a rough kind of plastic. Maybe turn the strength down just a little. And you could have the inside of the capsule a different colour if you wanted to. So whilst we're taking this, we could actually go to edit mode. I'll just go on standard. Just select, go to the faces, select every single face on the inside of the capsule that you want to change. And we could just get this as a regular white smooth paint. So just press plus right here. You want to go new and then just inside. So maybe slightly metallic but not fully metallic. Don't forget to click assign. I'm not going to do the back. I kind of want it to match the front a little bit. So when we go to render, this is what we should have. I think it's a little bit too grey for my liking though. It's a little bit too straight as well. There's so many things on this that I could say I don't like. But at the same time, you know, it's a new software. I kind of want to test out what it can do. Just with the basics. You know, I actually might change that back wall. I don't quite like how the lighting is with that. Let's go edit mode, select this, and go to the corner right there. Oops, yeah. Okay, click it inside and then go to assign. Okay, so the capsule hotels that I've seen on here generally are stacked on top of one another. And then there's numbers on each one. So trying to think of the best way to do this. Maybe just have these literally stacked on top of one another. I'm just going to make the corridor a little bit bigger. I think what I might do, let's go to edit mode. I'm just going to select the bottom of the capsule itself. I'm just going to elongate it just slightly. So just press G and just move it upwards. And then I'll elongate the outsides as well, so they're not quite as cramped. Oops. I do wrong. Something I did wrong. That vertices doesn't look correct. Oh, that's the roller. But when I'm looking at it like it's part of the objects that I'm working with. No, it's me. It's me being me. Right, so once you're finished with your capsule, select everything, and then we can start stacking these on top of one another. So we can go Shift D, stack this on top of this. And we can do this at kind of an angle if you wanted to, like building blocks, so we could get some little ladders coming down onto this bit. To be honest with you, select everything from these two capsules and then we can just duplicate it across. No, that way. Then we're going to edit the capsules as well so they look different. So, if we hit render, it should look something like this. And we could put the numbers on the sides. You know, I've selected that, the side right there. Let's go with, I'm just going to go ahead and click everything in here. Oh, we're missing a light in that one. Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. Right. I think that's everything clicked in that one. Just going to go ahead and move it across. Finish off that wall a little bit. And then we could take all this, we could actually duplicate this, rotate it around, and then have the other side of the corridor full of capsules as well. So let's box select that, just click and drag. Oh, that's not good, some of them haven't got beds in. Oops. Okay, let's Shift D. Let's Shift D some beds in, I thought I clicked them. Shift D, oopsie. That should have just duplicated across. Why is it that I've duplicated this one, that one's come out okay, and then I've duplicated both of them and they've not come out okay? That's really weird. But then again, this is kind of beta alpha, so not quite it's a tested software, you know what I mean? So it's not quite there yet, so to speak. Right, so just to make sure that I click everything, let's go into X-ray mode, box select all of this, get rid of that. Oh yeah, see I selected everything, but these haven't been selected, so we've got, have they got them? Please have them. Oh, they don't have the rollers. Right. This roller, this roller, this roller, this roller. How many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 9 square drive here, 5, 6. And then Shift D. And then just press G, move them across. And then we've got one spare just there. Glad I noticed that. Right, now, let's try this one again, shall we? Select everything. Get rid of that. Shift D, bring it across. Rotate by 180. Oops, 180. Bring that in. Drop this corridor down a little bit. And I think we're in business. Oh, that sucks. I've just realised something else isn't on there. The shutters for the top ones. Oh, that's not a pain in the backside at all. Oh, right. Right. I think this software is not quite foolproof. I'm pretty sure that I selected everything. So what are we? 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Yeah. Okay, Shift D. Bring that up. G, bring it across. There's not much point in editing both sides. I might as well edit one side and then reclone them. So if I press 7, definitely selected everything. Click that off. Duplicate. Rotate 180. And then the floor came down. Right, yes. So, at this point I want to edit some of these, so I want to close them. So we're just going to press S for scale, scale it up a bit. Press G, bring it down. I think within this, oh no I didn't put a bump texture in. So I'm going to add a bump texture in this one. Just go to the heights so we can see the slides. And then we want to go with a colour ramp. Just in there. Oh my gosh, this is getting slow. This is not good. Okay, so we're gonna go G, bring it down to that way. I pray and I hope when you render this you don't start freezing up. That is gonna be a really bad thing. I've got the window open downstairs and all I'm seeing is little blooming blue bottles coming in. Oh, just my luck. Yeah, I really need to save this. I was testing it out just to see what's going on, but getting this far in the project, it warrants being saved. For sure. I think I actually might change the lighting of the pods to blue if I can get this back. Come on. I think if I speak to it really nicely, it'll come back. Come on, Blender, you can do it. Come on, Blender. That sounds really, really patronising. Patronising Blender to make it work. Come on, Blend. Oh, you can do it. You did it. Nope. Okay. Come on, Blender. You can do it. This is fun. Yay! Oh, sugar. Don't hit your phone on your screen. That's never a good idea. Although I'm getting a new phone screen, not a new phone screen, a new phone case at some point because for some reason it's split all the way down. It's silicone, but I've had it for like 2 years. I noticed it's got like this massive hole in the bottom of it, so I'm like, yeah, I need a new phone case. I got a new one coming. I think it's either tomorrow or the day after, something like that. It was one of those phone cases that you couldn't get on next day delivery. Like, they literally just turned around to me and went, yeah, you're going to be waiting for like 4 days. And I'm like, okay, yeah, as long as I get my phone case, I'm happy. Yeah, I mean, I'm not one of those people that's like, I want it now. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll wait. It's cool. Come on. I'm going to guarantee this is going to crash in like 2 seconds. This is going to crash. I'm calling it now. I'm calling it. This is just way too long and I don't want to touch it to bother it. Because if I touch anything, it's just, yeah. Hands off. Hands off. I got a PSP. I found it in my old stuff. Hold on. I don't know whether I can mention it on my channel, but like really old PSV Vita. I'm trying to get it to work because I can't remember how it works originally. I used to play like Crash Bandicoot and all sorts on it. It was great. I used to have original PSP as well when I was a kid. That was awesome. Okay, so these shutters, I'm just going to take this one off, replace it with this one, because it just looks a lot neater and a lot more uniform if we do it that way. Yes, I'm glad this came back. Right. I'm right near the end of it anyway. Let's get this in a little bit. Shift D. I might actually pause the recording just for a moment just to go ahead and save it. And then I'll get right back to you. So I'm just going to remove these ones. This seems really counterproductive to do, but you know, I trash my scenes. After I make them, I just trash them. So they look a little bit more realistic. So all of the amazing perfection that I have, I just like go, yeah, let's get rid of that. Okay, right, I'm gonna pause 2 seconds and then I'll come back. Okay, I'm back. So, where were we at? Right, to make things, it is super windy outside as well. Right, I'm just gonna close a few of these pods. Delete those off. No, that's not what I want. I want one of them, not all of them. Right, Shift D. Bring that one across. Shift D, bring the other one across. The best thing about this as well, because they're all on the same material matrix, I can just change the material from all of them to most of them. Sorry, from one of them to all of them. And then if I want any individual ones, I can just alter and clone it, I guess, and then make my changes. Shift D. Right, Shift D for the top. G, bring that over. Shift D. Shift D. Yeah. Okay, so we have this pattern ongoing. So what I'm going to do, take the lighting out of here. I'm going to place the camera maybe at this angle, maybe head height angle. I kind of want to do another capsule layer on top of here, but I'm debating it. We need little ladders running in between as well, and the numbers. So let's do this as viewpoint, align viewpoint, camera to view. G, bring it back a little bit. Just want to get the camera just clipping the side of these two right here. So this one right here, this one right here, so it continues the pattern on. We want another one of these capsules just at the side. So, you know, we've got the outside of the capsule right here. I don't think... Actually, it should be okay not to select everything on the inside, because this is just kind of a prop capsule. It's kind of off camera, so it should be okay. So, yeah, you got the prop capsule right there. I'm just going to split this, do view for camera and view for regular. So you can see what's going on. Let's go, yeah, that's great. Select everything apart from the floor. And hopefully, if I press Shift D, all this should come with. Oh, it's perfect on one side, but not quite the other. Because that's the prop. That's the prop that we just put in. So, we're going to need another prop in the middle here. Come on. Shift D, move it up. Because you're not really going to see that detail as much. It just looks like a closed pod. Just scale up the floor a little bit. You're going to want to add a ceiling as well. Maybe just there. Just quite off center. Yeah, okay. Let's see. I'm going to select everything and then make another run on the corridor here. So we don't want the ceiling and we don't want the floor, but we do want to go Shift D and then bring everything over and pray and hope that it sits correctly. Somewhat correctly. That hole is brilliant, so I can see the other side too. Just bring that in right there. And we'll just clone the capsule again. Just Shift D, bring that over. That should be okay. And then of course we want the little ladders as well. So you'll notice that you can't see all the way down the corridor here, so just press your camera and you should have end on your camera settings right here. You just want to extend the end to your camera so it goes all the way down. Scale up your floor a little bit, and I can put some tiles on the floor to give it a bit of depth. So if you're working with 3.4, Should work just the same. So we want tiles on this floor. I'm going to put the ladders for maybe the first couple, and then I'll duplicate them over. In theory I should have done the ladders first, but to be honest with you, the way that the whole thing was, it just seemed logical to make the pods before the ladders. And we could do the same thing with the ladders that we did with the pods. Let's go with a brick texture. Unless you want something funky. Let's add a bump node right there. I want to be able to see that, so let's go scale, make it smaller, make it bigger, however you want it. You monetize the bias, the brick width as well. You can make it offset, or you can make it uniform. The mortar size, you might want to take it down to 0.05, or maybe just a little bit higher. Let's go with 0.01, see how that will work. 0.01 is pretty good. Let's see. So take your colour to your height. And now you have this kind of weird pattern going on. Now we can add the colour ramp. And we can start making this a little bit darker if you wanted that. I would say for the floor, make it a little bit more metallic, so it gives that kind of space age kind of theme. Take your roughness down. That looks pretty good. So this ceiling right here. I'm gonna put. Let's go back to layout. I'm gonna put regular cube. Press G, bring it up. Scale it, and then scale across. This is gonna be like a wall that we could use. So just press G and then just bring it down. Sit on top of the capsules. And then we're going to assign this to the material of the capsules themselves, I think. Shelf. I can't remember what the material's called. Hold on. Oh, I didn't name it. So capsule outer. So this one will be then capsule outer, so it matches. Shift E, go across. Let's make that roughly the same. Trying to think for this end wall. Maybe we could just do a standard wall, just kind of bring this across. So, scale down, scale up, G, bring it across. Ooh, I've got mail. I'll answer that in a minute once it's rendering. All I heard was a little root root. Right, so we got this this little gap on one side and we have this little gap on the other. I think it should be okay. I don't think you're going to really notice that much. If it was something that I was doing professionally, then yes, I would fill that in. But for this, we're just kind of testing the software, so it should be okay. Scale that outwards. You can add something in there if you want to. It's just with the way that the software is behaving at the moment, I don't want to push it too far. Okay, so I want some strip lighting across here, just to kind of give it some ambience. Let's go scale at 90. sorry, rotate 90 and then scale it outwards. Scale it back so it's smaller. Shade smooth. Scale it across. And then we'll go ahead and put this straight up onto the roof. Make sure it goes all the way. Scale it outwards. We can start putting some room numbers on these ones. These ones are all going to be blurred, so the detail can go just on here, for now. As I said, if I was building this with a bit more of professionalism, I would totally change it. So with this, we're going to want to go emission. Maybe go to an orange. And then with this one, want to go again with the same orange. So hopefully when we render it, it's not going to crash my PC or do anything else. I'll just save that before we do. And hopefully we have a good image. Ah, it's just LinkedIn. My message was from LinkedIn. LinkedIn. So that looks pretty cool. Very basic. I would add some more texture to it and more stuff. But it looks pretty cool the way it is. I definitely will put the ladders on there, for sure. I'm just going to click off that light because it looks a little bit too orange with it selected. I think the light from the pods is a little bit too much. Maybe we could change some of the colours. But it's not actually too bad for the new version of Blender that's apparently coming out. It's not too bad. It's just a little glitchy in places. For sure. I think... Okay, I'm going to add the ladders and then I'm going to end this tutorial because it's been a while and I can feel the heat coming from my PC. Like, my PC's under my desk, but it's on wheels so it can be pulled out. And it's pulled out currently and I can feel the heat. It's like an indoor heater at the moment. So the stairs, the ladders, whatever, should be pretty simple. So just get a cube. I'm just going to elongate it. Scale it inwards. And then we'll do, so maybe if we scale it down and then put it up against one of the pods so we can see what we can work with rather than just making it willy-nilly. Let's press G, bring that up. Okay, so each one of these pods is gonna want a set of steps to get up to the pod at the top. So if we take this, Control R, and then just roll your scope a few times, and then we're gonna go Control R, make a step here, Control R, make a step here, Control R, Control R. Okay, and then we're going to do some extrude. Did I do that correctly? So one step here. We'll do one step here, one step here, one step here. Another here. I think that step's a little bit too big, but should be okay. Let's press E for extrude. And then E for extrude again, and then we'll scale inwards. Just kind of gives it that little bit of bevel. shade smooth, and then we'll go to a black, maybe. And then what we can do edit mode, all these faces that we've just selected, press plus, new, and then maybe we could do this as a blue. Actually, you need emission. Put these as kind of a blue kind of tone, press assign. Let's click off that. Should have something like this. And then what we can do as well, we could make the stairs themselves, the black part, a little bit metallic, less roughness. Let's just put this back as normal. And then what we could do as well is the steps that are on top, because they don't quite, you can't quite see them. Make these kind of an orange, I think, or a white. Plus new, assign. Let's see how that one checks out. I think that looks a little bit better. But maybe we could do the light itself as an emission. Because you have to imagine as well, if this is a company that owns these pods and it's very dark in the corridor, you're going to want an emission somewhere that kind of tells people there's a step here. So I think it's a little bit too bright. Just tone that down just a little bit. Maybe let's go with, you know, I'm going to pull that down just slightly. So we can change these at any time anyway. So if I take this Shift-D, let's move it to the other side there. So you've got that pod. Hopefully we could just do Shift-D all the way down and they'll sit in the right places as we're doing so. Oops, this is going to be fiddly. So, the more Shift-D-ing you do, in theory, so Shift-D, it should straighten it out. So Shift-D all the way down. I should have in theory put these on at first, but I don't think I thought about that. Make sure that they're roughly in the places that they need to be. Shift-D. Oops. See, we have these ones in the right place, but then these ones kind of come out a little bit. So just move them back to where they need to be. Just going to do these two for now, and then we can just judge these. Yeah, I think that should be okay. So now we just have to do the same for the other side as well, if you want that kind of effect. So, Shift-D, rotate these by 180. G, bring that down. Just bring those out a little bit. Oh, I got more messages. Yay. There's certain times in my day that turns into blooming Trafalgar Square. Everyone wants to know. Becky. Okay. I'm coming. As soon as I can. Right. So, you've got that one. Shift D. Bring them across. Oh, we got one. We got two actually that are in the wrong place. Just moving back. Sometimes when you do stuff like this and you, like I didn't count numbers. Counting numbers is where you press the 1, 2s or whatever like that. When you scale things out. Because I didn't count that this time. Everything is going to be in a really odd place. Something that I always do, but when I'm testing software, I'm testing software more for the aesthetics and to just see how it reacts to things more than I am getting things perfect. And I think it's okay to do that as well, because life's not perfect. Sometimes when you build something, you know, you're an inch off something, or you know, something's out of whack occasionally. And I think it adds more character to it. It's almost like whoever built it became tired after a while. Let's see. And started making mistakes and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a genuine thing. Yeah, I'm near the end anyway. Two, three. Oh, you know what? I only need one. Great. I only need one. Right, so the last bit that I'm doing of this is the depth perception. So with the depth perception, you're going to want to do something that's probably about midway, unless you want macro, or you want to be taking a, excuse me, full photo of a scene. You're going to want something that's midway. Wow, I've got a... excuse me, something in my throat there. So go to your depth of field. Let's select this capsule right here. I'm just going to select the steps. Now if you go into this tab right here, viewport shading, the third one across, and you just move down the f-stop, you'll see that everything here basically blurs out. Everything in the background blurs out. Yeah, you got a little bit of a foreground going on right here. If you take it out a little bit, everything comes in focus. So this is the kind of look that we're going to go for. If I press render at the moment, I'm going to guarantee this is probably going to crash, but we can give it a go. I just press save. So when you actually render this out with F12, it'll look completely different to what it does on here. On here you've got all the fuzziness, you've got all the buzzing kind of thing and all the noise going on. When you actually set it to render, you'll probably be looking at about 4 hours on a render for something like this, at least. And all these little imperfections should be gone from it. And that's the point where you kind of realise that you've made mistakes. It's okay, because making mistakes, this is how we learn. If you do make a mistake and you have to go back and do it, it's kind of unfortunate, but at least you know from experience that you're not going to do that again, because you're not going to waste your time trying to remake something. So yeah, this is the alpha tutorial for Blender testing. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the 4.5 kind of tutorial thing that I've got going on right now. I'll see you in the next one. Please like, subscribe, do all that jazz. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Okay guys, welcome to the next tutorial. So today we're looking at making trees. What you want to do, first and foremost, get rid of your default cube, because you're not going to need it. You want to go to add, you want to go to curve, and then we're going to go to sampling tree gen. Now, if you don't have this, you can go to edit, and you can go to preferences, just type it in, hopefully it should pop up for you guys. So we're going to go to curve, sampling tree gen, and you get a generic tree that just appears in the middle of nowhere. Now don't click anything at this point, because we need this at the top, the bottom corner right here. I'm just going to go ahead and move my logo out of the way 1 second. There we go. Okay, so when we get onto this, something that you got to realise with trees is that if you click off this box will never return. For some reason, they just don't have it as an option within any of the other settings. It just randomly disappears, and you have to edit everything as soon as you get the tree. So with the trees, you have load percent, which is at the bottom right here. You can do I can't even pronounce that. Cali Steeman, the Douglas fir, Japanese maple, quaking aspen, small maple, small pine, weeping willow, white birch, and willow. So you've got a lot of different options there with your trees. We're going to go with the small maple today. Let me see. So when you've got your tree here, there'll be various sizes, but one of the things that I will say to you is add your leaves. So go to the leaves section at the top, and you just click show leaves. Here you can add more leaves, you can take leaves away, you can make leaves bigger, you can edit the position of leaves, and also if you go to the branch growth section, you can also edit from there as well. So just continuing that, I think it's something, a spider or something. So yeah, you can adjust all these settings. You can get some more branches in there, you can get less branches in there, make the branches smaller. You can also make it a little bit taller, make it a little bit shorter, whatever your preference is. Make it taller, you can make it taller, you can make it a tiny tree. So yeah, that's how you do it. So basically when you're adding your colours, so your leaf colours, you can come down here to materials. You can go on shading with that, mess around with that, but for the basics of tree making, I'm just going to show you this one. So I do believe that we're still in cycles. Oh, we've switched to Eevee. Okay, so switching to cycles, you can see what's going on there. You've got green leaves on your tree, and then we can click the actual tree itself, and then we can change this to a brown or a darker yellow. Okay guys, welcome to a new Blender tutorial. So we are currently on 4.3.2 of the Blender systems, I guess, the Blender version. So what you're going to want to do straight away is just delete your default cube. We're not going to need that. You want to go to add at the top and then mesh, and then we're going to add a circle. Now at this point we've got the add circle just at the bottom here, which is on the bottom left. I'm going to remove my screencasting keys so I can show you guys what I'm doing, because I can't move them from there. I can, but it's like you have to jiggle it about a little bit. So I'll show you what I'm going to do. So we're going to go to the add circle, bottom left, and you'll see that the vertices are at 32. Now if you increase the vertices, it's going to be a smoother circle, it's going to have more faces to it. If you lessen the vertices, it's going to have less faces. So what we want is we want to make an octagon, which is 8 faces. So we're just going to go ahead here and just change this to 8. And this would be the basis of our little road sign. So I'm just going to go back into my screen keys, the shadows and the screen keys, so that you guys can see it, everything. Yeah. Okay, so now we've got our little octagon right here. We notice that it's the wrong way, so what we're going to do is just press alpha rotate and just rotate it around so that it's flat, as you can get it. Okay, so from here we're going to start making the road sign. So what we're going to do is go into the edit mode. We're going to press F for fill, so it gives it a face. We're going to go E for extrude. We're just going to go slightly upwards, and then we're just going to go slightly outwards. This is just going to give a little bit of a bevel around the edges. And I mean, you can bring this down if you want to once you've done that. E for extrude. We're going to go E for extrude again. Then we're just going to scale it in. Press S to scale. And then we can go E for extrude, but leave it where it is. Click. And then we're going to scale in just slightly. So this is the edge of the sign right here. You just want to give that a little bit of a buffer zone around the edge. So now I'm going to go for E for extrude again, but I'm going to go inwards just slightly. And then we're going to go E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale inwards, because you want your sign to be flat. Maybe about that much-ish. Just scale it inwards a little bit, because this is going to be the white stripe going around the edge. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to the materials properties just over at the side here, if you can see my cursor right there. We're going to go new. And we want the background to be black. And then this foreground right here, we're going to go ahead and press the plus button. And then we're going to click new again. Click assign. So now this face is assigned to a different material. And then we're going to go with, so this one is red. So I'm just going to go red there, assign. And if you go into your different rendering properties, you'll see that that turns red. Now, we want the white line around the outside. So what we're going to do is we're still in edit mode. We're just going to click onto the side, the face tab right here. We're going to hold down shift and we're just going to select all the faces going around the edge. And then this one we're going to put this as white. So we're going to press plus again, add new. You can name these if you want to. For reference, I'm just not doing it at the moment. You're going to want to press assign. So this is going to make it white. I feel there's a small dad joke there. Press assign. Dink. Right, so what we're going to want to do now, I'm going to get this onto a 90-degree angle. So what you want to do is press rotate. Get it across the red line, which is the x-axis. We're going to press 90 so that it goes 90 degrees. Then we're going to press G, bring it up a little bit. So we've now got this sign, but we need a post. So we press add. We're going to go to mesh, add cylinder, and it should be upright already. So then we're going to scale it upwards and then just scale it down as is, until you get roughly the size of a pole that would fit this sign. Now at this point you could get fancy with it. At this point you could make it just a straight signpost if you want to. We're going to go to edit mode, select the top face, press G, and then just bring it up. So now the post is kind of going through the top here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move the face forward in a moment, but I just want to show you. So some of these stop signs that I'm looking at currently, they're kind of posh. Some of them have got like street signs above them. Some of them have got like these kind of generic lollipop kind of looks to them. I'm going to go with the lollipop look. I really can't get my words out today. So what I'm going to do is just make it a bit fancy at the top. So I'm going to go E for extrude, scale it inwards just slightly. I'm going to go in the X-ray version so you guys can see what's going on. E for extrude, scale it inwards slightly. I'm just going to make like a little lollipop one. E for extrude, and then we're going to go E for extrude again. E for extrude, scale, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale. Keep it along the same axis. E for extrude, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale. Oh, and I can do that. Yeah, S for scale. Right, E for extrude, and then we're just going to start scaling inwards. It's just the same motion. E for extrude, S for scale, blah blah blah. You get the picture. And then maybe we'll do like a little bit of a posh top on here. Just move this upwards. Just get this out a bit more. Okay, so I've got like this kind of kind of ball effect on the top of mine. So when you do yours, you can do yours any way that you'd like to. So I'll just zoom in on that so you guys can see. Okay, so you'll notice that there's a lot of vertices here that seem very flat. So what we're going to do, just right click and just shade it smooth. There is a smoother in the mod section if you want it, but I don't particularly like it, to be honest with you. I just like adding more vertices and just making sure that something works. So I'm going to bring this back right now. So we will press G to bring that back, and then I'm just going to press, you know, I'm not going to press S. I was going to elongate it, but it might just ruin the effect. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring it up so that it's just sat behind it. And then I'm going to take the bottom here. Let's see, edit mode, select the bottom face, G, and we're just going to move the bottom face down so that it stays uniform. You can have a little bit of a stand at the bottom here. So if you wanted to do that, you just press G, bring it up a little bit. There's no point in making vertices in the middle because then you're going to have to sort everything out at the bottom. You might as well just bring it up and then make your little design. So we've got it like that. I'm just going to split the screen a little bit so you guys can see what I'm doing. Let's press N to get rid of that. Press 1 so it's on its side. Right, so let's see. I'm just going to move it slightly to the side there because obviously my key casting is in the way. Right, yes. So the bottom here, I'm going to want to do a stand with it. So we're going to press E for extrude, S to scale, E for extrude, S to scale, E for extrude. You know how this works now. S to scale, and then we're just going to make it a little bit bigger at the bottom, and then just bring it down to relatively where your floor is. And you should have something that looks like that. Okay, so, oh, I don't want composing. We're going to go back to object mode. And now we're just going to add the materials to this. Now, I'm going to do a stop sign that's got writing on top of it. I mean, if you want to go into Carita or whatever like that, Carita's a free open source program. It works very similar to major kind of, let's say, shop photo editing software, shall we say. It works very similar to that, like an older version of that, but it's great. And then you've got GIMP as well if you want that one. So we're just going to put this in a black tone, give it a little bit of a shine, because generally those posts are kind of shiny. Let me see. If you want like a rain effect, like make it more shiny. If you want like a summer, like it's been summer forever kind of vibe, then make it really dull. It makes a really good effect. So yeah, we've got this one plane. I'm just going to put a plane on there, and I'm just going to change my render engine because I don't think I'm in cycles. Yeah, I'm in Eevee. It's Eevee's default. Yeah, so you got cycles, and then I'm just going to put it on the actual thing. So now we can see that this is what this will look like under lights. So this is actually a spotlight. We want to go ahead and change it to a sun. You can do this if you want to. You also have the option of shadow caustics, which makes things look a lot more detailed. It basically takes Blender's shadow mod kind of thing. I wouldn't say shadow mod, but Blender's got different shadows, and they tried to improve the shadows quite recently. I think it was within the last 2 years. So shadow caustics actually casts a lot more light more naturally. So if you want that more natural kind of light tone, you can do. I'm just going to turn this sun down a little bit because it is a little bit too bright for my liking. Let's go with 50. It's still bright at 50. Let's go with 5. The ridiculousness of 5. You know, surely it can't be bright at 5, but alas. Right, so setting the shadows out there. So now we want to add the text to this, which is a stop sign completely. But first and foremost, I want to add some screws, because obviously the stop sign has to be held up by something. So we're going to go to add, and then we're just going to go UV sphere. Just keep this real simple. press S just to scale it down right there. And you just want to get it parallel with the pole on both sides. So S to scale, get that up there, G to move it, G to grab. Before we do anything and before we duplicate this, I'm just going to put the materials properties on there. So just right click, shade smooth. Materials, we will go with new. We're going to make this slightly metallic. Let me see, let's darken the colour just slightly. Okay, so then we want to go to Shift D and just move this down a little bit. So now you have this kind of sign that's got a little bit of stuff on it. So I want to make some scratches as well, which is going to be in the shading tab. I'll show you how to do that at the end, but first we're going to put the stop sign stop on it. So what we want to do is we want to go to add, and then we're going to go to text, and so your text will actually appear right here on the floor. So what you're going to want to do to edit this is you want to go into edit mode. Seems kind of self-explanatory. Now at the moment you can't see it, so you're going to kind of have to use your imagination here if you can't see it. So we're just going to put STOP for our sign. So I can go back to object mode, and we've got the stop sign right there. Now if you've noticed, the text type isn't quite right. So let me see, I'm just going to bring this up, just press G to grab. I'm going to rotate it on the red line, which is the x-axis. Press 90 on your number pad. We're going to go ahead and just press G and just move it until it's somewhat in the middle. Let me see, I'm just going to make this bigger for you guys. I can't get my words out today at all. Right, I'm going to press G, just bring it forward so that you can see it. Now you're going to want to keep this relatively flat, but keep it as flush as you can to the back of the board. Press S just to move it down a little bit. G to go across. Now this is where the tricky part comes in, because you're going to have to look at text types. So, hang on. Let me get this more central. Okay, so this could take a little bit of research, because the stop sign seems to have the same text all over, but then there's also stop signs in different countries that have also got different text types. So yeah, this is totally the wrong text. I'm going to find out which text it is. I'll come back in 2 seconds. Magic of video editing. We'll see whether we can get something similar, or we see whether we can get the same kind of text. I'll be 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So apparently, according to Google, it's called Highway Gothic. Now, if you guys can find Highway Gothic, good luck to you. I'm going to try and find it. I don't know whether I will be able to find it, but I'll give it a good go. Let me see. So you want to go to the data option right here. It should be the A up on the bottom right there. So we're going to go to font. And when you go to fonts, you're going to get all these different ones. So we're just going to click. We're just going to experiment with this basically and see what we can find. So if we click this, notice that all these text types come up. And so what we want to find is Highway Gothic. Like, I'm hoping it has Highway Gothic, or at least something of akin. Let me see. So, oh wow, there's so much. Let's see, we're on L, H, we got Hollywood, Highway Tower. No, sorry, that's High Tower even. Highway Gothic. I don't think that it supplies Highway Gothic, but I mean, we can find something similar. We got Highway Tower. You kind of want something bold. Let me see. Something that's kind of squished together. Squishy. You know, you could go with Dominican regular, I guess. Oh, no. Let us not go with Dominican regular. Okay, I'm going to try bold. Let's see. Don't go with the Dominican. Highway Gothic. Do you have Highway Gothic? I don't know whether this is like a separate file. Oh, they got HoloLens. HoloLens is... sorry, HoloLens is something else. Don't go with HoloLens. Let me see. High tower, high tower, high tower. Heavy wrap, heavy heap even. I'm gonna guarantee there's somebody in the comment section going, she missed it like 3 times. Like, how could you not see this? I don't even think they have it. We're gonna try this one. The German sounding one. The heat. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna butcher this. The Heatenschwiller. That looks relatively okay actually. But stop signs tend to be like squished in. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna scale this inwards like across the red axis a little bit, just to kind of maybe I don't know. You know what? You guys can kind of experiment with the text type that you'd like. Let's try another one. I'm not looking at this thing like trying to poof. I've got it on my phone. Like, I've got a picture of the text type on my phone. Unfortunately, it's just not showing up here for some weird reason. So I mean, you guys can experiment with this. Just see what works for you. I wouldn't go with that. I wouldn't go for Kunstler. I wouldn't go for the artist one. The artist script. Kunstler's the artist script. That's like your fine writing kind of thing. Your cursive. Let's go with Oswald Heavy. See if Oswald's good. It looks relatively. You know what? I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with that because it looks okay. Yeah. So I guess that's it for this tutorial. If you guys want a different text type, just look at different text types on there. Just see what works for you the best. If you guys have got a text type that's on here that's that very much matches the stop sign, like, let me know, because then I can kind of put that forward for a next tutorial if I make another one of these. Yeah, so that'd be it for today. Enjoy your day. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe. Give us a follow if you're on Facebook watching this. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so you're going to want to go to your shading tab right at the top here. Just press shift, move it upwards. Go onto your stop sign right here. You're going to want to make sure, hang on, let's put this on render view. So you're going to just want to use your scroll wheel to go in and out. Shift and then click in your scroll wheel to just move this around. So what you're going to want, go into your materials tab, go into your red material. Then we're going to want to go and add a Veroni texture. So this is a Veroni texture. And we're going to want to put colour to colour. And you notice that all these little lines come up. Now you can make these rough, you can make them smooth, you can make them random, which I'm going to do actually. So you can make them like that where they're uniform, or you can just make them random like that. You can scale these up, scale these down. Let me see. So you're going to want some scratches and stuff like that. So these are going to be your basic scratches. So what we're going to do is go to add and add bump. Put your bump in and go from your colour to your height. So you've got something like this. Now we're going to want colour on this. So we're going to add, I'm going to go colour ramp. Just squeeze it in right here. Let me see. Yeah. So your colour ramp, we move these. It's going to give you these little scratches now. Obviously this is the wrong way around, so we want to invert that a little bit. Let's see. This will give you your little scratches. So that's just basic demonstration of how that works. So yeah. I'm just going to switch this to the metallic. And then you see that your scratches appear, and they're only little subtle ones. So if you want to scale this up, you can do. You can have a few scratches, little bumps and dings there. I'm hoping you can see that on the recording. Yeah, you can just about see it, just here. I'm looking at the recording, just like thinking to myself, like, can you guys see this? Yeah, so you can see all the little scratches and bumps here, so that's just how you make the scratches and bumps. Yeah, so if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please subscribe, please like. Yeah, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So, today we're going to be doing a work locker. It's on my brief. I mean, like, a work locker is good. So I don't know whether to do one where it's going to be multiple lockers or whether I just do a singular locker. I think maybe I can do a singular locker today just to show you how to make one, and then you guys can kind of experiment with what you'd like to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the default cube, just bring it out a little bit. I'm going to just scale it upwards to roughly a locker size. I'm just going to press G and just bring it down to ground. So I'm going to start with on this one. If you guys want to rotate like this, it's a central scroll wheel. I keep forgetting this. Like, sometimes people just click on my videos straight away and they don't know any of the controls, and I don't tell them. And I need to start doing that. So I'm just going to press S, central scroll wheel, just go along the red line, which is the X-axis. We're just going to make this a little bit thinner. Let's come around here. So we're going to go into edit mode, which is in the top corner. We're just going to go into faces. We're going to take the front face here. We're going to go E for extrude. Leave it where it is, don't move it. And then we're just going to go scale it inwards. And this is going to be like the inside bit of our locker. So I'm just going to scale upwards. So it gives it that little bit of a lip, but not much. And then what I'm going to do is E for extrude, scale it inwards. Now, because most lockers are made of a thin metal, we're just only going to go in just slightly. So you're probably going to want to be about there. So we're going to go E for extrude again, don't move it. And then we're just going to scale outwards. We're going to go into the X-ray mode so you guys can see what's going on here. So we got this face, we're just going to go scale outwards. You notice that on the inside that it's now going in to the sides. So I'm just going to scale toward the side, so you've kind of got this going on the inside. And then we're going to go E for extrude and just bring it back. So now, let's see, just leave a little gap at the back. So now we have a little hollow cube, and this will be potentially our locker. So now what to do is add shelves in there, a little bit of a rail, I guess, and then a door. So let's go with add, and then we're going to go to mesh, cube, and then you're going to want to scale your cube up so that it fits just on the inside of the locker. And then we're going to go to S, scale, downwards, just flatten it down, and then G, we're going to bring it up. So it's going to become a shelf. You want to make sure that it's flush towards the sides, but it's not going to clip outwards. So that's clipping outwards. Just make sure that it's just in there, and you can't see it from the outside. So if I just click off that, you can't see it now. So this will be our first shelf, and maybe we'll want a shelf just at the bottom for shoes or something. Maybe you've got some shoes that absolutely stink after gym class or whatever like that, you know. And then we're going to add a mesh again. And we're going to go for cylinder. We're going to scale this upwards. And then we're going to scale it back down again. Rotate along the red axis, which is X. We're going to press 90. Scale it outwards. Then just scale it back in again. Now, this is going to be the pole for your coats. This is going to be the pole for whatever you're hanging up in your locker. So make it as thick or as thin as you want. Just press G, bring it up. We're gonna post this. Maybe. I think that's actually quite good. I'm gonna move this forward just slightly. You kind of got that gap at the other side as well. That's not. Yeah, make sure both sides of your pole are touching the sides of the locker as well. It's not just floating there. I thought there was something wrong with that. I'm looking at it going like, what did I do wrong? Like, there's something wrong with that. I can't figure it out. It's not touching the sides. It's just like, it's just existing. So we're gonna go right click, and then we're gonna press smooth. So now you've got your little pole in your locker. Now you can start adding, if you wanted to, materials to this. So your materials tab's just here. You want to press new. If this is a pole, we're going to want to go for maybe a silver look to it. Let me see. Oh, that's really weird. They've changed some of the settings on here. So we're going to go with metallic and just turn it up a little bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change my rendering engine, because we're supposed to be in cycles, but for some reason default is Eevee. So we've got it in cycles now. And this is a silver bar on the inside. Now if you wanted to add scratches to that, I can show you how to add scratches to do that. Just 1 second. Okay, so you're going to want to go to your shading tab right here. So to add scratches to things, pretty simple. So what you want to do is add a Veroni texture. Yeah, so here we go. Veroni texture, you want to go color to base color of principled. Then we're going to go, we're just going to move this up. So now you can see all these little lines that have appeared right there. We're going to go to bump texture. Just put the bump in there. You want to change your color to your height rather than color to normal. So it should look like that. Now you've kind of got this purpley thing going on, so we're going to go add, and then we're going to go to color ramp. And I believe last time I just changed it to the metallic, I think, because it was working differently for another project. They do change the settings in Blender sometimes, so sometimes I'm like there, like, did I do the right thing? Because it doesn't seem to be reacting in the way that I'd like it to react. So, yeah, you can scale this up, you can scale it down. You can have little cracks or whatever like that. So yeah, as for the regards to the outside of the locker, you can add some dings, some bumps to that. You know, I'm gonna add some texture to this actually. So your base color right now for your locker theoretically is just white. So I've seen most lockers, they're kind of like a dark green. So we're gonna go with that kind of tone. I'm just going to turn the roughness down just for now. Sorry, the roughness up even. And we're going to add a bump. And then I'm going to add a noise texture, just to kind of give it a little bit of noise, a little bit of... so when you've got items, they'll get bumps over the years, and they'll get scratches on them and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is go for a noise texture. Add this onto here, go to colour, and go to height. So now you've kind of got this this crazy pattern going on here. So you can distort this a little bit. You can make it bigger, you can make it smaller, you can do whatever you want with it. Yeah, lockers are naturally going to get stains on them. So now we notice that we have this red locker with a blue floor to it. So what I'm going to do is add, we're adding color ramp. And then we're just going to slip it between the bump and the principled. And you'll notice that it's all gone black and white now. So what we're going to do is add colour to this. And we're just going to turn the tones down. And you notice that it's black on the outside. I mean, you could move the black so that it's on that side. So it's almost like it's stained on the bottom as well. You can move the white around so the white's on the outside if you'd like. So there we go. We got basic locker that's a bit stained now. I'm gonna name this material as locker color. Because we're gonna change the color for this one as well. So what you want to do is just go locker color, then go to this one, locker color. This is going to be good for your door as well. If you want to duplicate this and edit this, you can do, so that you've got different tones to it. Just press the two pieces of paper in the corner, so you could have white shelves instead of green, but you'll be still in with that same theme if that's what you want. So I can do that. and just change things. How about that? Just duplicate it when you do change things so that you're not changing everything. So now we've kind of got the basic of a locker. We're going to want to add the door to it, so I'm going to do the door separately. I'm going to start with the plane, and I'll do it downwards. So we're going to go back to layout so that we can see what's going on, and just regular rendered view. I'm going to scale this out, and then I'm going to fit it to the door, see how big this is, and then I will edit it as needed. So you just want to rotate on the green axis with 90 degrees. G, scale it outwards so that it's roughly the same size as the locker. Edit mode, just bring your vertices down. You probably can't see this very well, but hang on. So theoretically you just want a shape. So G, bring that forward. You just want to bring a shape on the outside that fits the outside of the locker, roughly. So now, most lockers have little vents on them, so we're going to go to edit mode. I'm just going to Control R this. Just bring that in. Control R, halfway, Control R. I just go halfway up. So this is going to be the vent. You can do the vent in different ways if you want to. I think with my one I'm going to bring it out and then I'll subdivide it. So just get rid of that one. I'm just going to like E for extrude, and then I'm going to just rotate it just slightly. So it's like this. And then we're going to press the delete key, delete the face right there. Control R. Just get a couple of lines going across here. And then we're just going to take these faces out. 1, 2, 3, right there. E for extrude. And then I'm just going to go upwards with them. So they look like vents, so to speak. It's kind of a vent. I'm going to press delete faces. So they got a hole in them. Now you notice that this locker right here it's flat. Primarily it's just got one face. So what we're going to do, go into edit mode, press A to select everything, and E for extrude. And we're just going to extrude over the top just slightly. And then I'm just going to go S to scale outwards. So the door's a little bit bigger to the locker there. And I think we're going to do some hinges. So you notice that the locker's a different colour from the actual the door right there. So we're going to go into shade tab again. And what you want to do, just grab this drop down menu here, just go locker, and there's your colour for the locker. So now we have this. I'm just going to rotate this 90 degrees so you guys can see inside. Just place that in there. Right, there we go. Right, so now we want the hinges. So we're just going to add and go to cylinder. Just elongate it slightly. Make sure it scales down. And then we're just going to place the hinge onto the side of the door. Might take a little bit of time to get this over to it. And I'm just going to make this kind of a grey colour. Right click to smooth, G, bring it up, and then we're going to go Shift D, and then Shift D, and then we're going to select Shift, click them all, whilst holding that down, and then we're going to go Shift D again, and just put the bottom hinges on right there, and that right there is your basic locker. I hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial. Please subscribe if you're interested. And I'll see you in the next one. Thanks. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So we're going to be making a water bottle today. So the water bottle, we're just going to go ahead and delete the default cube. Add objects for mesh. Add circle. And what I'm going to do with this circle, this is kind of in the way, but I'm just going to improve my vertices just right here at the bottom to make it look a little bit smoother. Because last time I didn't do it, and it was kind of squared off a little bit, and I didn't like the way that that looked. So with water bottles, what we're going to do is we're going to go to edit mode, press F for fill. So what I'm going to do is E for extrude. Let me think. And then I'm just going to scale it around. We're going to do a flat water bottle. E for extrude again. Just bring that out just slightly. E for extrude. E for extrude again. And I think I might put like a little kind of dent in the middle of it. So you just want to take it, E for extrude, bring it up. E for extrude if you're going to make this little dent. You don't have to, you don't want to, but I'm just going to do it. E for extrude again. Just like kind of scale it inwards a little bit. Just kind of have it like as a sports bottle, I guess. Scale it inwards again. E for extrude. Just gently scale inwards, and then we're just gonna make this come upwards towards the top, and then just scale it out a little bit more as we reach the top. So this is gonna be kind of like a sports water bottle, I guess. E for extrude. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make that a little bit bigger. Scale outwards. E for extrude. E for extrude again. And then we're just gonna go E for extrude, but on the slide. Scale it inwards slightly. E for extrude again. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. You get where this is going again, I guess. If you've seen the rest of the tutorials, like E for extrude, blah blah, you know. Okay, so we're gonna go E and just go straight up. You can make like a little curve if you want to. Just kind of balance it out a little bit, and then E just straight up. So I'm gonna go an X-ray view right now so you guys can see. So want to go E again, just slightly. Just bring it in. This will be the lip of the bottle. Yeah. G downwards, let me see, yeah. So go inwards, E for extrude, and then we're just going to go in there. Now I'm going to press 1, so you guys can see. So now we're inside of the bottle. I'm going to go E for extrude again, E for extrude, and then we're just going to scale outwards. And then E for extrude, just leave like a tiny little gap at the sides, so that you're not clipping the outside. E for extrude, scale. E for extrude, scale it outwards, and just carry on doing this like the whole way until you get to the bottom. And just make sure you keep scaling inwards every so often if the bottle changes, such as my one does here. So I'm just making the inside of the bottle now, and then we can do the rest of this. And now when you come to the end, just kind of scale it in a little bit. Not all the way in, but just like enough that you kind of get this round bottom to it. So you should have something like this. So now we're going to make the lid, which is just real simple. Just go back to your object mode. I'm going to just right click shade smooth. And then we're going to add the lid, which is just a cylinder. Just basically scale it down And then just place it on top. You got the X-ray mode. You can kind of see how big your lid is. Let's have mine like there. Okay, so and then right click and smooth that out. So that's your basic bottle shape. You can add to that if you like. Let's see. So you can add labels on here as well. So the best way of doing this is to go to edit mode. Just click 1 on your number pad. Make sure that you've got the X-ray mode on for faces as well. And then just select a couple of vertices, and you can change the colours of these as well. So you just go into the materials tab. You just press plus. So this one will be the original colour, I believe. Yeah, so this one's the original colour. So what you want to do, just to make it kind of slightly invisible, I'm just going to change my render engine real quick. So come back to the materials tab. You can move the alpha, and you can make it like slightly kind of invisible. I'm just going to go ahead and just assign this 1 second. So for this material that's selected right here, you want to press plus, assign, and then this will be your new material. So this will be your label. Let's go object mode. So you notice that the bottle's kind of slightly see-through. I mean, you could use that if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, if you go to the original material and you go to glass BSDF, you can make this bad boy glass. Just turn down the roughness, and then it turns into kind of this glass bottle effect. But we don't want glass, so we're just going to bring the roughness up a little bit, so it's more of a plastic kind of look to the bottle. Yeah, and that's your basic kind of bottle shape. I hope you guys enjoyed. Please leave a like, subscribe. If you're on Facebook, give me a follow. Thank you. Okay, welcome guys to the next tutorial. Today we're going to be learning how to make a window. So I'm just going to go ahead and set up the scene a little bit here, just so that you guys can see straight through it, because if you're seeing grey on grey, you're not really going to you're not going to see much. So I'm just going to add some objects in here. You guys can add these, but you don't have to. I'm just adding them just for the purpose of this. So what we're going to want to do, making windows wise, and this is the way that I make windows. I don't know how you guys make windows, but for me, so if you want something that you're going to see through, you're going to want 2 planes with that one. But if you're going to want something that's just kind of stationary, then you're only going to need like maybe the 1 plane on there. So for example, if you're seeing windows from the outside and you know that you're not going to be looking into those windows, then I mean, you could just make like a basic window shape, have your glass on there and everything. And then you can just move it anywhere that you want in the building. But if you want windows like I make the windows, then you're going to need to put holes in your walls to accommodate them. So I'll show you how I make them. Okay, so what we're going to start with is we're just going to add a plane. So we're just going to make a basic window today. So I'm just going to press S for scale. Just scale this up. And we are going to go to edit mode. You want to press Control R. Just get your midpoint right there, and then Control R on the other side just to get your midpoint. Now, these are going to be the windows, so what we're going to do is Control R, go halfway, Control R, go halfway, Control R, go halfway, and we're just going to basically subdivide this. Now, you can subdivide this if you want to. If you can see what you're doing, that's great. So we're just going to subdivide. So now we have these little ones. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go around the edges of these subdivisions. Control R, just the whole kind of thing. So now we've got the center bit, and we're going to go Control R, just do 2 on the center right here. We're also going to go Control R again, do the center right here. Okay, so now we have this. We're going to go with the smallest corner right here. Just press Shift Control, and that will select all of that one. Now you're going to press Shift, click, and then you're going to go Control again. Now you're going to press Shift, and then Control again. Shift, click, Control, Shift, click, Control. So now you've kind of got this thing, but notice that I made a mistake here, so I'm just going to press shift and just uncheck these ones. Okay, so I'm just going to press delete and we're going to go faces. So now we've kind of got this basic window shape going on. I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger, I think. Okay, so this, we want to rotate it 90 degrees so that it's standing up right. I'm just going to rotate it again. We're going to go 90, yeah, 90 degrees. So this is just showing the basic window stuff of what you can make on here. Obviously, if you want to make a more detailed window, you can do, but I'm just showing you the basics of how to make the glass within the window, in the window itself. So, if you guys have got more time, you can go ahead and you can just, you can make something a lot better than I have right here. So, what I'm going to do now is just make this brown. I'm just going to go ahead and change to cycles because we're doing the tutorials in cycles. So now you can see that we have a window shape here. So now we're going to add another plane, and what you want to do is rotate it 90 degrees again, and we're just going to place this in the middle here, and then we're just going to scale it outwards and scale across. Okay, so now we notice that we've got intersecting vertices right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the window frame. We're going to go edit mode. I'm just going to select everything by pressing A. E for extrude. And we're just going to pull it out a little bit. Now, this window, you're going to want to sit so that it's right in the middle there. So, what we're going to do now, to make the glass of the window, we're going to go to the materials section. I'll just put this on the opposite side so you guys can see what's going on. So we should get light coming through the window as well. This is why I positioned it like this. So for your window, we're going to come to the materials tab, press new, and we're just going to go to glass, BSDF, and you'll see that we've got kind of this reflection going on here. We've got some lights going on. What you want to do is just turn down your roughness. And now you can see that we've got the cube over here, and through this window we can see the sphere on this side. And you can also see the cube's reflection here, and if you're on the sphere side, because there's no light on there at the moment, you can't see it, but if I was to move the light just there, you now can see the sphere. Through there you can see the square reflection. Just going to move this one again, just duplicate this and then just change the colour of it so you guys can see what's going on. Oh, come on. It won't move. Yeah, there we go. Right, so I'm just going to change this to green. So now, we just move it around. You can see the green cube from the green light. You can see the icosphere, and then from the icosphere side you can see the green cube, and then just about here you can see the reflection of the icosphere. So that's just basic windows in Blender. That's just how you put the glass in. Obviously it's not a detailed tutorial, it's just to show you how to do glass, if that's what you want to do in your projects. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Please hit subscribe. I would really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next tutorial. So today we're going to be looking at dropping objects that are soft. I basically got a cube here. I just put the default cube on the bottom for you guys. So that's just like our collision point. I've also labeled this as a collision in the physics tab right there. So what we're going to do, we're just going to get an icosphere, and we're just going to look at soft objects. Basically, the object's just going to land and it's just going to be squishy. So this would be perfect if you've got like any kind of anime kind of stuff, and you've got like these kind I don't know, replications of soft toys or something, and you just want like a kind of squishy kind of feel to everything. So what we're going to do is we're going to go, so we got this one on collision from the physics tab right here. This one, we're going to put it down as cloth. And so if we just press the space bar real quick, it should come down. It just kind of squishes and it kind of melts. So we don't want it to go through, but we want some sort of stability here. So we can mess around with the weight a little bit. You can get it like really heavy. It kind of just squishes down. I think having a plane is probably best for this. I'm just going to switch this out for a plane actually. Mesh plane, let's see what we can do with this. We'll put this as collision. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you can see that it kind of becomes real squishy. So, if we click on the icosphere again, we can do, you've got steps, you've got all sorts here, you've got tension. Let's put the tension up a little bit. It kind of just folds in. But, yeah, you can, like, reduce this. You can have, like, a 1.1 kilogram. And it kind of just, like, bounces. If we take that up a little bit more, maybe. So, just pull that up a little bit more. Let it go. We kind of just have this bounce to it. Now you just mess around with the settings. See what you want to start with. Let's see. So, I could do internal springs. Could turn these up a little bit. See what happens. But yeah, that's basically how you do kind of like squishiness. So if you've got like a plushie toy or something, and you want it to kind of bounce and squish, that's how you do that. Thank you guys for watching. That's the end of the tutorial. Please subscribe, like, follow wherever you're watching this. I'll see you in the next one. So I'm just gonna go do a quick one right now. So these are bouncing apples, so I'm just going to go over to my physics tab. We'll have these as cloth. Have that one as cloth. I don't know how well this is going to work, but like, I'm going to try it. Cloth. Cloth. I think that's small as cloth. Oh, okay. See what happens here. It's taking a while. I think I'm minus frames there. Oh yeah, minus 1.6. I should have got rid of the icosphere. Definitely. Oh, they've kind of got squashed there. Oh dear. Hi guys, so we're going to start the next tutorial. So what we're going to do is something like really creative today. We're going to just like delete everything from the scene. Primarily because we don't need it. And what we're going to start with, I mean you can re-add your camera if you want to, but what we're going to start with is a plane. We're just going to put this plane out there. And today we're going to be learning how to do glass lamps with different colours to them. So we're going to add a circle to begin with, and we're just going to make a base for the lamp. And this is going to be an emission rather than a light, so that we can just move the lamps around freely. So you're going to want to go to the edit mode, press F to make a face. You're going to want to select everything, effect extrude. We're just going to scale out, make a little platform here, effect extrude, effect extrude, effect extrude. We're going to go effect extrude again, scale inwards just slightly, effect extrude, scale inwards just slightly, and then this is where the magic happens, right? So this is going to be the base of our lamp. And what we want to do is we're going to want to go E for extrude, and then we're going to scale inwards. Now this is where everything happens. So this little central bit here is going to be the emission. So we're going to press new on materials. So this material will cover all the bottom here. So we're just going to put this as black. Let me see. Yep, there we go. Right, so I'm just going to go ahead and change my render engine here. Just go back to materials. We're working in cycles. So this is how the original lamp's going to look. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to press the plus just in the corner here. We're going to go with new, and then we're going to go with emission. I'm just going to turn that up a little bit. Press assign. So now we have kind of like a button kind of light. And now we're going to go to faces, and we're just going to select, I'll put this on the downward view so you guys can see. We're going to select this entire ring just around here. So if you press shift, control, and then click, and then just click around the ring as you go, should highlight practically everything. We're going to go E for extrude. Now at this point we just pressed 1 on the number pad so that you've got a side view. I'm just going to move this up a little bit, and we want to go to X-ray mode at the top. We're going to box select, so you could do B for box select, so you could just drag your cursor across. This is going to be our new material, so we're going to plot new, so the plus, go to new. This one's going to be glass. Click assign, go back to your render view, and this is what you should have in the object mode. So it's just basic glass looking kind of lamp. So now we're going to make variations from this. So this is going to be the original lamp, and then I'm going to show you how to make different textures on here, different colours on here. Just basically make like some crazy stuff. So we're going to go ahead and go into the shading tab, which is the shading tab is just up here. 1 second. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to change some of these things. So for this material we want emission. So at the moment we are on the material that's in the middle. So this circular bit right here, that's where the emission is going to come through. So the glass is this material, and we're just going to put glass for that one. Now this is going to be the standard materials. This is just going to be the standard lamp. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press G. I'm going to move this one to the side, and I'm just going to press Shift D, and then I'm going to make a new one. So this one we want to make some patterns on. So to change the colour you want to change the emission. To change the glass you want to make a new type of glass. Now I don't like how rough this glass is, so I'm just going to change the roughness on it. But as you can see, it changes the other glass as well, so this needs to be its own material. So we're going to leave the default like that. Just press Control Z just to undo any of those changes. So we're going to go with the glass. We're going to press this double page button here. This will be the new glass for this one, and we can see that it's the new glass for this one because it's just changed colour. So you just press this little tab right here next to the X, and then that will make glass 001. So we just want to call this glass 2. Okay, so starting with this lamp, we're going to go with Veroni texture. So we're just going to place this right here. We're going to go to colour, and you'll notice that this glass kind of changes this funky shade of different colours and stuff, textures. So you can make this as large or as small as you'd like. So what we're going to do, we're going to go add, and we're going to go bump texture. Just place your bump texture in there. Just put your colour to your height. And so we're going to get this little pattern right here. So what you want to do, you notice that we're getting little cracks. I don't know whether you can see that on the recording. Hold on, just let it render in just a little bit. So notice like this little hairline cracks right there. So I mean, you can make this as big or as small as you want to, but for this, I'm just going to turn the roughness down a little bit. Just brings those cracks out just like tiny little bit more. You can also mess with the IOR, which is the thing on this. So now we're going to go with color ramp. We'll go straight into that. So now we've kind of got this grey, white colourings. So what we want to do is add a colour to this lamp. So maybe I'll go with green. I'm just going to turn the IOR down a little bit so it kind of looks a little bit more glass-like. And I'm going to just auto shade that smoothness a little bit more. Now you can put more smooth into it if you want to. So you'll notice that the light is quite dim. If you go to your emission, you can turn this up. But what I would recommend is duplicate your emission and then do it, because otherwise you'll be messing around with the rest of your lamps. So now, if I just move this across, we're going to get a lamp that's a little bit brighter. Let's see. It's taking its sweet time just to move things around here. Okay, so this is what we've got right now. At the moment it's just loading in some of the lighting. So what we can do is we can go to the glass, and you notice that the glass is really dark. So what you can actually do is like take the white and just move it across a little bit. You can also turn the roughness down if you want to, so that you've got more of a glass kind of shape. Now you notice that this glass is pretty dark, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take away this black on here. Excuse me. And now we've kind of got more of a little glass thing going on. So at the moment, I think I'm going to adjust this just a little bit. So the IOR, I would say just experiment with it a little bit and see what you can do. Yeah. So that's the outside of the glass, that's the reflection. And then when you come and you lower it, that's the inside kind of thing. So it takes a little bit of play around with it. But yeah, generally that's the cracks one. So you can actually put the roughness up if you want to, because obviously this is very mirrored. And if you put the roughness up, this is what happens. The render's a little bit slow on this. But yeah, you get the general idea. So that's your second glass that you can do. The third glass that you can do, we'll take the original right here. What allows me to. So Shift D, just to duplicate. When it decides to play ball, there we go. Right, okay, so this one, just put this onto regular view again. So this one right here, we're going to do a red one. So, do this cross. Okay, so, we want to take the glass, and we want to just duplicate this. We're going to add a noise texture onto here. And what we should be getting is this kind of pattern. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to improve some of the roughness on this. Just take some of it away a little bit so we've got these little bumps going on. And then we want to go to the bump texture. Let's place that right here. We want to go colour to height. And when it loads in, you should get something like this. So now we go colour ramp. No, we don't want color. Oh, yeah, color ramp right here. Just place it between the glass and the bump, and now we have this kind of wavy kind of pattern going on with this particular light. So now you can change the colours, whatever you'd like. So we're gonna go click on the white. Just change this. Maybe we could have like red. Oh, we've crashed. Right. So I think that concludes the tutorial today. We crashed. So yeah, you get the basic idea of what's going on. I'll see you in the next one. Please like, subscribe. Yeah, all that jazz. See you later. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be building a watch. So this is a project that I have made very few of, but I'm going to try my best to teach you how to do it today. So we're going to do, we're going to go to add, mesh, and then circle. We're going to press S to scale. I'm just going to bring this up a little bit so you guys can see it. And I may just add the double screen on here as well. Yeah, so you guys have got a different angle as well. So we're going to start off with the clock face to begin with. I'll add the numbers onto there and I'll teach you how to do that as well. So what we want to do is go to edit mode. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to approach this right now. So we want to press F for fill. This will give us a face. I'm going to go E for extrude and just go up slightly. Now this is going to be the clock face itself. You can go E for extrude again and just keep it just above the line right here, just above, not too much. Just keep along with your axis there. Then we're going to scale it in just slightly. Going to go E for extrude again, scale in, E for extrude, scale inwards. Now what you want to do with this one is when you've scaled it inwards, just bring it down so it's relatively flat. And then we want to do, I'm just going to scale this outwards just slightly, E for extrude again, and we're just going to go inwards. And this is where your clock face is going to sit. So this is going to be the rim that's just around the outside. E for extrude again, just bring that down. Now we're going to sit another circle across the top here that'll act as the glass, but we'll do that afterwards because what I want to do first is the numbers and also the arms of the clock. So what we're going to do is just bring it down so that it doesn't intersect the vertices just there, but it just sits just straight right there. So press 8 for the upwards view. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to object mode. We're going to add, and we're going to go with text. 1 second. Here we go. Press 7 on your number pad, not 8. And then we're going to go to edit mode, and we're just going to type in 12. Now you're not going to be able to see this because it's underneath, so what we're going to do is we're going to edit this. So I've got my second one. Press G, just bring it up. Now it doesn't have to be all the way up, but just enough so that you can see it. So what we're going to do with this 12 right now is, you notice right now that it's flat, so we're going to build it up a little bit. So what you want to do is come over to the side panel here, go to your data, which is the A, and we are going to go for, we've got the font, we've got the share, we've got the size. So this will skew your font to wherever you need. This will make it size upwards or downwards, whatever you need. I mean, you could press S for scale if you wanted to. Let me see. So you've got your offsets here on the Y. You can also offset it. I'm just showing you some of the stuff that's going on here. Now, with your geometry, because it's flat, and you want to make it a little bit bigger, just move your geometry to 0.5. That should be great for a clock face. So now what we want to do is let's go G, and we're just going to go down. And we're just going to position this right at the very top. So just make sure that it sits just on your face right there. Clock face. Put it just to the center. Bring it up. Get it as central as you possibly can. And then what we're going to do, if you want to, you can change your font type. So we have a lot of different font types right here. So just press the open font just at the side. It's a folder icon just there. You can choose whatever font you want. Now I'm going to stop recording to choose my font because there's a lot of different fonts on there, I think. So to be honest with you, actually, you know what, I could zoom this in. I could show you guys the fonts. So these are all the fonts that you can have for your clock face. You're going to want something that's legible, that's not too hard to read. You know, there's quite a lot of them actually. So you can go for this one. That one seems okay. So that is the Felix tilting regular. So once you've got that, just make sure your 12 is relatively central. We're going to press Shift D. This is going to duplicate it. And then we're going to bring it down to the bottom. Now you notice it says 12 and 12. We don't want 12 and 12, we want 12 and 6. So from here we're going to go into edit mode. Just delete your 12 right there. G, bring it over. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go Shift D again, bring it to the center, and then we're going to go G, bring it over, make sure that this for the 3 is just dead center. Oops, that didn't work for some reason. You saw me hit the 3 then. That didn't work. Right, so now we're going to go and put the 9 in. So Shift D. And then we're going to go edit again. You can kind of get the pattern that we're going with now. So we're going to put 9 on that side. Now at this point, if you don't want to, you don't have to put the rest of the numbers on there. But I would suggest putting the rest of the numbers on there now. In prior tutorials, I would have said, let's duplicate all of this. And then we'll put everything at a 90-degree angle. Or we'll put everything at a 25-degree angle or whatever like that. Just so that we get the numbers in between. But to be honest with you, on your own clock face, I think doing everything manually and doing everything by eye is a good way of making this. So what we want to do is take your 3, and we're going to go Shift D, just to duplicate, go about a quarter of the way across the clock, and then what we're going to do is going to go G upwards, and that should roughly be where you can put your 1. So we're just going to put 1 there. I'm going to move that down slightly actually. If you play this by eye, just slightly, because if we start rotating things, then the objects are just going to rotate themselves. So that could be roughly where your 1 is. We're going to go Shift D, just move that across, go G, move that across, G again, move it up. Right, and this is going to be your 2. This is going to be a bit fiddly to do in the beginning, because obviously, you know, if you're not used to doing this, just bring them in just slightly so that they're just inside the clock face. And then we're going to do the rest of this for the rest of the clock face as well. So bring it a quarter of the way down, roughly, then bring it across. It's going to be 4. Yeah, it's sometimes it's a little bit of a painstake doing all of this. When you add the colours to the numbers as well, you only need to use 1 colour. You don't need to colour every single one, but I'll show you how to do that, because what I used to do when I started doing Blender, I used to take every single object, say like there was multiple objects, and I would try and get the same colour to each object, and I'd find out that I wouldn't get the exact colour, and I wouldn't be able to colour match it properly. Not fully, at least. I mean, there was some sort of colour matching there. I was very used to colour matching in a job that I used to do. But you'd be maybe 1 or 2 hexes out of colour. A hex is it's a colour wheel that the computers have, that you can actually type in a code and it'll give you a specific colour. It's actually a pretty neat trick. I don't know all the colours off by heart. There's millions of colours, you know, but if you had a specific colour that you were looking to put onto your project, and someone turned around to you and said, oh yeah, I need colour 826, which is a light green, you can type in 826 and it will give you the exact same light green that the person that you've just spoken to has on their computer. It's a very very handy tool that you can kind of adopt into your project. So every time that you're doing colour matches with something, you already have the colour as long as the person's got the code for that colour, the hex or the hashtag. So it's a really neat thing to have. So I think we've just finished the clock face right there. I'm just going to move this 8 and 7 just down a little bit. Yeah, okay. So your clock face should roughly look like that. So now we're going to want something in the dead center. So we're going to just put a cylinder in the middle. We're just going to scale that down a little bit. So that should be, in theory, the dead center, because I've not moved anything, and the X is across there. So from this point now, I want to just pull this up just a little bit, just a tad. We don't want it to interact with the glass, it's going to go over the top. Shade smooth, and then select your outer circle as well, and also shade that one smooth. So this is what your clock face should look like. Looks pretty. So now if we go to the render mode, we'll notice that it's all just one colour at the moment. So at the moment we should be in cycles. So now we want to add the colours to the clock faces, and we also want to add the colours to the numbers. So just select your first number. Go down here to the materials tab. I'm going to move myself out the way because I think I'm in the way. Whoop. There we go. Right. So materials tab right here. You've got your number selected. Now press new. This material at the top, we're just going to call it clock black. So this will be for, I'm just going to put the numbers, clock black numbers. Don't say that fast. That's just like, I just realised what I said then. But we want to change this to a black tone right here. So when we've got this one and we press on to the next one, we select number 1. If we come down to this drop down menu here, we have clock black numbers. The next one, clock black number, and you get where this pattern's going. Just keep selecting that drop down, and it's going to be the same colour throughout the board then. Come on. Yeah, my program's froze. Sometimes I work so quickly on my computer that my computer just can't catch up with me. I think my graphics card's actually slowly going out. So, because what it is, when my graphics card sits, I actually have a game capture card, and there's no other slots for it. So I can have 2 graphics cards on my computer, but I choose to put the game capture card in the slot where the graphics card is supposed to be. And that's become problematic for my computer because now they share the same kind of stream thing. And yeah. So anyway, so the center bit, I mean, you could put this as a gold if you wanted to. Generally, clocks that have gold pieces in there, or silver, whatever you would like. Make it a little bit more metallic. Take the roughness down a little bit. So now your clock hands. So what I would suggest is you can make 1 clock hand, and then you can duplicate it and make 1 smaller, or you can make 2 clock hands. Totally up to you. It's your project, whatever you want to do. I think I'm going to make 1 clock hand and then I'll make 1 smaller. It just makes more sense to me. As for the second hand, it's just a elongated cube, I guess. So I'm trying to think of the clock hands that I want to make. I mean, you can spend some time making some fancy ones, but I'm just going to make some basic ones. So what I'm going to do is this material right here that I've just changed to gold, I'm going to put gold clock hand, so that I know what colour I'm using right there. So we're going to add, and we're just going to go to plane, press G, move it across to the side, and we're just going to slim this down a little bit. Now you can use anything to do this. You could use a cylinder if you wanted to, it's totally up to you. So I'm going to go to edit mode right here, so you guys can see a little better. So we're going to go ether extrude. Make sure you're working across your axes and that you're not going to the side or anything like that. We're going to go scale just outwards, ether extrude, scale outwards, ether extrude again, and just keep extruding. Yeah, you don't want to be going like that. I'm just going to go S for scale, bring that in a little bit, ether extrude, and then scale that in. For some reason, sorry, S for extrude, scale that back in, and maybe I'll do a Control R and just kind of make a fancy clock hand right there. So take this end, then press G and just move it up, and then maybe we will press E for extrude and then just scale it on the ends just a little bit, rotoscope, scale it outwards so that it sits on the actual clock hand, the clock base. Just there. Okay, so this is our basic hand that we have, and what I'm going to do, just make more space so you guys can see. I might actually just make that a bit thinner. Okay, so G, bring it across. You'll notice it's a little bit big for the actual clock itself. Also, I don't think it's in place properly. Just going to go G, bring that up. Scale that down just slightly. So this is the point as well where we've kind of got this clearance over the top of the numbers that are here already. So what I might do, I might improve the edging just a little bit so we can get that glass in. Your clock hand can go underneath this little bit here as well. So you notice it's really flat right now. So we're going to go for the edit mode, press A, press E for extrude, and then what you're going to do is just scale it inwards to the side via the red. This will give us a little bit of depth on that. You can go E for extrude again if you want to, and then scale it inwards. So now we have this 3D clock face. Don't forget to shade it smooth. So that's our first hand. So now, if you want to add some colour to this, I mean, you can do anything. You can have the gold hand, or you could have the black numbers one. I'm going to go with the gold. So yeah, this is what it should look like. So now you want to do your minute hand. Sorry, your hour hand even. I'm not even awake today. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to Shift D, duplicate this, and then I will press S to scale, just scale it down just slightly, and then I'm going to press S just to bring it out a little bit so you can see it. Scale it down again. I want to put this one right here. So this one usually will go underneath. Oops. Yeah, don't press H. So press G. This one usually goes just underneath on the clock face like that. So I'm going to rotate this, say 90 degrees. Oops. Press G, not H. And then I'm just going to bring it down to that. So we have that already going on. So now we want a second hand. So just do them so that they're sitting just above the numbers, but they're sitting just above each other as well. It's going to give it a little bit more detail, attention to detail, stuff like that. So your second hand, as I said, it's the easiest one to do. You just take your cube, take your cube, elongate it, scale it down, elongate again, scale down, and then we're just going to make sure that this one sits on top. And maybe I will rotate this by 20. Let me see, rotate. No, I don't want that one. Yeah, I want that one. Rotate by about 20. Just place this here. And then, you know, usually the second hands, they're black anyway, so you could use the same black that you used on your numbers. So right here, just drop down menu. Okay, so your clock face should now look like this. It's looking a little bit more clocky. So you can rough up the pieces here. I can show you how to do that in a bit. We're just going to get the fundamental basics down, and then I'll show you how to rough everything up at the end. To make it look a little bit more detailed. So today I'm not going to be showing you how to animate this, I'm just going to be showing you how to make this. But this is a general gist. So now we have the clock face of the watch. So what I would like to do, let me see, where can I go from here? We want to put the glass over the top of it. Now the glass going over the top of it depends on a couple of factors. So let me show you what I mean by that. So if we get a circle and we just put it onto the screen here, I'm just going to use X-ray so you guys can see what's going on. So if we get a circle and we just press S and we just move it to there, and then we go into edit mode, we'll notice that there's no face, but if we press F for fill, we now have a face. Go back to object mode. So if I take off the X-ray just for 1 second, now we're going to bring the glass up to where the glass should be on a typical watch or a clock face, which would just be here. So now you're noticing the problem that we're having. That centre bit is just sticking out a little bit. So if your centre bit's sticking out a little bit, what I would suggest is either shrink it down on the side, or you could build the sides up a little bit. So we want our clock face just to sit on the inside here. So you notice that it's also clipping the outside. You can just see it just there. So this piece right here shouldn't exist. So we're going to press S to scale, just bring it in a little bit so that it fits on the inside of the clock face. Now we've got this problem where we've got an arm that's sticking out, we've got this little bit that's sticking out. Now if we edit this the way that it is, it'll mess up the rest of the clock face. So here's what we're going to do. So you're on your object mode. You want to select, take the clock face off, just press G, just move it to the side for the moment. Press for the centerpiece, press shift, and then click all of the pieces that we've just made, and we're going to press S for scale. Go along the blue axis, which is the Z axis, and we're just going to make everything a little bit more smaller. Now, we don't want to clip any of the numbers, but if I just make that a little bit taller, you'll notice that you can't get this to work very well because the outside of the clock is too short. So what we're going to do, we're just going to undo what we've just done. Clock face is back right here. So we still have these interjecting vertices right here. So what we're going to do, select the outside clock, bring the glass away, select the outside clock, go to edit mode. What we're going to do is there will be a rim just around the edge, just here, that we made before. If you haven't made this, just press Ctrl R and you'll get this coming up, which if you click that, it will create another vertices for you. So I actually might keep that. That's pretty good. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this and this. Come on. Computer's been a bit slow today. Right. So you want to select all of this around the outside of your clock. So if you press shift and then you press control and click one of these vertices, it should select everything around the outside. Now, what you want to be careful with X-ray mode is not to select everything underneath. So you just want to select these two vertices just right here around the outside of the clock. And make sure it's just those two. This will be important for our little editing tutorial thing. So now you see that I'm missing this line, so we're going to click here and go on the inside and then click here. So now I have 2 rows around the outside, and I'm going to press G and we're just going to bring them up just slightly, and you can scale them inwards as well if you'd like, just slightly. Now we're going to take the glass that we were putting over the top and just press G and bring it down into place. Now you notice that we still have this interjecting piece right here, but if we press G and we just move the glass upwards, we no longer have that. So something that someone's going to ask me is, aren't clock faces curved just slightly? Yes, they are. So to make that curve, we're going to press S to scale, go into the center just slightly, and come up just slightly. So what you want to do is go to edit mode. We're going to go for the edges right here. E to extrude. Just bring it down slightly and then scale it outwards. E to extrude. Scale it outwards. Oops. Go G, bring it down slightly. E for extrude. Now, what you're going to have underneath here is another face, so you're going to have to remove that one. So press A to select everything, G to bring it up. You notice that this face exists right here. So what you're going to want to do, just select, go to faces, select that one face, press delete on your number pad, delete the face. Sorry, I realise that I'm in the way again. I'll just move myself over. So, we go to the object mode. It's going to take it down. I'm just going to sit it right there. Now, when we render this, you'll notice we can't see through. We have no view of the clock face. So what you're going to want to do is go to your materials tab. You press new. And then we're going to go glass. Now as soon as you press glass, you see what happens. We see our numbers, we see all our stuff. But it's clouded. So how do we fix this? So we go down to the roughness. And we see that it's at 0.5. You want to bring your roughness all the way down. And now we can see the clock face. Now if you wanted a little bit of roughness on the clock face, such as it's worn out and stuff like that, you can pull your roughness upwards a little bit. But that is your basic clock face. Now, have you noticed that this happens when it's on its side? Now, this is happening because of the IOR. So, if we change the IOR, we can see that this moves. So, you can have like one IOR if you'd like. And different ones. So, you can have that slight bevel around the edges, but that's too much for me, I think. So there we go. So that's your clock face done. Now I want to make the rest of the clock. This is the part where I was kind of dreading, because I'm like, what design do I want right now? So you could have any design that you wanted, really, relatively. So what I'm going to do is, I mean, you could have clock face, you could extend it from the bottom and then pull it outwards, or you could put 2 straps at the side and then have the buckles if you wanted to. I mean, there's so many different designs that you could do with clock faces, but I'm going to go with a cube to begin with. And then, one second, I'm just going to bring that out so you guys can see. Let me see. I'm going to make the cube as big as the clock face. Scale that inwards just slightly. So, what we're going to do, we're going to kind of make a cutout for the clock face, in theory. So, I'm going to go edit mode, select the two sides right here, excuse me, E-for extrude, scale outwards, and then what we're going to do, we're going to follow the curve of the clock face. Now, I've got this on X-ray mode so that I can see what's going on. Let's see, right, so I'm going to press 7 to get this up to the top. So, scale this downwards, just slightly. We're just going to follow the curve of the clock face. E for extrude, scale outwards, scale it down, E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale outwards, scale it down, E for extrude, scale outwards, scale it down, E for extrude, scale outwards, and we scale it down again. E for extrude, scale outwards, you get where this is going. And then we're just going to try and fit it as much as we can, just to the edges. Don't worry at this point if you're getting a bit nervous with this, you know, making mistakes is the way that we learn as people, because at the end of the day, you know, we're all human, we've got to learn in some sort of way how to do things. So, this is now going to be practically the base of the clock face just here. So I'm just going to scale this outwards just to put it around the edge. So now you notice that I'm not clipping anything in the middle. So what I'm going to do, edit mode, take off this X-ray 1 second, and I'm just going to press to select all of the faces just under here. So shift, and then control, or shift just in general, or box select is even better. We're going to go E, and then scale inwards, and then I'm just going to go E for extrude and bring that down a little bit. Now I'm going to smooth this out, and I'm just going to bring it up just slightly so it's flush with the clock. And you can see there's no interjecting vertices or anything like that. So now from here we can make the straps. So we're going to want to go 7. Oh, let me think. Okay, so the center part right here, I have to do a lot of thinking in this. It's a lot of figuring things out. We're going to move outwards. So I would say come from the center point here, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and those are going to go outwards. So we're going to come to the second side here. Don't forget to press down shift. We're going to go center 1, 2, 3, 4, center 1, 2, 3, 4, and then if we press 7, come back up to the top, press E for extrude, don't move anything just for the moment, press S to scale it outwards, and this will be the sides of the clock. Now, to be honest with you, I think that I could introduce these two vertices here. So instead of having 4 at the side, maybe we could go with 5. So press Ctrl Z if you've just done any of that, and just press an additional on the outside. So it should be center and then 5 aside, so to speak. E for extrude, don't move it, S to scale, and then we could come out just like this. And what I'm going to do, take this vertices right here on the 4 quarters, so you want this one and this one, turn it around, this one and this one. It's going to go 7 again, and what we're going to do, just scale it across. So it's like this. So this will be the back of our clock face for our watch. So let me see. So now we want a strap across the back, and to be honest with you, try to think. So I'm going off my grandfather's old watch here. I'm trying to think, how did he have his watch? So I think he just had the strap just around the back, to be honest with you, and I think maybe that's what we could do as well. So this will be the clock face. I'm just going to go ahead and shade smooth on that one, and then we can add the band that's at the back. So cube from the add section, bring this across, scale this down. If you want to do a different design, that's totally up to you. For me, I'm just doing a plain band. Scale this downwards just slightly, bring that across, and I think I'm just going to offset it just slightly as well. Because I believe the way that his watch was, the clock face actually hung over the top. It was a thinner band. Oops. Yeah, my program's kind of kicking off with me right now. Okay, so I think I'm going to use a plane actually. This will be a lot easier with a plane to do. I'm just trying to figure stuff out. I kind of like showing you guys the footage of me trying to figure things out, because at the end of the day you guys are going to be trying to figure this out, and you know, if I'm doing everything perfect, so you're going to go, oh, you know, I'm terrible at this. But I'm telling you now, like, everyone's going to start somewhere. So I'm just going to offset that a little bit. Like, even when I started Blender, it was chaotic, because I just had no clue what I was doing. So I mean, like, the way that some of the watches work, you could just have a plain band and then have it attached on the other side, or you could have the watch itself attached by a couple of hinges. You know, I might do the hinge design. I'm just like, I'm contemplating, like, do I want to do this design? Is this the design that I would like to see? So yeah, maybe we'll do the hinge one. So what I'm going to do, make 2 squares right here. Put that in the middle. So this is going to be the back of the belt right here. So I'm just going to go to edit mode, and we're just going to scale this outwards. So we kind of got a back to it right there. And then I'm going to go ether extrude, just bring that outwards a little bit. And then I'm going to select this side, ether extrude, just scale it a little bit, ether extrude again, scale it downwards. So you've got this kind of thing going on right here. Do it to the opposite side as well. Ether extrude, scale outwards, ether extrude again. Just scale that one inwards. So then you've got the basic strap just there. And then what we're going to do is we'll have a little loop going through here, a little loop going through here. So you could do this via Taurus if you wanted to. I don't know how good it'd look, because it kind of gets a little bit weird. But I personally would do this manually. So add a cylinder. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees so that it's flat. G, move it over. Scale it down. It's going to be a little bit of fiddling. Scale it across. Just going to place this just roughly on the hinge here. Now once you make one, you don't need to make the other one because you just duplicate this, it's fine. G across, scale it outwards just a little bit. So that would be your first bar. So the next thing you want to do is go edit mode. You're going to select one of these vertices. Let me see, let me get it on 7 for you. E-fret extrude, rotate it, G, bring it over. Just gonna scale that a little bit. E-fret extrude, bring it over, rotate. E-fret extrude, rotate it. Press R for rotate. You don't really need to mess around with the vertices at this point. I'm just going to move this one. Let me see. Yeah, I want these points. Rotate. G, come across. It's a little bit of fiddling, but you get there. G, come across, rotate it, so it's inwards. E, rotate. E, there you go, rotate. Oops. Rotate that one inwards so that it's completely flat. It's upwards. Okay, so now we have this. Going to move that across just slightly. So now we want this piece to select with this one. So we're just going to go E-fret extrude, bring it all the way up. Obviously it's at an angle at the moment, but we can fix that. So G, bring that up, and then we're going to go G again, just move it across. And then we're going to do the exact same thing that we did on that side. So E, and then we're going to rotate that. E again. E again. Rotate. Doesn't have to be perfect. I mean, it's a watch. It's probably been bashed around and stuff like that. E-fret extrude. Rotate. E-fret extrude. Rotate. Just get it roughly lined up. And then from here we're going to go, these are selected, press shift, select these, press F, and that should just link it straight up. Hopefully. No, it doesn't, sorry. So my one must have twisted at some point. So I'm just going to go E-fret extrude and just kind of seal the loop. It looks a little bit more detailed, I think, when you do it that way, because it doesn't look perfect. Fill that. Yeah. So it kind of looks, it just looks like the metals being clasped together. Okay, so what we want to do now is right click, shade smooth. So it's going to be all smooth right here. Now adding a colour to it, we want to go with clock, silver. Let's go with the slight grey, and then you want to make the roughness down, the metallic up. Just bring up. I'm going to make it less metallic actually. Just make it kind of a very pale kind of colour. Right, so now that we've done that part, I want to make the leather strap here. So we're going to go new, and we're just going to put the black leather strap. And we're going to make this slightly metallic. It has to be slightly rough, but we're going to edit this later on as well. So just make it slightly off colour, brown, and then we're going to shade that smooth as well. Oh, let me see. So the next piece that we have, we also want this the same colour as the leather strap, and we want to do the same thing that we did on the side with this one. So now we just want this piece to come in on this side. I'm just going to move that upwards a little bit. So taking this piece right here, we want to go edit, E-for extrude, select the side face, E-for extrude, scale upwards, E-for extrude, scale, scale upwards, E-for extrude, leave it where it is, E-for extrude, and then scale downwards just on the other side. Now, you notice that this possibly doesn't fit properly, so what we're going to do is we're just going to scale from the Z axis just to make this a little bit bigger. And then I'm just going to elongate it just slightly, and G, just move it in just there. So, where's it gone? There it is. Come on. My computer's really not playing ball today. So now we have two attachments to the wristwatch. I'm just going to scale that again. Maybe just... yeah, I think that would be roughly be right for the wristwatch. Just going to scale this downwards just slightly, a little bit of adjustments. I think, oh my gosh, that's way too long for a strap, but see what's going on. I want to scale on the X, I think. No, we want to scale on the Z. Right, there we go. Right, so now you notice that this clasp is a little bit too big, so what I'm going to do as well is just scale that down. My computer really doesn't want to play ball today. It's like I'm selecting things and it's just not getting the right things selected. Right, so make sure your clasp is just on the inside there so it looks detailed. Now, you can take this and duplicate it. So we're going to duplicate right there. And then you notice that it's the wrong way around. So what you want to do is just rotate it 180. Bring it back onto the other side. And just place it there. And then we're going to take the hinge. And then we're just going to duplicate that. And move it across to the other side. There we go. Okay, so this is the basics of the watch. You'll notice that one side is way too long, because usually the clasps are dedicated to one side. Mostly, at least the designs that I've seen. So I'm just going to take in this side just slightly. And then the other side I need to make it a little bit more pointed. So we're going to press G, move it across. And this is where the clasp's got to be, on this side, when my computer decides to play ball. Come on. There we go. Right. Now on this side we want to make this a little bit thinner, so edit mode. We're going to go for the faces. Just click the end face right here. Come on. Right, press G. Go across all the way to the back. And we're going to press E. And we're just going to slightly just make this thinner. Press E for extrude. Scale this inwards. Just make it a little bit thinner. E for extrude. Scale inwards. Make it a bit thinner. E for extrude. Scale inwards. And then we're just going to round it off at the end. Now at this point we're going to want to put little holes and stuff like that. So I mean, you could subdivide this. Press. Just select all these ones. Subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. And then from here we could put some holes in here. So you want to go with your face selects. And just select random points where you would like to put holes in the canvas right here. Maybe just there. That'd do, I think. And press, we could do E for extrude. Just bring them down a little bit. So now, we should have little kind of indents where the holes are. So now we kind of want a clasp going all the way around. So what I would suggest is work with a cube. Actually, yeah, we'll work with a cube. We'll bring this out. So, or maybe do I not? You know, I'm going to work with a plane. I like the planes. Let's move across. Scale it outwards. Oops. Don't press H like I'm doing. Scale that. Edit mode. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to quarter this up a little bit. Yeah. Just put that as the sensor right there. Just delete the faces off of that. Right, press A, E for extrude, scale it inwards just slightly, so it's got some sort of bevel. We're going to add a rotor, so Control R, and scale it outwards, just slightly. Shade smooth. For the colour on this one we could use gold. Then we're going to add a cube. Press G, just bring it over. Scale it outwards. You don't need to do anything fancy with this. Press G, don't press H. I keep doing this. So I'm just going to rotate this just slightly so it sits within the handle. have it pointed in. Excuse me. Pointed inward slightly. Smooth that out. Put it with gold, just to match the rest of the buckle. Now you notice as well one of the hands is missing. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I noticed this about 5 minutes ago. It seems we're missing a hand, and it's right there. So, just gonna bring this up. There we go. And there is your watch, or at least a basic watch, for you guys to work with. If you guys want to make anything different about it, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot that I've just taught you, and you know, maybe you're looking at this going like, you know, I could build something better than that. Okay, you know, go ahead. You know, this is just a tutorial. I'm pretty sure if I was doing stuff just working wise, I would have added a lot more detail. But when you've got a computer and you're recording at the same time as you're building, your computer's going to struggle. So there's only so far I can go for you guys design wise. So I'm just going to do some tweaks here. Now, for those of you who want to do some details, I can do details with you. Okay, so for those of you who want to do all the detailing and stuff like that, I'll show you how to do that now. So what you're going to want to do is at the top here, you've got shading tab. So click on the shading tab. Now, depending on what you want to do with the watch, depends on what you would like on here, I guess. So we're going to start working with the leather first. Now, usually you get a crackled effect with leather. So what we're going to do is go to texture, for only texture, go colour to base, and you notice that we got this kind of very funky kind of pattern going on right now. So we're going to scale this up just a little bit, and this is going to give us our little leather look. So I also want to add some noise texture on here as well. So maybe we could go for the roughness on the noise. Maybe that would work. Maybe not the roughness, maybe the detail. Yeah, definitely the detail. So, roughness onto the detail. And notice now that you've got all this kind of texture going on in the background. So, we don't want this clock to be this funky kind of colour. So what we're going to do, add a colour ramp. Add on the nodes, colour ramp. Right into the middle right here. So we want kind of like this brown kind of leather kind of look. So we're just going to go down to that bit. Just make that. There it is. So you can mess around with this as much as you want. See what works for you. Yeah. I'm going to make this pretty rough. If you go to the random, it will change it to this kind of shape, or it will change it to this kind of shape. So we're wanting this kind of shape. I'm just basically experimenting with this at the moment. So the white is nice in here, but I just don't think that it fits very well. So I'm just going to change it to a grey kind of texture when my computer plays ball. Maybe just brighten that a little bit. It's all about just messing around really and just seeing what works for you. I'm just going to disattach this just 1 second. Just scale this up. Colour to detail. Maybe make that a little bit darker. So now everything's a little bit flat and it just doesn't look detailed at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a bump texture. So if we add and then press the bump, just type in bump texture. And then what you want to do is change the normal to the height. So now this will give us more of a detailed look on things. So if you want subsurface or you want a coat on there as well, you could also just put a little bit on there. Just kind of give it that little bit of a gleam. In the centre here, I'm going to put this as gold, just to match the theme. So, if I put this as a material of gold, and I do anything to it, it will affect the rest of it. Just to warn you, just to pre-warn you on that one. That's just generally how it works. So now you notice that the gold is at the back there as well. We don't want that. So the best way, I'm just going to elongate it a little bit. Let's press G, and I'm just going to bring it down so that we've got the clock face back. There we go. Because what it was an intersecting vertices at the back. I didn't realise that that was there. So anything that we do to this gold will inevitably affect this gold right here, will inevitably affect the gold at the back right here. So if you want a separate gold, just press the new material button here and then name it gold 2 or something like that. For me personally, I'm just going to go with this today. I'm going to add a noise texture. So go to add and then type in noise. Colour to base colour. And you notice that you get all these fancy little multicoloured dots everywhere. That's the graining. So now we're going to add the bump texture in there. And you notice that everything's a weird colour now. So this is going to give us the texture. And then we're going to add the colour ramp. Add, come on. Told you my computer wasn't there. Playing ball today. Blooming heck. Oh, this is gonna freeze. Oh, this is no good. Come on. I have a feeling this is gonna freeze. Okay, I'm back. My computer just decided to have a little bit of a hissy fit. So we're gonna add a colour ramp. Now we've got this kind of like grey and stuff, and everything else is going to be grey now. Even the end of the clasp is going to be grey. So what we want to do is we want to add some oranges in here and some yellows and some reds, just to make up this gold a little bit more. You have to play this mostly by eye. Take the roughness down. Just slightly, I think. Just scale this upwards a little bit. Now you can have that, or you can put a Veroni texture on it, which will just give you kind of like a shiny, almost scratched look to it. Let's try the Veroni. Yeah, so now you kind of got this kind of crinkled, scratched look, if you can see that on the camera right there. Which kind of gives it like this kind of fancy kind of look to it. You can also turn down the roughness so it's kind of got a shine, so you can see what's going on. Yeah, so basically that's the basics. For this silver stuff, I mean, like, make it metallic, I guess. For your background, for your clock, I mean, you could put pictures on there if you wanted to, and stuff like that. I'm just going to improve the lighting on this because I think we need some better lighting. So I'm just going to add, come on computer. I hope this doesn't freeze. Oh wow. You know what, I'm going to leave it here for the day, but thank you guys for watching the tutorial. Like, obviously my computer's not playing ball today. It's been very slow, so I'm going to go see what's up with it, see if some drivers need downloading. yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Please subscribe, please like. If you're on Facebook, give us a follow. TikTok, hi. Give us a follow as well, please. Thank you. Have a good day, guys. Hi, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So basically today we're going to be making an ice drink machine. So I don't know whether this is a copyrighted kind of name for it, but I guess you guys can figure out what we're making, but we're going to call it the ice drink machine today. So I'm going to show you how to make it in Blender. So let me just make sure, yes, I've got my keys on here. So, it's going to be quite a basic tutorial, really. It looks complicated. It's not really that complicated. I'm going to make the default cube just slightly longer here. I'll just make it a little bit bigger. Just bring it up to the ground level right there. Okay, so this is going to be our base. This is going to be the middle of our little containers here. So all we need to do, really, is just make the top and just clone it. That's it. So we're going to add another cube. Oops. Don't press H. Press G. Make another cube. What we're going to do, just make that cube just as big, just as wide to front and back as the machine is. Just want to pull it just a little bit in. We're going to edit this bit a little later on. But this is just going to be basic for us. So, what you want to do, it doesn't matter if it's not perfect. We're going to go to the edit mode. We're going to go to top face. And we're just going to press G and just bring this down a little bit. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to start with a very sharp base, bring it out a little bit. I'm just going to press A to select all. Press S. We're just going to scale it in just slightly. So it's like this. Okay, so I'm going to split the screen for you guys so you guys can see. Where's this going? No, I didn't want that, but okay. 1 second. That should be there. Come on. So I'm going to go back. Oh! Right. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me fix this. Okay, so I rebuilt it, just trying to make it as best as I can. So, yeah, you just basically want something like this. This is the side view on one side, and this is the regular view on the other. So, we want to go into edit mode. We want this top section here. Just bring it down. Just press G. And then we're going to go for E-fret extrude. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make this a little bit more rounder. So what we want to do is just Control R, and then we're just going to quarter it going across, so it just should look something like this. Put the back there. I'm just going to pull in the corners just a little bit, just to bevel it. See, maybe do one more on this side. Okay, so what you want to do is just go into your select mode. We want to select the edges, and we're going to select all of the 4 corners. And this is just going to smooth our edges so that when we extrude this, everything's going to be smooth coming upwards and we don't have to go in and edit everything. So all you want to do is scale along your axis. So scale across your red one here, which is your X, just maybe about a quarter, and then we're going to scale again along the green one, which is the Y. And all it's going to do is just give us this little bit of a beveled edge. Okay, so let's see, let's put some, so you can see that it's rounded on the edges now. So what I want to do is go into edit mode, and we're just going to select the top faces right here.